Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, So Happy. Chapter 129, So Happy. Matthew knew that it was Origin blowing the sun. A faint sorrow surged into his heart. He watched as Jinju's figure disappeared into the waves. His eyes couldn't help but feel warm. Hey, Matthew, why are you crying? Ella poked her head out of his chest and asked. Matthew shook his head. He did not deny it completely. It's just that the sea breeze is too strong, and I think of my hometown. At this moment, he finally understood. It was inevitable that the Sioux who had drifted here would wither. The young people took off their burdens and integrated into the Ander life. The elders could not do so, and their only option was to die at the bottom of the sea. They faced the east until they died. In a few years, when the last old man walked into the sea with a lantern, the island would become a deserted island, and the story of the Sioux would gradually become a legend. They didn't belong there, so they should leave. The sound of Origin soon gradually died down. Matthew suddenly felt that he was enveloped by a large mass of darkness. In the endless spacetime, he seemed to have lost control of his body. For a moment, he broke out in a cold sweat. However, when he came back to his senses, he realized that nothing had happened. Only the data column recorded everything faithfully. Hint, you have witnessed the entire process of the Lantern Festival. Your knowledge plus 50, Sioux. You have obtained the mark of the Lantern Festival, plus 10 Sioux friendliness. Warning, you are immune to calls from the bottom of the sea. Will plus 1. You have successfully avoided the high-intensity charm multiple times in a row. You have automatically mastered a new ability, Unmovable Rock. Unmovable Rock, after entering this state, you will gain extremely strong resistance to any mental attack, including charm, fear, intimidation, bluff, singing, mental pierce, etc. At the same time, your thinking speed and speech speed will be reduced to 1/10 of your usual speed. Please use this ability with caution. Matthew was shocked before he could check his new ability. He didn't expect Xian Kunzi to be right. The Sioux didn't enter the sea because of the curse but because of a charm. Where did this charm come from? What kind of creature was hidden in the vast sea that was calling out to the Sioux? What would become of the Sioux after being charmed? Matthew had no answers to these questions. He was just a little scared. He didn't expect the ceremony to be so dangerous. Fortunately, his resistance to charm was maxed out. Heart of Tranquil Water and high willpower were enough to give him close to legendary resistance. I have to be more careful in the future, not only during rituals but also festivals. But why is Origin fine? He should have participated in several lantern festivities already. Could it be that this charm was only targeted at the Sioux? Then what about me? After some puzzling thoughts, Matthew finally couldn't help but glance at his new ability. He was quite satisfied. Unmovable Rock's advantage lay in its all-round increase in mental resistance. Heart like still water could only resist the charm, so its application was still a little narrow. The only problem was that he had never tried to slow down his thinking. It seemed that he needed to train for a period of time. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes if he used the ability. At this moment, a tear-stained Origin walked over with a sun in his arms. Child, you have witnessed the entire process of the Lantern Festival. In the tradition of the Sioux people, you are one of us from now on. Origin's voice was very low, and it was obvious that he was trying his best to speak. I'm very sorry that Jinju deceived you before. The art of equilibrium has not been completely cut off. The last Equilibrium envoy still has a relative alive. That's his grandson, Yu Lian. You can find him at the casino in Quarter City on the North Shore. Take the letter from Li Weiqi, and he might be willing to help you. Matthew frowned and asked, so, is he a gambler? Origin's tone became calmer. No, he's the boss of the casino. 2 days later, north of the Gold Coast, Quarter City. Happy Casino. As night fell, the casino was bustling with noise. A short man wearing a beret, a huge backpack, and heavy armor that obviously did not match his body size walked through the crowd of gamblers. He was only slightly taller than the table, and he might not be able to see everything on the table even if he stood on his tiptoes. The waiters almost bumped into him several times. In the end, he miraculously resolved all the troubles he had encountered. He was so huge horizontally, but when he walked through the crowd, it was as if he had activated stealth, and no one noticed him. Shorty passed through the hall and came to a pitch-black door guarded by guards. At this moment, there was still a queue in front of him. There was someone standing at the door to greet the queue. It was a slender woman with slightly raised eyebrows. She did see Shorty, but she quickly ignored him. "Yulian, come out." The short one spoke in a childish voice. She seemed to be quite angry. She came up and pushed the tall and thin figure in front of her. "Make way. Make way. Mage, I'm not cutting the queue. I'm going to blow up this casino. If you listen to my advice, either cast a few explosion protection spells on yourself or leave this place immediately." Although Shorty's voice was tender, it was full of energy. Everyone near the door heard it. Everyone was stunned for about 3 to 4 seconds before bursting into laughter. The tall and thin man turned around. He didn't see anyone at first, but after a while, he lowered his head to follow the gazes of others and found the person he was talking to. "Ah, hello, sir. Are you talking to me? Eh? Are you a dwarf?" The mage's eyes were filled with interest as if it was the first time he had encountered such a miniature race. However, Shorty's eves immediately became very fierce. He said expressionlessly, "Mage, you're in danger now. I can add you to my revenge list at any time. In order to prevent you from dying for no reason, I have to tell you a few things. First, I'm not a sir, I'm a lady. Is it that difficult to tell?" Matthew was stunned. His gaze swept across the other party's ordinary chest and then he looked up along the neck that was tightly wrapped in an iron sheet. Helmet, short hair, big eyes. It was indeed not that easy to tell. Secondly, I'm not a dwarf. I'm just naturally short. As a mage, you are very unqualified and rude. If you don't know how to differentiate between humans and dwarves, then I suggest you study ethnography and study the structure of the human body to avoid embarrassing yourself or even getting into trouble next time. Do you understand now? Although she was short, her words were very imposing. Matthew realized that he had indeed been negligent, so he sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't have good eyesight." "It's okay. You don't have to apologize to me." Shorty still had a cool expression on her face. "First, there are many superficial people like you. I meet them almost every day. Secondly, whether you apologize or not, you're already on my list of people I hate. I might take revenge on you at any time, so there's no need for you to apologize now." After saying this, her gaze began to shift to the group of gamblers and guards who were watching the show. "Finally, you gloating fools, do not underestimate the destructive ability of a vengeful machinist. I'm serious. Yulian, get out now." The guards began to realize the seriousness of the matter. The gamblers also retreated while the guards rushed over. Shorty's face instantly revealed a helpless expression. "I knew it. If I didn't show my skills, I would have to deal with the lackeys all day. Sound and noise. Let's teach them a lesson." As she spoke, 2 clockwork birds quickly crawled out of the bag on her back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The 2 birds automatically rewound themselves and flew towards the guards. Chapter 130, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Chapter 130, Are you the soul of the rainforest? The clockwork birds were as fast as a beam of light. They brushed past the shoulders of the 2 guards and hovered above their heads for a while. Suddenly, they let out an ear-piercing shriek. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened the people nearby. The guards immediately looked pained. They couldn't help but cover their ears, and their bodies became limp as they collapsed to the ground. The gamblers who had been watching from the side were also affected by the aftermath of the scream. They ran in panic. The 2 clockwork birds swooped down as well and frantically shuttled through the crowd. When they changed places, they began to shriek again. For a moment, it was a mess near the gate. Shorty looked around with a satisfied expression, but then she looked at the tall and thin mage in front of her in surprise. He looked safe and sound. Her gaze quickly locked onto the small book in the other party's hand. Unfortunately, she was too short. She could only vaguely see the corners of the defensive poem through Matthew's fingers. Humph. Shorty snorted heavily. However, she did not continue to provoke Matthew. Instead, she walked to the counter next to the door in an extremely domineering manner. At this moment, the charming woman in charge of entertaining the guests was also moaning with a headache, so she had no time to look after the things on the counter. Shorty stretched out her right hand and jumped. She couldn't reach it. She didn't give up. She got closer and jumped again. She got it this time. Matthew saw her take a chip wrapped in iron. She didn't seem to make any extra movements, but her right hand suddenly emitted a burst of red light, and even the chip lit up. Hint: you have noticed that the machinist in front of you is performing item injection on the chips. Item injection, one of the basic abilities of a machinist. The item that is injected will change its basic properties. There is a certain degree of chance involved. In the next second, Shorty threw the chip with all her might. Her expression was relaxed, and her eyebrows were filled with a cool temperament. However, under the heavy armor that didn't fit her figure, her movements were clumsy and strenuous. She was only throwing a small chip, but it gave Matthew the illusion that she was throwing a big shot put. Bang! The red chip smashed into the black door. Smoke and dust billowed. A few seconds later, a huge hole appeared in the middle of the door. The scene behind the door could be seen at a glance. Matthew leaned over and clearly saw that there was an extremely spacious office behind the door. There was a luxurious desk in the middle of the office. Behind the table sat a fat man with a cigar in his mouth and shiny hair. He looked to be in his 30s and was frowning at the uninvited guest outside the door. "Are you Lien?" Shorty asked through the door. The fatty raised his hand and suddenly slapped the table twice. Then, two young women with only a piece of silk wrapped around their waists climbed out from under the table. The two women walked out of the office door as if no one was around. One of them was wiping her mouth. As she walked, cursing, "Yulien, can you drink less wine and eat less chili next time?" Yulien's expression did not change. After the two women left, he replied coldly, "I am Yulien. Do you have any objections to my door?" He stood up as he spoke. He was tall and fat, and he completely crushed Shorty in terms of aura. However, the next moment, his pants slid down without warning. "Damn it. Mary, Susan. Where's my belt?" Yulien hurriedly pulled up his pants and roared in the direction where the two women had left. Unfortunately, no one answered. A strong look of disgust flashed across Shorty's eyes. However, she still took a step forward. "Yulien, I want to talk to you." Yulien pulled up his pants and sat down on the chair. He slammed the table and said, "Come in and talk." Shorty walked in fearlessly. Matthew, who had been watching the show for a long time, also silently followed. After a while, the guards who had recovered surrounded the area around the door. "So, how much did that bastard butcher give you?" Yulien placed his ankles on the desk and shook his cigar. "Who is Butcher?" Shorty asked in return. "Not Butcher." "Then, was it Villager?" "That damned guy. I even treated him to a meal last month, and he actually dared to find someone to come and ruin my place." Yulien instantly became furious. Shorty said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about, but the names you mentioned have nothing to do with me. I'm here for a woman." Yulien immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. "Women, women. There are hundreds of women coming and going to my casino every day. May I know who you are?" Shorty snorted coldly. "Lily, do you remember now?" Yulien pondered in distress. "Lily? Which Lily? Was it Lily the big milk cow or the Lily with the mole on her butt? It couldn't be the one with the inscription on her stomach, right? She was almost 50. Shorty's expression was cold as if she had seen through Yulien's acting. She continued, "You lied to Lily. You told her that you would be with her, but in the end, you chose to abandon her. She is not doing well now. She does not want to eat or drink, and her mental state is terrible. I must seek justice for her. If you are not going to give her justice, I'll take the justice myself." Chapter 131, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Chapter 131, Are you the soul of the rainforest? I haven't blown up a casino before, but there are no arcane machinists who don't like explosions. The threat in Shorty's words was obvious. However, Julien was not angered. He only looked a little confused. At this moment, Matthew stepped forward. Don't you remember? Julien waved his hand. I've had too many people in my life who I've cheated on and abandoned. It's really hard to remember all of them at once. So you admit that you're a scumbag? Shorty's eyes turned sharp. Hey! Even if you're an arcane machinist, you can't do this in my office. Julien shouted out in dissatisfaction, close the door. Someone outside reminded him, boss, the door is closed, but there is a hole. Julien slapped his head. Then come on, Candy baby, come out quickly, my good girl. As soon as he finished speaking, a few chaotic roars could be heard. A huge monster suddenly jumped out from the side hall next to the office. Its body almost filled the space. The three heads repeatedly rubbed against each other in the corridor between the office and the side hall. A large amount of saliva formed a drizzle and sprinkled on the faces of everyone in the office. There was a slight sourness. This was a pure-blooded purgatory Cerberus. If it weren't for the fact that the monster's three heads were tied with collars and there were more than 10 thick iron chains at the back, it would have pounced right at Shorty and Matthew. Look, I am not a pushover either. If you really have the ability to install bombs everywhere in my casino, then blow everything up. But as long as I'm alive, I can rebuild my life at any time. Everyone in Quarter City knows that my name is the real source of money, not the casino. He pressed the cigar head hard into the ashtray, sparks flying everywhere. Now get out of here and fix the door for me. If you compensate me, I can agree to keep only one of your hands. Don't look at me like that. Although Candy baby isn't hungry now, she can still consume a dozen of you. Shorty didn't say anything and put down the backpack on her back. She opened a corner of her backpack and took out a round object with a doodle of a heart. This is Elysian Paradise. Once it is detonated, it is equivalent to the effect of a Tier 5 spell, Silent Moment. If you don't know this spell, you should at least have similar common sense. After it explodes, we'll hear the quietest moment in the world. Shorty stated coldly, not only can it blow up your casino, but it can also send you and your dog to the underworld. No, the Purgatory Cerberus is tenacious. I can't guarantee that it will definitely die. Perhaps it will survive and enjoy your corpse. I heard that dogs are very loyal animals, but when they're extremely hungry, it's not like they can't enjoy their owner's corpse, right? Hey! Calm down. Although he didn't know if Shorty was telling the truth, the round thing in her hand did make Julien and Matthew nervous. The latter didn't say anything and used the defensive psalm to open Mordenkainen's private chamber. This was a very interesting defensive spell. It would create a magic singularity in the caster's place. Through this singularity, one could enter a dimensional space of about 20 square meters. When damaged, the singularity would be destroyed, and the dimensional space would collapse. However, the people inside would not receive the first wave of damage. Instead, they would appear at the original location of the singularity. This spell was perfect for avoiding explosions. Even though he was prepared to dodge at any time, Matthew still advised, "Hey, madam, things haven't gotten to that point yet. There's still room for communication. Listen to me and put down the bomb first, okay? We can have a good talk." Shorty glanced at Matthew as a show of respect and stuffed the bomb back into her backpack. The next moment, she placed her backpack on the ground and sat cross-legged on the floor. This was equivalent to stuffing the bomb inside her legs. Shorty actually looked a little cute in this position. However, the presence of the heavy armor and bombs reminded the two of them that the lady in front of them was not a kid who came to ask for candy but an arcane machinist who was known for her amazing destructive power. "Can't you remember Lily?" Matthew saw that Shorty had calmed down, so he turned to ask Julien. Julien looked like he had a headache. Nowadays, every woman likes to call herself Lily. "How can I remember?" "No. Can you tell your lackey to stop annoying me?" He seemed to have chosen to vent his anger on Matthew out of frustration. Shorty, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, looked up at him. "He's not my lackey." Yu Lian looked at Matthew in puzzlement. Then why did you come in? You follow her inside and always come out to smooth things over when things are about to be awkward. Isn't this the job of a lackey? Matthew thought about it and felt that what the other party said was not without reason. I'm another visitor from Equal Stream Island. This is Li Weiqi's letter of introduction. Even though Yu Lian's attitude was terrible, Matthew wasn't annoyed and just patiently explained. Li Weiqi. Was he that turtle king? If you see him, tell him to stop. He has almost eaten all the turtles on the North Bank. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Chapter 132, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Yu Lian ridiculed him and then looked at Matthew apologetically. I'm sorry for mistaking your identity. Actually, this is not the norm for us at the casino. Although there are troubles in the casino every day, it's the first time something as outrageous as today has happened. Speaking of which, do arcane machinists really have such abilities? If they can just create explosions just like that, then what was the use of mages? Regardless, I'm afraid I don't have time to read this letter now. Matthew smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, Lily is more important. Upon hearing the name Lily, Yu Lian's face broke down. Matthew reminded him, according to this lady, it should be a woman who has been hurt by you recently. Yu Lian hugged his head and said, I swear, I've heard a lot of women, but I really haven't been with any Lily recently. If you really can't remember it, we'll just explode. I have some protective scrolls and skincare amulets here. Matthew looked at the girl on the ground with some ruthlessness. Shorty did not back down. She glared back. Matthew had to change the target for the mediation. Madam, I can tell that Yu Lian did not seem to be lying. In fact, there is no need for him to lie. If you can provide more information, it might help us communicate. Shorty turned to look at Matthew. Her eyes were still fierce, and she looked unwilling to speak. She even silently hugged the backpack in her arms. Matthew said gently, speaking of which, I still don't know your name. I've always been interested in the arcane machinists. Today is the first time I've met you. Oh right, my name is Matthew. I'm a mage, yes, a necromancer. May I have the honor of knowing your name? The fierceness in Shorty's eyes was slightly restrained. She replied coolly, Bobo. My name is Bobo Wilkins. After saying that, she turned to look at Yu Lian. Lily is a peripheral member of the Hua sisters. She was chased away by you a month ago. When I found her, she was covered in bruises. Yu Lian quivered when he heard this. A month ago. I only fired 2 or 3 people at that time. Wait. Could it be Berlin? Bobo asked in confusion. Who's Berlin? A female worker who used to work at Part-Time Lover. Well, that's the name of a brothel. Later on, she was kicked out by Part-Time Lover because she kept stealing from customers. Because I took care of her business in the past, she didn't steal my things, so I gave her a chance to work in the casino. She wasn't caught stealing during this period of time. She just tried to seduce me repeatedly, but I didn't agree. Times are different now, and I'm no longer interested in her. Then, one day, she bribed the security guards and secretly climbed into my bed, giving me a shock. After that, I left her with Alkin, who was the head of security under me at that time. He had always liked Berlin. She didn't reject him back then and was very happy to be with Alkin. After a while, about a month ago, 01 Kin made a very serious mistake at work. The casino suffered a huge loss, so I drove him away. Berlin also left with Alkin. Well, if you didn't mention the time, I really wouldn't have remembered. I think Berlin's previous stage name was Lily. After listening to Yu Lian's narration, Bobo frowned. You're lying. I'm telling the truth. Candy Baby can even testify for me. Yu Lian spread his hands. You've been deceived, stupid woman. That Berlin instigated you to come and die. Damn it, can't you use your brain and compare our words to see which is more reliable? Bobo replied expressionlessly, one is a casino owner, and the other is a female worker who lives under someone else's roof. Who do you think I'll believe? Yu Lian instantly went berserk when he heard this. You can ask anyone in Condor City about my reputation. I've done many bad things, but I never lie. Bobo was still very stubborn. No matter what Yu Lien said, she still hugged her backpack and did not move, as if she had become a statue. Yu Lien went through a lot of trouble to explain. In the end, he asked, "Can you trust me a little? Damn it, if it weren't for your special profession, you would already be inside Candy Baby's stomach." Bobo didn't say anything. "I trust him." At this moment, Matthew stood up. He stared at Bobo and spoke in a very gentle tone. "So you guys are in cahoots?" Bobo looked at Matthew warily. Matthew smiled and said, "Actually, the best way to find out the ins and outs of the matter is to confront her. Of course, I guess that Lady Lily is unwilling to come here. I have something to ask you. When Lady Lily told you about her life in Happy Casino, did she show you the scars on her body?" Bobo nodded her head heavily before adding, "I was furious when I saw the wounds on her body. I swore to avenge her." Matthew asked, "Are her injuries new or old?" Bobo was stunned. It seems to have both old and new. She told you herself that she was chased away a month ago. In a month's time, no matter how serious the external injuries are, they should have recovered, right? Moreover, you mentioned there were new injuries. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Chapter 133, Are you the soul of the rainforest? Matthew said calmly, "I can't guarantee that everything Mr. Yu Lien said is true, but Lady Lily obviously lied to you. She's using your sense of justice." Bobo's eyes flickered for the first time. She looked as if she had never expected things to turn out this way, and her expression was a little panicked. Although this emotion only lasted for a short time, Matthew still captured it. A very young arcana machinist with a sense of justice and is easily incited by others. She is stubborn, has a venomous tongue, and isn't easy to communicate with. However, her abilities seem to be extraordinary. He quickly labeled Bobo with all sorts of labels in his mind. At this moment, Bobo was clearly convinced. She blushed and was at a loss. However, she still hugged her backpack tightly and did not dare to let go. Matthew used his eyes to signal Yu Lien not to provoke her. Then, Matthew took a step forward. "What's wrong?" "Bobo, if you're willing to trust me, we can put down the bomb first and continue to discuss this matter calmly." Bobo blinked. Then Matthew heard her whisper, but things have already come to this. It would be very awkward if we don't blow something up." Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bobo hesitated on the spot for a while before finally stuffing the bomb into her backpack and slung it over her shoulder. "It seems that I've not given this matter too much thought. I'm sorry." Under Matthew and Yu Lien's helpless gazes, her apology was as soft as a mosquito. Prompt, you have successfully resolved an almost unavoidable conflict. You have obtained the essence of the domain of equilibrium, Harmony XIO. Element accumulation completed. You have obtained the opportunity to enter the equilibrium domain. Do you wish to enter? Deep in the rainforest. In a narrow valley. With a mournful wail, the green mountain-like monster finally fell at the entrance of the valley. The fall of dinosauruses shook the earth and mountains. But this time, no animals nearby were scared away. This was because this life and death battle related to the advancement ritual had already lasted for 9 days. After 9 days, Lumiere had finally taken down the dinosauruses. At this moment, he was lying on the neck of the dinosauruses, vomiting blood crazily. His injuries were severe, and he was on the verge of death. However, as long as dinosauruses died before him, everything would be different. Not long after, a bright light shone down from above, illuminating Lumiere's body like a searchlight. Lumi and Amp, Ree's heart wavered. He knew that this was the guiding light of the Black Banyan Dream Realm. He completed the hunting ritual. He was about to receive a blessing and officially advance to the 5th rank of the Child of the Rainforest. More importantly, he finally had the chance to meet the soul of the rainforest that he had been longing for. In the past, he had only heard about the soul of the rainforest from the elder who had completed the promotion ceremony. This was enough to make him yearn for it. And today was the day he met the soul of the rainforest. The light of guidance slowly disappeared. Lumiere felt a sense of euphoria. He was being lifted up by a gentle force. He felt like he was flying to heaven. After an unknown amount of time, Lumiere realized that his injuries had already healed. In front of him was a lush banyan forest. Under a huge banyan tree, Lumiere was pleasantly surprised to find a tall throne. He shifted his gaze from bottom to top uneasily. Suddenly, on the throne, he saw a small figure looking down from above. It was a little flying squirrel that had imitated a human's posture and was leaning forward with its limbs spread out. Lumiere was astonished. He gathered his courage and asked, may I ask, are you the soul of the rainforest? The little flying squirrel did not answer. It just stared at him coldly. Lumiere hesitated for a moment before he slowly knelt down. In the next moment, the majestic voice of the flying squirrel sounded in his ears, "You did well, and you deserve more rewards. But you are not qualified to see the soul of the rainforest yet. Unless you can complete another mission for the soul of the rainforest." Chapter 134, Chapter 134, I Miss You, Matthew. Chapter 134, I Miss You, Matthew. What do you need me to do? Lumiere asked immediately. The little flying squirrel's reaction was very cold. It was not in a hurry to tell Lumiere the contents of the mission. Instead, it gently raised its slender claws, and its movements were elegant and domineering. Let's first receive the power of the ritual. You have proven yourself to the rainforest. You deserve all this. As it spoke, the altar under the throne lit up with green light. Lumiere walked over, his heart surging. Balls of green light surged into his head, neck, chest, abdomen, and limbs. He felt his already strong muscles become even tighter. At the same time, new abilities surged into his mind one after another. The pleasure of being filled with energy and information flow could not be described in words. Lumiere could not help but raise his head and howl. 10 minutes later. Only then did he come back to his senses and muttered to himself in a hoarse voice. I see, I see. My path of legend has finally begun. It is both inside and outside the rainforest. Lumiere was excited, but his eyes were a little confused. He was still digesting the huge amount of information brought by the legendary path. Now, leave the rainforest and go to the Gold Coast in the south. Go to Quarter City and find a man named Matthew. The little flying squirrel's cold voice sounded at this moment. No matter what method you use, bring him into the rainforest and make him stay in the rainforest for as long as possible. Lumiere was stunned. Of course, he remembered Matthew's name. The battle with the dinosauruses a few days ago was unforgettable, but he did not forget the men who brought him good luck. He wanted to ask what the purpose of this mission was. However, the flying squirrel impatiently waved its claws. Remember, you only need to do what you're told to do. Don't ask about anything else. Lumiere frowned slightly. He thought for a while. In the end, he nodded gently. I understand. A strong light shone on Lumiere's body, and the latter's figure slowly disappeared from the black. Banyan's dream. A moment later, Suya expressionlessly appeared beside the throne. Upon seeing the appearance of the soul of the rainforest, the little flying squirrel did not get down from its throne. Instead, it looked at Suya excitedly. Lord Suya, how similar was the way I imitated you just now. Suya rarely praised him. You are quite interesting. Your imitation is not bad. But if it weren't for the fact that I was too lazy to see this guy who wasted almost 10 days of my time, I wouldn't have allowed you to sit here. Hey, haven't I seen you before? Are you that little flying squirrel who likes to brag no matter what happens? There were tears in the little flying squirrel's eyes. You finally remember me. Then he boldly suggested, why don't you go and rest? Leave this to me. I think I'm very talented in imitating the soul of the rainforest. Seeing this familiar smile, before Suya could even lift her foot, the little flying squirrel nimbly climbed down from the throne and stuck out its butt. Be gentle this time. Before it finished speaking, the little flying squirrel had already been kicked to the horizon. Happy Casino. In Yulien's office. Matthew's gaze quickly scanned the data panel. After a few seconds of silence, he chose, no. Harmony was only one of the elements in the domain of equilibrium. Although he had accidentally accumulated enough single elements in this way, Matthew wasn't prepared to use harmony to enter equilibrium. There were at least two drawbacks to entering the domain using a single element. First, the ability obtained after entering the first realm was highly related to that single element. Take Matthew, for example. The domain ability he could obtain was mostly related to resolving conflicts. The best-case scenario was to obtain the ability to improve his eloquence. This was not what Matthew wanted. Secondly, doing so would leave Matthew with the mark of harmony in the domain of equilibrium too early, which would affect his future development in the domain of equilibrium. Everyone knew that the first entry was very important. He needed to leave a good impression on the domain the first time he entered. It would be more convenient and smooth the next time he entered. Mr. Yu Lian, I didn't think it through. I'll go back and verify the situation with Lily. If it's really a misunderstanding, I'll apologize to you. I'll also compensate the money for the door. Bobo carried her backpack and came to his desk, whispering. Yu Lian's desk was very high. Matthew reckoned that from his angle, he could only see Bobo's helmet. For some reason, he wanted to laugh when he thought of this scene. Yu Lian looked very serious. There's no need for compensation, Miss Machinist. As long as you agree to remove the bomb installed in the casino immediately, we can forget about this matter. Bobo tried to stand on her tiptoes, trying to look at Yu Lian, who was sitting on the chair. Matthew thoughtfully handed her a chair from the side. She thanked him softly and stood on it. This time, her aura increased quite a bit. I will pay for what I have damaged. If you are worried about those non-existent bombs, please rest assured that I only brought one bomb today. It is in my backpack. What I said just now was to scare you. Bobo said seriously. Really? Yu Lian had a look of disbelief. Will an arcane machinist really bring one bomb with them? Bobo crossed her arms and said condescendingly. I knew it. People don't know much about the arcane machinists, and it will always lead to misunderstandings. Do you think that we're just a bunch of people who only know how to create explosions? Chapter 135, Chapter 135, I miss you, Matthew. Chapter 135, I miss you, Matthew. Yu Lian spread his hands and lit another cigar for himself. Bobo looked at Matthew. Matthew shrugged. My knowledge is shallow, and I know very little about the arcane machinists. However, my impression is that machinists are indeed highly related to the various explosions. Matthew was actually quite tactful. In the literature books he had read, the arcane machinists were usually described as walking bomb depots. There's no guarantee that their armor or weapons won't explode. This was the most frequently quoted summary of the impression of the arcane machinists. Preconceptions, those are all prejudices. Bobo tried to explain, we often do good things. A few years ago, the cloud elves and the sky giants fought over a ruin on the clouds. It quickly became a tug-of-war, and both sides suffered countless casualties. Because these two races were our neighbors. Whether it was Cloud Edge City, where the cloud elves lived, or the Heavenly Island, where the sky giants lived, they were both located in the same sky as the headquarters of the arcane machinists, the Cyber Dragon. Well, Cyber Dragon is a great floating city. If you haven't heard of it, you should go and study geography. All in all, the battle between the two neighbors had the arcane machinists on the cyborgs worried. We began to wonder if we could stop the war in our own way. We did manage to do that. We found an opportunity to blow up the cause of the dispute between the two sides, the ruins on the clouds that were said to have been left behind from the beginning of the Enlightenment era. We blew it up completely, turning it into ashes without leaving any dust behind. After this incident, the cloud elves and the sky giant no longer fought each other. Look, we arcane machinists can still do some good things. Behind the desk, Yu Lian silently smoked his cigar, his hands trembling. Matthew also rubbed his temples. What about the relationship between the Cyber Dragon, Cloud Edge City, and Heavenly Island? Bobo looked at him matter-of-factly. Of course, it has become very bad. We have no choice but to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the big picture. Fortunately, it didn't matter if they didn't like us. Even if the Cloud Elves and Sky Giants joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Cyber Dragon. After all, we only do good things occasionally. Our real specialty is still making bombs. Even Matthew fell silent. Bobo, on the other hand, looked as though she had just declared her victory. Like a proud rooster, she jumped down from the chair happily. "I'll go now and ask Lily." "Wait." Yulien stopped her. "Leave with him later. I will arrange for you to leave from the back door." As he spoke, he gestured for the lackey outside to temporarily cover the door with something. Then, he took the letter from the table and opened it to read. This time, Bobo did not object. She brought a small stool from the side and sat down obediently. 2 minutes later. Yulien raised his eyebrows and looked at Matthew. "So you're here to find the art of equilibrium?" Matthew nodded, his eyes firm. However, he did not have high expectations. After leaving the island, Matthew regarded Quarter City as his last stop in the south. If he couldn't find the inheritance of the art of equilibrium here, he planned to find a few unfamiliar undead and have a night of the undead until he got drunk. Unexpectedly, Yulien said very easily, "I do know where the art of equilibrium can be inherited. This information is supposed to be charged, but since you've helped me today, I'll tell you for free. To be honest, you're really lucky. When I sold this information to a grave robber, I received a total of 1,000 gold coins." Grave robbers? Matthew was puzzled. That's right. The last inheritance of the art of equilibrium is in the underwater tomb of the Bright Sandalwood King. The tomb raiders on the Gold Coast have long been restless about this. They tried to rob the Bright Sandalwood King's tomb several times but failed. Later, for some reason, they actually found me. I told them a path leading to the underwater tomb. Yulien flicked his cigar as if he were describing a very successful business deal. Matthew's heart sank. As expected, someone had opened the tomb of the Bright Sandalwood King already. Otherwise, he would not have found that gravestone on the beach of the island. "Sir, you are also a member of the Sioux. The Sioux have always valued burial graves, right? Isn't Bright Sandalwood King your ancestor?" He looked at Yulien in confusion. Hearing this, Yulien could not help but laugh. "Ancestor? I don't care. I heard that they had accumulated a lot of family property, but they didn't leave any for me. I came out to make a living before I was 13 years old. I relied on myself to get to where I am today. My grandfather might have taught me some self-defense techniques, but I don't understand his art of equilibrium at all. In short, I started from scratch. I have no other relationship with the Sioux apart from blood. I don't agree with their philosophy either." Yulien had already said so. Matthew naturally did not say anything more. He only asked about the location of the underwater tomb and the way to enter. Yulien said, "Bright Sandalwood King's underwater tomb is extremely grand and huge. It is located in a half-plane and has only 2 entrances to the outside world. What I pointed out to the grave robbers was actually a dead end. As for you, you have the mark of the Sioux on your body. I believe that you have been to the island and even observed the Lantern Festival there. You are still alive and kicking, which means that you do have the potential to become an envoy of equilibrium." Chapter 136, Chapter 136, I Miss You, Matthew. Chapter 136, I Miss You, Matthew. Remember, after you leave Condor City, head northeast and enter the rainforest. Follow a small river with light blue gravel at the bottom of the river and swim upstream along the river bank. After about 2 days of walking, you will find a lake. The lake is called Dalong Lake. At the center of the lake, 1,400 meters below the surface of the lake, one would be able to find the path of life that led to the Bright Sandalwood King's tomb. Of course, I have to remind you that the journey will not be easy. There are many monsters living nearby. Even the ferocious beasts in the rainforest are afraid of them. It is said that there are also lightning dragons in the center of the lake. Anyway, I have never been there, so I don't know. You can only rely on yourself. Dalong Lake. The scene of Lumiere hunting a plesiosaur by the lake immediately appeared in Matthew's mind. At that time, he felt that this lake was a little mysterious. So the Dalong Lake is related to the Bright Sandalwood King's tomb. No wonder the ecology there is unique. Even the soul of the rainforest can't do anything to it. Matthew's mind suddenly became clear. If you want to explore the tomb at the bottom of the lake, it's best to go early. It's been an eventful autumn recently, and even the city of Condor is a little restless. Yulien reminded. Troubled times. Matthew used his gaze to signal for the other party to explain in more detail. Yu Lian was straightforward. The Golden Sacred Lord intends to unify the South Bank. Many merchants and castellans from small cities have come to the north to seek refuge. A large number of them have come to Condor City. The more people seek refuge, the more people will take advantage of the situation. Who knows how chaotic the security of Condor City will be in the next few months. Actually, the North Bank isn't peaceful either. The Sandstorm bandits are fighting internally, and they're assassinating people outside the city every day. The worst thing is that these stupid bandits often make mistakes in their assassination targets. I've already lost quite a few customers to them. There was also a group of cultists who used the Order of Calamity's name to spread the faith of Yurkus in the city. They seemed to be the most well-behaved of them all. And even gave bread to those who took refuge when they preached. However, based on my experience, these people were the most difficult to deal with. I even suspected that the grave robber who had asked me for information was working for them. If you encounter them in the wild, you have to be careful. Of course, these are not the worst. Most importantly, listen to my advice and don't go out to sea for the time being. Don't even go near the coastline. Matthew was surprised at Yu Lian's generosity in sharing this information. However, he was quickly attracted by the last sentence of the other party. Why? Yu Lian cursed and then said as if nothing had happened, there was a bard who came out of nowhere and was taken away by a group of Nagas. When he met the Naga queen, she took a liking to him. Therefore, he stayed in the Aru ruins, which is the most prosperous city of the Naga tribe. The Naga queen's palace is also there. In the end, this person had only entered the palace for a few days before, causing a huge commotion. The news I heard was that not only did he sleep with the Naga queen, but he also slept with her 3 daughters, her mother, and even the Naga general who guarded the palace. Although those cold-blooded Nagas were extremely abnormal, they valued the loyalty of their partners. There was a rumor that the Naga queen had even wanted to make him a prince. Now, the mother and daughters had turned against each other, and the Naga tribe had fallen into a civil war. Moreover, they fought from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. Whether it was the Naga queen, the general who led the troops, or the other princesses, their tempers were not good. After suffering a loss from their own people, they naturally had to vent their anger on others first. The atmosphere in the Aruni Sea had been very tense for the past 2 days, and this was the root of it. The most ridiculous thing about this matter was that after the bard with a rotten crotch caused this trouble in the Naga palace, he disappeared without a trace. No one had heard of him falling into anyone's hands. Hearing Yu Lian's complaints, Matthew's expression gradually became subtle. A bard in the Naga royal palace. Why did this sound so familiar? It's indeed ridiculous. Matthew didn't reveal that he knew Lorraine. He only thanked Yu Lian for his reminder. The two of them chatted for a while more. After confirming some details about the underwater tomb, Matthew said goodbye. Bobo, who was sitting on the bench, immediately stood up. Yu Lian called for a lackey to lead them out through the secret door behind the office. After a while, the body of the Cerberus lying in the corridor slowly changed. From a terrifying monster, she turned into a tall and lovely girl with dark red skin and a slender tail on her back. The girl was wearing a leather jacket, looking sexy and hot. If Matthew were present, he would immediately be able to tell that this was a tiefling. Why didn't you take care of them, Yu Lian? This doesn't suit your personality. The girl took off the collar around her neck and obediently wrapped herself around Yu Lian's body. However, the latter did not dare to move. He looked straight ahead as if he had become a gentleman. I run a casino, and I'm not an assassin. Besides, those 2 people are not to be trifled with. Never mind the arcane machinist who will explode at any time, but that Necromancer is a practitioner of the art of equilibrium. It's okay if you don't understand what this means, but you have to remember that those who can trigger the domain of equilibrium are all freaks. Yu Lian looked a little tired. Is this the reason why you sent away the troublemakers respectfully and shared the information with them for free? Chapter 137, Chapter 137, I miss you, Matthew. Chapter 137, I miss you, Matthew. The girl gently licked Yu Lian's earlobe. I almost don't recognize you anymore. Yu Lian forced a smile. Sometimes we have to endure some losses. If this information can quickly send these 2 gods of plague away, I'm willing to say more. We'll grab a dwarf among the slaves and kill him. That way, no one will doubt Happy Casino's strength. Hiss, Dolores, don't touch that, ugh. The tiefling giggled. Don't be so guarded against me. I'm just here to remind you of your current identity. You spoke so passionately just now that even I almost believed that you started from scratch. Yulian immediately revealed a flattering expression. That was just an excuse to fool them. I know very well that I'm just a dog in purgatory. Purgatory. Dolores raised her eyebrows. No, I'm only the mother of all laws, Swanna's dog. Yulian hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. It's good that you know. Dolores giggled as she used her small hand to brush every inch of Yulian's skin. I really don't have any ill intentions. I'm just afraid that you'll remember something you shouldn't remember after meeting that necromancer. Yulian looked at the huge sea map hanging on the side of the office with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. What is it? Do you miss the Sioux? Don't worry, Dolores. I'm no longer one. In the alley outside the secret passage, Matthew slowly retracted his gaze. He only relaxed a little when he successfully walked out of the alley. Is this your first time dealing with an arcane machinist? They wouldn't dare to make a move against us. Bobo was very confident about this. They always think that we will explode when they touch us, but in fact, we won't. Matthew didn't believe her. She could not help but stop and look up. Touch my helmet if you don't believe me. Matthew hesitated for a moment and deliberately reached out his left hand to touch it. Thrust. Immediately, a blue-white electric current rushed up, causing Matthew's fair and clean left hand to tremble. The tips of his index finger and middle finger, which were the first to come into contact with the electric current, had charred black spots appear. Hiss. Matthew retracted his hand at lightning speed and looked at Bobo in shock. The latter raised her helmet with both hands in confusion. Is there an electrical leakage somewhere? Why don't I feel anything? Oh, here. As she spoke, she gently adjusted the angle of her helmet and then said to Matthew. It's done. Touch it again. Don't worry. You won't get an electric shock this time. But it could explode, right? Matthew complained in his heart. Bobo's gaze was very eager, so he could only change the topic. So, are you going to look for Lily now? Do you need my help? Bobo was indeed attracted. No need, I can go alone. I still owe you a favor this time. Next time. Forget it. I heard your conversation just now. Are you going to rob the tomb at the bottom of the sea next? Matthew immediately shook his head and said. No, I'm not a tomb raider. I'm just chasing after knowledge. Bobo put on a fake smile. There's no need to hide it. I understand. Necromancers robbing tombs are very common. Matthew tried his best to deny it. Although I'm a necromancer, I really don't rob tombs. This time, I'm just looking for an opportunity to advance. Bobo nodded. It doesn't matter. I'll accompany you on this trip. Then, we won't owe each other anything. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Arcane machinists are very powerful. You should know that even the cloud elves and sky giants combined can't defeat the cyber dragon. Matthew thought for a moment and agreed. He was mainly interested in Bobo's equipment. He wanted to know what it looked like after it was taken off. As for the abilities of the arcane machinists themselves, he was a little afraid. He said solemnly. You have to promise me that you won't blow up the tomb. Bobo sneered and stomped her feet. I knew you wouldn't trust me. But I promise you that I won't blow up the tomb. Are you satisfied now? Matthew heard this and reached out to touch Bobo's helmet in satisfaction. It didn't feel cold and hard like a normal helmet. Instead, it felt soft and silky. When her helmet was touched, Bobo seemed to have turned into a robot whose power had been turned off. She suddenly stood there without saying a word. Let's go. After a long time, Matthew withdrew his left hand and said. Where to? Bobo asked in a muffled voice. We're going to find Lily. Don't worry, I won't interfere with you. At most, you'll just watch the show outside. Matthew said. 40 minutes later. In the commoner district of Condor City, at the entrance of a small building with a courtyard. Bobo carried her backpack and hopped out from inside. "How is it?" Matthew asked. "I interrogated Lily according to your story, and she cried and told me everything. Yulien didn't lie. The injuries on her body were left behind by the former security captain, Alkin. After 01 Kin lost his job, he drank every day and hit people when he was drunk. Lily was beaten up badly. Later on, 01 Kin found out that Lily was an outer member of the Hua sisters and had evil ideas. I happened to pass by this city, and Lily lied to me under Alkin's instigation. We Hua sisters stand up for each other. They plan to use me to get rid of Yulien. That's probably what happened." Bobo calmly recounted what had happened in the room. "So, how do you plan to deal with them?" Matthew and she walked side by side, their backs facing the small building as they left the commoner district. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, I Miss You, Matthew. Chapter 138, I Miss You, Matthew. I'll deal with them the way I originally planned to deal with Yulien. The Hua sisters can't allow such bad people to exist. Bobo lifted her chin slightly and said coolly. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from behind the two of them. Matthew turned around and saw a bright fire dragon leaping out of the small building. In an instant, the small building turned into ruins. Countless passers-by swarmed over and pointed at it. Matthew turned around, only to find that Bobo had not turned back at all. At this moment, she had already skipped far away. "Hurry up, mage. I'm sleepy and hungry now. I need to go back and rest. The food in the Eagle Horn Inn is the best, and it won't disappoint you." Matthew smiled and quickly followed. 40 minutes later. In a room on the 3rd floor of the Eagle Horn Inn. Bobo sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Matthew expressionlessly. "Let me make it clear in advance that I don't take off my armor when I sleep. So you'd better not have any bad thoughts." Matthew was also a little helpless. Today was his first day in Condor City, so he went to look for Yulien before he could book a hotel. After walking around the commoner district, he was told that the Eagle Horn Inn was full when he returned. Not only that, Matthew went to 6 hotels nearby and found that they were all full. This meant that the information that Yulien had mentioned about many merchants coming to Condor City to take refuge was true. Seeing that Matthew had nowhere else to stay, Bobo offered her room. However, after they entered the room, the happy atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became awkward. Matthew did not explain too much. He took out the defensive psalm and opened Mordenkainen's private room in the corner of the room. This spell lasted for 12 hours, so it could be used not only for protection but also for accommodation. The only restriction was that the singularity had to be in a safe place. If he cast it in the wild or in an alley, a stray dog could destroy it, and it would be very sad. Rest. I'll go buy some underwater breathing potions tomorrow morning. And then we'll head to the rainforest. Matthew said as he stepped into the secret chamber. The arcane machinist Hezide the BPD helmed GNFTLV and began TN Gentlevwine her armor. Late at night. A figure was rapidly approaching the city of Condor. As he approached the city wall, he leapt over the nearly 10-meter-high wall. After landing, the men sniffed the air and rushed towards the urban area. Not long after, he arrived outside the Eagle Horn Inn. Found it. The last scent is here, on the 3rd floor. That room. Lumiere gazed excitedly at the dark windows of the 3rd floor. In the next moment, without thinking, he jumped to the 3rd floor of the hotel. His movement technique was very agile. He walked between the windowsill and the tiles and soon arrived in front of the window he wanted. Lumiere pushed open the window decisively and entered. However, just as his feet touched the floor of the room, a fierce fist came from the side. Thankfully, Lumiere's perception and agility were both astonishing. He immediately did a side roll and dodged the heavy punch that was emitting lightning. Flames lit up. He saw a short man in heavy armor glaring at him. The other party's right glove was emitting blue lightning at this moment as if it was going to attack him at any time. "Wait. I'm not a bad person," Lumiere explained hastily. Bobo scolded fiercely, "Climbing through someone else's window in the middle of the night, and you say you're not a bad person." As she spoke, she was about to punch. Lumiere immediately shouted. Matthew. I smelled Matthew. I'm here for him. Buzz. 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 The lightning that was about to explode suddenly retracted. Bobo looked suspiciously at Lumiere. Smelled him. At this moment, Matthew, who was awakened by the alarm spell, finally walked out of his private room. What happened? When he saw the face of the uninvited guest, he could not help but be a little surprised. Why are you here, Lumiere? Lumiere looked at Matthew with delight. He was about to say something when he suddenly froze. Because he realized that he didn't know what to say. After receiving the mission from the little flying squirrel, Lumiere ran all the way south, not daring to rest for a moment. It was the first time he had stopped to think about how to tell Matthew why he was there. Lumiere was very conflicted. He had grown up in the rainforest and was not familiar with the rules of the outside world, so he was not good at lying. He couldn't possibly say that the soul of the rainforest wanted him to invite him back, right? This would not only hurt the reputation of the soul of the rainforest, but Lumiere would also feel embarrassed. Thus, he fell into deep thought. Have you advanced? This is something worth celebrating. Matthew noticed the change in Lumiere's body and congratulated him. But you came to look for me so late at night. Did something happen? Lumiere seemed to hesitate in the face of Matthew's question. His forehead began to sweat, and his heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Seeing this scene, Bobo's boxing gloves began to emit blue light again. Do you know him? I don't think he's a good person. Look, he doesn't even dare to reply to you. Matthew was also a little puzzled. Lumiere. Lumiere was so anxious that he was dizzy. He looked at Matthew in a daze and suddenly said, I miss you, Matthew. In the room. The blue light from the boxing gloves reflected Matthew's shocked face. Bobo's face turned blank. Then, she looked back and forth between the two of them with a strange gaze. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Can I touch your thing? Chapter 139, Can I touch your thing? In a not-so-spacious hotel room. As soon as he said that, Lumiere began to regret it. He was just unreasonable, not ignorant of the world. Hence, he hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. I just don't know how to express myself in the common language. Don't misunderstand. As he spoke, he even spoke a few words in the native language. In short, Matthew is not my partner. Madam, you can rest assured. Lumiere emphasized to Bobo. In his opinion, the two of them must have a deep relationship if they stay in the same room at night. Bobo's eyes lit up when he heard that. You can tell that I'm a lady. Seeing that the topic had changed, Lumiere immediately chuckled and said, That's obvious. Bobo puffed out her chest proudly and looked at Matthew. Look, it's not my problem that someone's eyesight is bad. There are still many people in this world who can distinguish the truth. Matthew smiled bitterly. His perception was actually quite sharp, but it was naturally incomparable to a Tier 5 big shot like Lumiere. He exchanged a few more pleasantries with Lumiere. As he spoke, Lumiere had an idea. He expressed that he had traveled for a day and was hungry. He hoped that the two of them could get him something to eat. Matthew saw that it was dark and Lumiere probably wouldn't be able to find another place to stay for a while, so he looked at Bobo with a questioning gaze. Bobo's impression of Lumiere had greatly changed because he could accurately identify her feminine characteristics. She nodded coolly at Matthew. The next moment, Matthew smiled and led Lumiere into his private room. After the two of them entered, they did not come out for a long time. Only Bobo, who had been woken up in the middle of the night and had lost her sleepiness, was left. Bored, she could only wipe her armor again. The next morning, Matthew calmly walked into a magic supply store in the North Trade District. He wanted to replenish some supplies for the trip to the DeLong Lake, and the most important one was the underwater breathing potion. After the user drank this potion, 2 pairs of cheeks would form on the skin on both sides of the neck, thus gaining the ability to breathe freely underwater. Underwater breathing potion was a potion that was widely used. Although the production habits and processes were different in different places, the effects were often similar. Matthew wasn't worried about not being able to buy good potions, but he was worried that the price would be too expensive. The funds he had on hand were far from enough to squander at will. However, when Matthew walked around the shop called Desert Light, he almost couldn't suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. He came to the counter and asked calmly, "How much is the underwater breathing potion?" The shop owner was a hobgoblin wearing pince-nez glasses and knitting a sweater. She was much taller than ordinary goblins, but she was still only about 2/3 the size of a human. When she heard Matthew's question, she immediately put down the woolen rack and gently introduced, 12 gold coins per stack. The price is marked clearly. Her common language was very standard. Other than her appearance, she did not seem to be any different from a human female. Matthew pretended to ask casually, 12 gold coins. Why is it at this price? The female goblin slowly replied. Is the customer finding it expensive? This was already the result of a discount. Underwater breathing potions had always had a stable market, not to mention that they were made by the deep-sea Naga, and their quality was trustworthy. To tell you the truth, this potion was originally going to increase in price. Previously, the Nagas had always felt that they were selling it too cheaply, but as soon as they raised the idea of increasing the price, internal strife broke out among themselves. It was said that it was due to a great bard. The magic craftsmen of the Naga tribe were also divided into several factions. There was no way to raise the price. And in order to seize the market, our shop even lowered some prices yesterday. If you want to buy more, I can give you a discount. The discount is not much. It's just to express our gratitude for your support of the Eternal Night Tribe. Matthew took a bottle of underwater breathing potion from the shelf and found that the label of Eternal Tribe was indeed pasted on its back. At this moment, his heart was suddenly enlightened. No wonder they're selling so cheaply. It turns out that foreign products have flooded into the market. The original monopoly of mages and a small number of alchemists has been destroyed. Not only are the Naga products cheap and effective, but the local mages probably won't be able to compete with their prices anymore. Also, why do I hear news of Lorraine everywhere I go? Matthew found it funny. He calculated in his mind for a while, and then, with a wave of his hand, he bought 20 sets of underwater breathing potions and 10 sets of the more powerful Frogman potion, which cost 18 gold coins. In this way, he only had around 100 gold coins left. However, Matthew did not panic at all. They only needed to transport this batch of potions to a big city near Rolling Stone Town, Bayan City, Jade Court, Jiliu City. LT could be sold anywhere for more than 8 times the price. This profit margin was over the top. Matthew wished he could build a teleportation gate in Condor City and travel back and forth every day. However, this was obviously unrealistic. The cost of ultra-long-distance teleportation could easily wipe out the profits of running a business. The idea of running a business seemed to only exist in fantasy. Wait, it's not entirely impossible. I can find a safe spot in the wilderness and build a shrine for the goddess of moonlight. Matthew pondered over a feasible plan. In his opinion, the Moonlight Woodlands was actually a very promising route for long-distance cargo transportation. Chapter 140, Can I Touch Your Thing? Chapter 140, Can I Touch Your Thing? It was a pity that the southernmost part of the area covered by Ash's divine power had not reached Marsh City yet. A high-level blessed creature like Ella could return to the Moonlight Woodlands under the moonlight from any location in the prime material plane, but that didn't mean that she could return at will. Without a shrine or altar as an anchor point, returning to the Moonlight Woodlands under the moonlight was destined to be a one-way ticket. Matthew seriously considered the feasibility of building a shrine in Condor City. The geographical location of Condor City was actually very advantageous. It was the central section of the north shore of the Gold Coast. Whether it was on the sea or on land, the flow of people was very large. At the same time, it was located in the middle of the 4 terrains. To the north were the mountains. The mountains were Mount El Goxiang and the Millennium Mountain Range. The latter was a natural barrier that stretched for nearly 1,000 miles, dividing the vast land in the south into 2 parts. The Millennium Mountains were a dangerous place that many high-level adventurers hated. In addition to the terrifying and dangerous terrain, the mountains were also unevenly distributed with the habitat of eagle men, air elementals, mountain giants, green-footed dragon snakes, salamander men, specters, and red-robed monsters. It was said that there were also traces of liches and twilight creatures. In short, it was very dangerous. To the south was the sea, and the sea was the Aruni Sea. The port of Condor City was very large, and it was very suitable for doing business with the Naga, the overlord of the deep sea. To the east was the rainforest, the Django world. To the west was the endless poplar desert, where there were many oases. These oases fed 99% of the desert population. The merchants of Condor City were willing to go to the oases to do business, but later, someone claimed that there was an adult blue dragon living in the poplar desert who liked to rob people. Gradually, the trade route that traversed the desert and connected to the oasis became deserted. There was no need to mention the main road that ran from east to west along the coastline. The geographical superiority of Condor City was obvious. When Ella comes back from her long break in the moonlight woodlands, I'll ask her about the method of building an altar. Matthew secretly made up his mind. His thoughts were set. While the hobgoblin lady boss was packing the goods, Matthew casually asked, "Are you knitting sweaters for your family?" However, the weather in Condor City was so hot. Who would wear a sweater here? The other party smiled and replied, "My son, Quint, is the vanguard of the Black Dragon Lord in the extreme Frost City in the north. I haven't seen him for many years. This year, I received a letter from him saying that he has a child. My husband and I plan to save some money so that we can visit them. I knitted this sweater for my grandson, whom I haven't met yet. For this reason, I specially learned some exquisite skills from the Sioux people next door." Matthew took the packaged box. After confirming that there was no mistake, he said goodbye to the lady boss and left. It could be seen that the hobgoblins had lived in human society for a long time and had basically been assimilated. They also cherished the things that humans cherished, and the customs of humans gradually became their customs. When dealing with them, one could indeed ignore their race to a certain extent. They left the shop. Lumi and Amp followed at once. Lumiere had been thinking of an excuse since last night. Now, his thoughts were finally clear. He decided to stay by Matthew's side first. After gaining his trust, he would think of a way to lure him back to the rainforest without disturbing him. So he said to Matthew, "Ever since I advanced, my path of legend has been opened. My instincts told me that it was outside the rainforest, so I left the rainforest. It's just that I'm too unfamiliar with the outside world. Coincidentally, your scent left a deep impression on me, so I unknowingly came over to find you. I actually didn't know what to do next. I was full of curiosity and fear towards the outside world. Perhaps this was the adaptation period for me. Matthew, if it's possible, can I stay by your side during this time? Don't worry, I won't freeload. I'm very capable. I'll do anything you want." Matthew looked regretful after hearing this. "So that's how it is. Lumiere, I'm happy to help you. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to travel with you for the time being." Lumiere asked in shock, "Why?" Matthew said regretfully, "Because I'm about to enter the rainforest, and your legendary path is outside the rainforest. I'm afraid we'll have to go our separate ways." He then walked towards the hotel. Lumiere was left alone, dumbfounded. Back in the guest room, Matthew smelled a burning smell. He looked down and saw Shorty sitting on the floor, playing with a brick meticulously. "Where did you get the brick?" Matthew asked curiously. It's best not to distract an arcane machinist when they are injecting the item so as to avoid creating an explosion tragedy. Bobo didn't even raise her head, and her tone was icy cold. After a while, Matthew saw that the brick began to emit red light crazily. His eyelids twitched, and he was about to retreat. Fortunately, the red light disappeared in an instant, but there was an additional irritable smell inside the brick. Hint, your machinist partner Bobo has successfully created a brick bomb. Matthew's expression changed. "Are you making a bomb?" Bobo snorted softly, "What do you think? I can't possibly go out on an adventure with a bomb on my back. That would be too insecure. How can an arcane machinist go out so perfunctorily?" Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Can I touch your thing? Chapter 141, Can I touch your thing? Matthew said in a deep voice, "You promised me that you wouldn't blow up the tomb." Bobo looked at him in confusion. "Yes. But what about the outer area and the blind monsters inside the tomb? Can't I use bombs?" Matthew rubbed his temples. He suddenly understood Yulien's headache yesterday. It's not that bombs can't be used, but there aren't that many occasions where they can be used. As if he was coaxing a child, he said gently. My summons and spells are enough to deal with most situations. Moreover, we have strong reinforcements. Although the man you saw yesterday's behavior was a little strange, he's actually not bad and is very strong. Just take this brick with you. There's no need to make more. Upon hearing this, Bobo's expression did not change. However, two antennae suddenly stood on both sides of her helmet, and the top of the antennae flickered with a faint red light. What is the meaning of this? Matthew stared at the antenna. It means I'm very happy. Bobo replied coldly. Immediately, her voice was a little shy. If you can promise me one thing, I can turn the red light that symbolizes happiness into an even happier yellow light. Matthew asked, what is it? Can I touch you? Bobo raised her head and widened her eyes, which were filled with desire. She pointed at Matthew's right hand and said, it's this glove. I can feel the wondrous power it gives off. It has a terrifying power that can destroy everything, but it also makes me excited. Let me touch it, and I won't argue with you. Matthew realized that the negative energy emitted by the hand of paleness had corroded part of the glove. In the eyes of the arcane machinists, anything could be injected. Item injection was their most basic professional ability. Each item would produce a different reaction after being injected. Of course, the most common reaction would be an explosion. If Bobo had wanted an ordinary item, it would have been fine, but this glove was a first-class dangerous item. Matthew shook his head and refused. Sorry, this glove concerns my privacy. I can't give it to you. Bobo's little face immediately fell, and the red light on the antenna became even more dazzling. Seeing this, Matthew quickly took out a biscuit from his bag and handed it over. Why don't you try this? Bobo looked at Biscuit with disdain, but she still took it. She placed the biscuit in her palm. After a slight arcane wave, the biscuit emitted a blue light. Hint, your machinist partner Bobo has injected the biscuit. Bobo has successfully created a magic biscuit, after consumption, instantly recovers 20% of mana. The mana standard is taken from the average value of a Tier 3 mage. Cookie that instantly recovered mana. Matthew was stunned. Bobo placed the biscuit in her palm and asked Matthew expressionlessly, do you want it? Matthew nodded. Gotcha. She quickly stuffed the biscuit into her mouth and chewed it in large mouthfuls. She even provoked him vaguely, and it's gone. Matthew was stunned at first, but then he smiled helplessly. Hint, you have seen through Bobo's cantrip, crossing the heavens. You have discovered that Bobo has hidden the real magic biscuit in her palm. Matthew didn't ask for the biscuit. He knew that although Bobo's way of thinking was unique, she wasn't someone who couldn't be communicated with. If there were a situation that needed the biscuit, she would definitely be willing to take it out. The two of them prepared for a while. Lumiere arrived late. He looked for Matthew with a conflicted expression. Matthew, I think I might have remembered wrongly. My legend path seems to be in the rainforest. Matthew, who had long noticed Lumiere's various abnormalities, went straight to the point. Did the soul of the rainforest send you to find me? Lumiere was shocked, but he soon said with relief. You guessed it yourself, so you can't blame me, right? It was indeed a mission given by the soul of the rainforest. I couldn't understand it either. Then, he described the mission he received from the flying squirrel in detail. Matthew smiled after listening. It's okay. Just stay by my side. No matter what the soul of the rainforest was planning. Now that Matthew was about to go to the dangerous Dalong Lake to rob a tomb. To seek an opportunity to advance, how could he not accept a Tier 5 blow darter who had delivered himself to his doorstep? After lunch, the three of them left Condor City and headed towards the rainforest. When they left Condor City, they also encountered a few ruffians with unfriendly expressions. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, they were sent flying by Bobo's lightning gloves. At that time, many people had seen this scene. Therefore, the rest of the journey became very comfortable. Nothing happened until they entered the rainforest. After entering the rainforest, it was even safer. Lumiere was a true child of the rainforest, and Suya's joy had not expired yet. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. This gave Bobo the illusion that this rainforest was quite safe. A day and a half later, the group arrived at the Dalong Lake. However, before he could get close, Lumiere said solemnly, "There's the sound of fighting." The three of them walked forward quietly. Not long after, they discovered two groups of people fighting by the Dalong Lake. There were 40 to 50 of them, and they were all of high levels. They didn't look like good people. It's the Sandstorm Bandits and the Order of Calamity. Among the three of them, Bobo was the one with the most information. She excitedly took out the big bomb from her backpack. "What do you think? Shall we break up the fight?" Matthew shook his head. He brought the two of them around the main battlefield where the two sides were fighting and approached the Dalong Lake from another angle. Then, he took out 3 frogman potions and signaled for them to enter the water. Lumiere and Matthew had both taken the potion. Very soon, gills grew out of their necks, and their leg strength was greatly enhanced. In the water, they only needed to kick lightly, and they would be able to jump far away. Only Bobo refused to take the medicine. She hopped to the shore and jumped. With a bang, she sank into the water like an iron lump. Matthew and Lumiere quickly followed. After entering the water, the two of them got used to it for a while before they realized that they had lost track of Bobo. A moment later, a strong current suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the water. Matthew focused his eyes. A layer of glass had appeared on Bobo's helmet. Her pair of heavy steel boots were currently puffing backwards. She hooked her finger at Matthew and dove down. The two quickly followed. However, the gap between the two sides was widening. The swimming speed provided by the Frogman potion was already amazing. However, Bobo was like a high-speed torpedo in the water. In the end, probably because she felt that the two of them were swimming too slowly, Bobo floated up from the bottom of the water again. Then, she grabbed the clothes around the necks of the two men and suddenly sank down. A few minutes later, they arrived at the bottom of the Dalong Lake. From afar, Matthew saw a huge statue. The bottom of the statue was covered by a large amount of white sand, and the top was covered with water grass. The statue held a sword in its left hand and a talisman in its right hand. Its facial features matched the image of the Sioux. Hint: you have discovered the Bright Sandalwood King's underwater statue. Knowledge, Giant/Sioux Clan, +10. Beauty +10. This is the place. There's no mistake. Matthew walked around the statue 3 times and successfully found a secret door at the base. He took out the defensive psalm and activated the spell recorded on it to crack the secret door. It was beyond his expectations. The secret door was instantly unlocked. The three of them looked at each other, and Matthew was the first to walk in. After passing through the secret door, the wet feeling and the heavy water pressure instantly disappeared. In front of Matthew was a huge underground square. There was a stone tablet in the center of the square that was filled with dense tadpole characters. Behind the stone tablet were a dozen smaller stones that were engraved with carvings. Matthew walked over and subconsciously placed his hand on the stone tablet. A surge of information rushed into his mind. Hint: you have received the inheritance of the art of equilibrium. Do you wish to continue? Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Spell Harmonization. Chapter 142, Spell Harmonization. The inheritance had already been activated, so how could it be interrupted? Matthew chose to continue. More information flooded into his mind. He stood in front of the stone tablet with his eyes closed and beads of sweat on his forehead. Black and white images flashed before Matthew's eyes. Within a few breaths, not only did he successfully receive the inheritance of the Equilibrium Envoy, but he also learned part of the story of the first Equilibrium Envoy of the Sioux Clan, Bright Sandalwood King. Matthew slowly opened his eyes. The tadpole-like characters on the steel twisted quickly and evaporated in a short while. It was the same for the dozen or so pictures behind the stone tablet. Matthew turned around and asked bitterly, "After you came in, did you see anything on the stone steels and stones?" Bobo shook her head silently. Lumiere looked at the stone tablet curiously. "Isn't this always blank?" Matthew nodded in his heart. This proved that his guess about the stone tablet was correct. Only those who had the potential to become the envoy of equilibrium would see the tadpole characters and those patterns. This required at least 2 conditions. First, and most importantly, the mark of the Sioux. Secondly, the person who came into contact with the stone tablet had to have at least 2 legendary paths or 2 particularly powerful powers. This should be a necessary condition to activate the inheritance of the Envoy of Equilibrium. As long as he passed this threshold, it would be very easy to accept the inheritance. For example, Matthew did not understand the content of the tadpole language at all, but he could still easily understand the information that was poured into his mind. It was probably because the person who left behind the inheritance had considered that the birth of the Envoy of Equilibrium was not easy. Therefore, they made it more convenient. Matthew, who had gone all the way to the south, finally got what he wanted. But there was still confusion in his eyes. Prompt: you have received the inheritance of the special profession, Envoy of Equilibrium. You can choose between the following 2 ways to add the ability of the Equilibrium Envoy to your ability list. Advance, unlocked special path, balance of all things. Side profession, faced with XP penalty. According to Matthew's previous thoughts, there was a high chance that he would directly choose to advance. After all, the Envoy of Equilibrium had a special path, which meant that his future achievements were limitless. However, after taking stock of the information he had inherited, Matthew hesitated. He did not make a rash decision. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to recall the origin of the Envoy of Equilibrium. And if he wanted to sort out all of this, he had to start from the start. According to the information stored in the stone tablet, he was the first Envoy of Equilibrium in this world. In that unknown era, after a terrifying disaster swept across the eastern continent, the bright sandalwood king, who had long had a premonition, led the people on 12 ships with the ability to travel far away. They left their homeland and headed west in search of a safe shelter. In the process of crossing the endless ocean, Bright Sandalwood King's fleet encountered 2 great difficulties. The first difficulty occurred in the southeast of Endless Ocean. There was a trench at the bottom of the sea that led straight to the abyss. A sea monster that could destroy the world lived in the trench. Legend had it that it was also a member of the Twilight creatures. When the Bright Sandalwood King's fleet passed by the top of the trench, they were ambushed by the sea monster. The latter swallowed the ship at the front. In one gulp. The sea monster was extremely huge, almost as wide as the land, and its body was so long that one could not see the end. At that moment, everyone on the ship was shocked. Only Bright Sandalwood King stepped forward. He left the ship alone and flew to the belly of the sea monster with a flying spell, asking for a negotiation. The sea monster admired Bright Sandalwood King's courage and expressed that it was willing to give him a chance. However, the sea monster also said that the location of the negotiation could not be at sea but at the bottom of the sea. Thus, Bright Sandalwood King followed the sea monster to the bottom of the sea. The negotiation lasted for about 72 hours. At that time, the sea was covered with dark clouds and stormy winds. The scene was very scary. A few captains with weak wills secretly drove the ship away. When the negotiations between the Bright Sandalwood King and the sea monster ended, and he returned to the surface of the sea, he discovered that there were only 5 ships left waiting for him. He did not get angry. He only sighed and said, "Those who stayed could still survive, but how could those who left quietly survive?" As expected. When everyone cheered and welcomed Bright Sandalwood King back onto the ship, the fleet successfully sailed through the rainy sea area. They quickly saw the wreckage left behind by the ships that had escaped in advance. Bright Sandalwood King told the others. The people on these ships were also eaten by the sea monsters like the first ship. Fortunately, he had already negotiated with the sea monster, and the other party would not make things difficult for the rest of the people. The rest of the crew cheered. There were also people who were curious as to what the Bright Sandalwood King and the sea monster had discussed and what method the Bright Sandalwood King had used to dispel the sea monster's thoughts of devouring them. Unfortunately, the Bright Sandalwood King was tight-lipped about this topic. Until his death, no one knew the contents of the negotiation. After that, the fleet headed west. A few months later, they arrived at the west side of the Endless Ocean. According to their calculations, it was less than 3 days' journey from there to the barbarian Tooth Peninsula, which belonged to the Aender continent. Here, the Bright Sandalwood King fleet encountered a second extremely troublesome problem. A plague broke out on the ship. This plague was very strange, and everyone had different symptoms. The bright sandalwood king discovered that the stronger the Sioux clansmen, the more serious the plague would be. Especially the high-level professionals led by the Taoist priest, each one was sicker than the other. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Spell Harmonization. Chapter 143, Spell Harmonization. The herbs and spells they had mastered were useless against it. The Sioux began to die in large numbers. Even though Bright Sandalwood King tried his best to solve the problem, he was unable to do anything. Not long after, he also fell ill. Fortunately, there were still some healthy people on the ship. They continued sailing under Bright Sandalwood King's orders and finally arrived at Barbarian Tooth Peninsula after a period of time. The fleet of the Sioux had docked here for nearly half a year. The people who died from the plague eventually accounted for 2/3 of the population on the ship, especially the Taoist priests. This was also the fundamental reason why this special profession gradually lost its inheritance. During this period, the Sioux began to frequently contact the local aborigines in order to save themselves, and both sides began a large amount of trade. Not long after, the seriously ill Bright Sandalwood King sent people to learn some voodoo techniques from the native shamans. Under the strong suggestion of the shaman, the Bright Sandalwood King made a desperate attempt and fed the remaining patients, including himself, a powerful hex poison. As a result, something magical happened. After the hex poison entered the body, the symptoms of the plague were greatly reduced. Although it was not completely eradicated, at least it could save people's lives. At that time, Bright Sandalwood King was very emotional. If they had arrived at the peninsula earlier, perhaps even more people would have been saved. Unfortunately, fate had already been cast, and no one could change it. The Bright Sandalwood King, who had barely managed to survive, began to study the plague in his body. He was a true genius. When he was in the Sioux country, he was once the leader of the Great Wall Mages. He was rewarded for his meritorious service in resisting the demons. When he arrived at the Barbarian Tooth Peninsula, his class level was a level 16 Great Wall Mage and a level 4 Taoist. He was a half-step legendary mage. Very quickly, his research had some preliminary results. Bright Sandalwood King's research showed that the plague itself was only a fuse. A large number of Sioux clansmen on the ship died because of the differences in the laws and domains of existence between the East and West continents. Why did so many Taoist priests die? This was because most of these Taoist priests in the Sioux country had mastered the power of 2 domains at the same time. Controlling wind, rain, lightning, and summoning zombies and ghosts were actually from the same domain in the eastern continent. However, the concepts and mastery of these powers on the western continent had long been divided by the gods. If they were to encroach on different territories, they would inevitably incur the backlash of the laws. In comparison, the plague was only a symptom amplifier. What killed a large number of Sioux people was actually their own power. The voodoo poison given by the native shaman happened to have the effect of weakening strength, so it could greatly alleviate the symptoms. This discovery made the Bright Sandalwood King extremely depressed. He knew that the gods didn't even take the initiative to attack. This was the natural reaction of the domains that had been deeply imprinted by them. This meant that the western continent was not an ideal place for the eastern people to take refuge. However, they had no other choice. It was difficult to return to their homeland, so they could only choose to adapt. The information about the inheritance after that was a little vague. Matthew only knew that after the Bright Sandalwood King left the Barbarian Tooth Peninsula, he spent a long time researching the situation of the western continent's domains. In the end, he used a divine artifact he brought from the eastern continent as the foundation and created a balanced domain out of thin air. He used this to reconcile the opposing powers of several attributes in his body. He had succeeded and stepped into the legendary realm. However, he had also failed because even the Bright Sandalwood King himself had to rely on that divine artifact to maintain a long-term equilibrium. For generations of envoys of equilibrium, if they wanted to advance further in this profession, they had to sign a contract with that divine artifact. In the information that Matthew had obtained, there were also annotations of the envoy of equilibrium on that divine artifact. From their attitude towards the divine artifact, it was not difficult to see that this thing was not reliable at all. For example, the second-generation messenger of equilibrium, who was also the 4th son of Bright Sandalwood King, left behind a note like this: "Heavenly artifacts are unpredictable, and the heavenly Tao is unfathomable." These words were tactful. When it came to the 7th generation of the Envoy of Equilibrium, the style gradually began to deviate. The legendary path of the Envoy of Equilibrium consists of capturing artifact spirits. One could never tell where a spirit is hiding. You would remember the contract you signed with the divine artifacts always, and you'd want to slap yourself. When the last Envoy of Equilibrium was about to die out, he left a note. Stupid artifact spirit, it only knows how to neglect its duties every day. It can't fulfill its original promise at all. The art of equilibrium was wrong from the very beginning. Everything is biased, so how can there be equilibrium? Unless it is the harmony of the two most primordial powers. But how could a mortal do this? It's too difficult. All envoys of equilibrium should die. From this, it could be seen that the Envoy of Equilibrium profession was filled with uncertainty. It was a brand new profession that the bright sandalwood king had created to save himself. However, the situation was different for Matthew because he already had half a foot in the equilibrium domain. The king and the others are quite pitiful. From the time they arrived at the barbarian Tooth Peninsula, the ascension of the heavenly palace had not happened yet. The domain's concept would subconsciously try to please the gods. This was the reason why the plague occurred. If they had come after the ascension of the heavenly palace, things might have been different. The gods would have been exiled by the calamity mage. The power of domains within them would not have taken the initiative to oppose the Sioux. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Balance Envoy and Spell Harmonization. Chapter 144, Balance Envoy and Spell Harmonization. According to the description in the inheritance, the profession of Taoist priest is mainly to control wind, rain, lightning, and summon zombies and ghosts. This is equivalent to the combination of evocation mages and necromancers. In this era, these two domains do not conflict. Could it be that before the ascension of the heavenly palace, the gods at that time had infinitely divided the domains to the extent where they would conflict? Matthew sighed softly, feeling somewhat incredulous. To him, there was too much useful information hidden in this inheritance. This information might even be more valuable than the class of Equilibrium Envoy. However, it also left him with many doubts. How did Bright Sandalwood King negotiate with the sea monster that was created by Twilight? Was the content of the negotiation related to the strange ritual of the Sioux walking into the sea before they died? Were the Taoist priests really killed in large numbers because of the conflict of domain power? And what was the divine artifact that Bright Sandalwood King used to establish the equilibrium domain? Where was it now? These were all things that Matthew was very interested in. However, he was also very clear that not every question in this world could be answered. Many mysteries were destined to disappear in the fog of history. If he were too persistent, he would easily kill himself. Most importantly, he had to make a choice now. My path is already very clear. Nature and undying, this is a path that cannot be changed. I don't need an overly powerful advancement. What I need more is stability. Most of the random factors in the advancement process must be eliminated. I need the power of balance to balance the two paths. Even my system name has been messed up by undying and nature. When they grow stronger, it's hard to guarantee that the two domains won't fight in my body. Therefore, I need this power, but at the same time, there's no need to pay too much for the class of Envoy of Equilibrium. After figuring out what he needed, Matthew's thoughts were extremely clear. Hint, you have chosen side profession. You have consumed a large amount of XP. You have obtained Envoy of Equilibrium Level 1, second profession. Warning, when upgrading your second profession, Envoy of Equilibrium, you will face the penalty of having a side profession. You will need to consume an additional 50% of your XP to advance. You have obtained the class characteristic of Envoy of Equilibrium, Supreme Harmony. Supreme Harmony, you can harmonize the various powers in your body together so that they are in a balanced and stable state without conflict. At the same time, you have also obtained the ability to harmonize spells. Harmonize spell, through a spell action, cannot be omitted. You can choose two spells or abilities that belong to different domains from the list of abilities you have mastered to harmonize. After the harmony is completed, you can upgrade one of the spells or abilities to an enhanced spell ability. The spell or ability will have a stronger effect when released. The other spell or ability that had been tempered would automatically enter cooldown. Note 1, different spells will have different strengthening effects after being harmonized. Note 2, you can now use harmonize twice a day. After obtaining the supreme harmony, Matthew could clearly feel that the power in his body had become more balanced. Above the Taiji symbol, the art of equilibrium, which was originally a dotted line, became a solid line. Matthew could see many green and gray spots of light pouring into the balance from nature and undying, eventually mixing into dark green spots of light. However, the dark green dots of light did not stay in the equilibrium for long. They quickly dispersed into the domains of nature and undying. Soon, the dark green light spots that entered the life and undying domain split into gray and green again, and they expelled each other back to their own territories. This repeated. Although the number of light spots in the three paths varied, it also formed a dynamic balance. The hidden danger that had been buried in his heart had finally been alleviated. This made Matthew extremely happy. What he was more interested in was the ability to harmonize spells. It could actually harmonize abilities from different domains, allowing one of them to exert greater power. The key was that different combinations could produce different strengthening effects. This was very interesting. Matthew couldn't help but use one on the spot. This ability required a standard spell action and lasted for about 5 seconds. After the blending was completed. Of the two abilities Matthew had chosen, one was available, and the other was on cooldown. Hint: you have used the spell Harmony. The target of the Harmony is Wild Form, Raven, and Rotten Sack Mastery. After the reconciliation, the Wild Form, Raven, was strengthened to the Wild Form, Corrupted Raven. The size of the Raven you have transformed into is expected to increase slightly. Perception and Agility +1, and it has a powerful infection ability of the Sack of Decay. This is fun. If it weren't for the limited number of times, Matthew would probably play with it every day. The most interesting thing about this ability was that as his strength increased, he would obtain more and more abilities, and the results of the combination would also increase exponentially. If not for Lumiere and Bobo watching from the side. He wished he could transform into a raven and fly around. It took a lot of effort for Matthew to calm down. In addition to the class characteristics, the level 1 Equilibrium Envoy also brought him a new ability. Equalized Perception. No matter where you go, you will be able to sense the local energy field. If there is any imbalance, you will immediately detect it. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Balance Envoy and Spell Harmonization. Chapter 145, Balance Envoy and Spell Harmonization. You can use this ability to conduct elemental tracking or use it as a basis to rearrange and repair the energy field. This was also a very useful support ability. Only elemental creatures could sense energy fields. It was mainly made up of the 4 elements and spiritual attributes. The loss of some kind of energy usually represented an abnormality in the energy field. Some powerful monsters would also change the local energy field when they passed by, so it was very suitable for tracking enemies. As for rearranging the energy field, Matthew did not have the ability to do so yet, but if he encountered a tinkering job in the future, he could really give it a try. The continuous expansion of the Scar of the Dead might be related to the imbalance of the energy field. Matthew's brain worked very quickly and immediately found a use for this ability. Moreover, it was a very useful use. At this point, the level 1 Envoy of Equilibrium gave Matthew a passive class characteristic and 2 useful or interesting abilities. And he had only paid a portion of his XP. A level 1 Envoy of Equilibrium is enough for me now. Next, I should proceed with the advancement of the Knight of the Undead. If the Envoy of Equilibrium could show a certain degree of stability in the future and prove that this path is more promising, it is not impossible to develop the secondary class into a main class. Matthew thought to himself. Of course, doing so was not without cost. It would cost a lot of XP. However, what Matthew did not lack the most was XP. I'm done. Let's go. After finishing his job, Matthew turned around without hesitation. He didn't even glance at the tomb passage that vaguely appeared in the depths of the square. Bobo said in astonishment, "Are you done just like that? This is too fast." Matthew was speechless. "Don't tell me you like to be slow." Bobo hesitated, "But aren't you here to advance? This is too easy." "Is it easy?" Matthew smiled. "You just happened to see the satisfaction when I harvested the fruit, but you never saw the hardships when I went through the wind and rain." Matthew was not exaggerating. In order to obtain the inheritance of the envoy of equilibrium, he had indeed paid a lot. Just because of some legends, he had crossed more than half of the southern land, from the pestilence-ridden swamp city to the rainforest that was full of difficulties. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died on the way. Even if he obtained news of the art of equilibrium, he might still suffer a huge loss in the rainforest. As long as Yu Lian pointed him to a dead end, or if he did not run into Bobo's matter and did not leave a good impression on Yu Lian, the latter might even charge him a large sum of money or ask Matthew to do something of equal value. These experiences added together had actually far exceeded the effort required to advance normally. Although he only got a secondary profession in the end, Matthew didn't think it was not worth it. Life was like this. After working hard, he would be satisfied with the results, no matter how big or small the results were. I mean, are we leaving just like that? Aren't you going inside to take a look? Bobo reluctantly turned her head to look at the entrance of the tomb. Matthew's voice came from the front. I told you I'm not a grave robber. As he spoke, he walked out of the secret door. But, I haven't blown up anything yet. Bobo was still turning her head back with every step she took. A large hand suddenly reached out from the secret door and forcefully dragged her out. The stubborn machinist could only compromise in the end. The path from the bottom of the lake was also extremely smooth. They did not encounter any monsters along the way and returned to the shore. Our luck is really good. Lumiere was jumping habitually on the shore dash. This was the after effect of the frogman potion. His jumping ability was amazing, and he could jump 4 to 5 meters high. We didn't even bump into a single monster. How strange. Usually, there are so many plesiosaurs in the Dalong Lake. But soon, Lumiere, who was jumping in the air, changed his expression. Hurry up and leave. Matthew noticed that he was looking in the direction where the Order of Calamity and the Sandstorm Bandits had been fighting. Is someone coming? The Order of Calamity or the Bandits? Matthew asked cautiously. No, there are monsters over there. Oh my God, run. There are corpses everywhere. The Order of Calamity and the Bandits were mostly wiped out by the monster in the lake. Lumiere could not help but shout. At this moment, there were already a few monsters surrounding the shore from that direction. Matthew grabbed Bobo's hand without a word and ran away. Lumiere hurried after them. The group fled into the rainforest. After a while, a few plesiosaurs walked over. They looked at the dense rainforest and couldn't help but let out a few low howls. They wanted to step forward, but they held back because they were afraid of something. They gradually retreated and finally disappeared by the lake. A day later, at the edge of the bitter water swamp, the 3 figures slowly appeared. What do you think happened to those 2 groups of people yesterday? Could it be that you secretly issued a bounty mission to both parties to search Dalong Lake to lure the monsters away from us? Matthew smiled and replied, a real necromancer might do that. Bobo corrected, and you are a true necromancer. Matthew glanced at her. Actually, you didn't have to follow me all the way here. After leaving the tomb, the favor you owe me has already been offset. Bobo said seriously. The favor owed by the machinists cannot be repaid so easily. Yesterday's grave-robbing operation went too smoothly. I must help you blow up something today. Matthew shrugged and stopped persuading her. Instead, Bobo looked at the reeds in front of her and asked curiously, so what are we doing here? Find a few zombies to spend the night with. Matthew said casually. His eyes searched the edge of the swamp and soon found his target. They were 2 zombies trapped in the reeds and mud. There was even a shiny nameplate hanging around their necks. Found them. Matthew turned around happily. In the end, he met Bobo's disdainful gaze. You can even sleep with zombies. Necromancers are really unexpectedly disgusting. Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was about to explain that it was a misunderstanding. At this moment, Lumiere, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said, there's a fight up ahead. Haha, I love watching people fight. Let me see which fools are acting so presumptuously in my territory. Hee, one of the idiots belongs to the bandit gang from yesterday. The other group of idiots, seems a little familiar, fuck. That's my tribe. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Night of the Undead. Chapter 146, Night of the Undead. Noticing that his clansmen were being beaten, Lumiere immediately pounced forward like a mad dog. At this moment, only then did Matthew realize how terrifying this guy's physical body was. Lumiere dashed into the forest at the speed of a bullet and swiped at the nearest bandit. Puff! The latter's neck was instantly torn apart, and a large amount of blood spurted out, spraying the bushes beside him everywhere. No. 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 The bandit's eyes were wide open as he clutched his neck and staggered to the ground. Lumiere ignored him and pounced on the others with a low growl. Lumiere was completely different from his usual self when he was in combat mode. It was as if the polite, embarrassed, and smiling boy had disappeared the moment he smelled blood. What replaced it was a real killing machine. He was like a nimble cheetah but also like a violent tiger. He pounced, bit, scratched, and slapped. No one in the bandit gang could withstand a single move from him. 20 seconds later, the ground was covered in blood. The 20-man bandit gang was wiped out. Lumi and Amp raised his head from a corpse, his lower face covered in blood. The sight of it sent shivers down the spines of the other Django's, let alone Matthew. This guy might really become the king of the rainforest or even an even more amazing figure. In addition to his shock, Matthew also admired him. For a moment, he saw Suya's shadow in Lumiere. That wild and violent killing stance was definitely not an act. It was Lumiere's desire for blood from the bottom of his heart, as well as his hunting instinct that had been trained hard. What was even rarer was that even though he had the potential to become the king of the rainforest, he had always maintained an approachable attitude and was full of curiosity about the outside world. This was rare in conservative indigenous tribes. After the battle, Lumiere was already negotiating with his clansmen. Matthew did not go over. He did not want to trouble Lumiere. Hence, he shifted his gaze away and happened to see Bobo taking out the bomb from her backpack. He hurriedly pressed down on Bobo's helmet. "What are you doing?" Matthew noticed that his actions had directly caused the antennae on both sides of the helmet to stand up, and a faint red light lit up above them. "I'm helping to mediate the fight." Bobo retorted righteously, "We can't just beat up one side, right? That's so unfair." Matthew realized that she probably did not understand the word clan, so he quickly explained the relationship between Lumiere and the Django's. Only then did Bobo put the bomb back in resentfully. She unhappily adjusted the straps of her backpack. "Is that so? If I had known, I would have thrown a small brick earlier." "Sigh, why are the two of you so fast?" Matthew patted her head gently. "The next time you want to use a bomb, can you discuss it with me in advance? I'm a timid person, and I'm afraid of sudden sounds." Bobo rolled her eyes at him impatiently. Blah blah blah. However, the light bulbs on the antennae on both sides suddenly turned from red to blue. After a while, Matthew heard her whisper, "Got it, coward." A moment later, the Django's retreated, and Lumiere returned to explain the situation. That group of people just now called themselves the Wind Bandits. They seem to have some connections with one of the two groups by the lake, but they are not the same. My tribe members discovered them accidentally entering the rainforest during their daily hunt. At that time, they seemed to be searching for something, and both sides started fighting at the slightest disagreement. Fortunately, I arrived in time because the bandits had the advantage in numbers. My tribe members might not be able to defeat them." Matthew nodded. Bobo suddenly interrupted. "It was the Wind Bandits that died in your hands, and the Sand Bandits and the Order of Calamity that died by the lake. The Wind and Sand Bandits were originally in cahoots, but they've been backstabbing each other due to the recent civil strife." Lumiere revealed a look of surprise. "This is very unusual. Actually, I don't care about their internal strife. I only care about whether they will appear in the rainforest. This place was very dangerous for them. If there were not enough benefits, these people would not take the risk." He looked at Matthew apologetically. "I'm afraid I have to go back to the tribe first to see the situation. There are so many outsiders in the rainforest, and I feel that something is not right." Matthew agreed. "Your analysis is correct. You don't have to worry about us." Lumiere was also very decisive. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he disappeared into the depths of the forest in a few flashes. Matthew looked around. Like Lumiere, he had sensed the abnormality of the jungle. If he had been distracted by the discovery of the envoy of equilibrium before, then now, Matthew realized that the degree of abnormality this time was probably beyond his expectations. This was because he had not seen any flying squirrels since he entered the rainforest. It was impossible for Lumiere to replace the flying squirrel as Suya's spy. He was not abreast of the soul of the rainforest. All the signs showed that Suya was not in the mood to pay attention to Matthew at all. Then what was Suya doing? Things weren't that simple. Therefore, Matthew tried to communicate with the Black Banyan Dream. With the recognition he received, as long as he was in the rainforest, he should be able to enter the Black Banyan Dream easily. However, this time, he was rejected. Hint: due to unknown interference, you are temporarily unable to enter the Black Banyan Dream world. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Night of the Undead. Chapter 147, Night of the Undead. Matthew's heart sank. If Suya were playing hard to get, it would be fine. However, if something happened in the rainforest recently that required her to close the Black Banyan Dream realm, then it would be dangerous. Matthew did not have a particularly good impression of Suya. However, she was a proper nature soul, and her attitude towards him was not bad. He was happy to see Suya control this rainforest. However, if someone else wanted to replace her, Matthew had to consider whether to interfere. However, it was not yet certain that something had happened to the rainforest. When Lumiere returns, he should be able to find out the truth. Matthew calmed down and turned his attention to Miss Zombie in the reeds. Ever since he became an envoy of equilibrium, he found that he could easily distinguish the gender of the undead by observation. For example, Soldier was indeed a man when he was alive. For example, the two zombies in front of him were both female. It was not that their remaining secondary sexual characteristics betrayed them, but that Matthew could accurately sense the proportion of fat on their bodies and a series of other details. After a few casual glances, Matthew found an empty space to sit down and waited silently for the sky to turn dark. Bobo also followed him eagerly. She came to Matthew's side and took out two folding stools from her backpack like a magician. She sat on one and signaled Matthew to sit on the other. Matthew was very touched. He sat on it and felt a warmth on his butt. Oh, it even has a heating function. It would be so blissful in winter, he praised as he stretched. Bobo chuckled, the light bulb above her head emitting a yellow light. Matthew reminded her. In a while, I'm going to perform a ritual called the Night of the Undead. It will be my springboard to advance to a high-level necromancer. There might be many unfamiliar undead coming over. Bobo immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. I haven't seen a necromancer advance yet. Although it's disgusting to imagine it, I'll have to see for myself how disgusting it is. Matthew didn't mind. He just smiled faintly. Actually, it's not that disgusting. Speaking of which, why did you leave the Cyber Dragon? Bobo said happily. Finally, someone asked me this question. The reason why I left Cyber Dragon was to find a book called Machinery, Fire Dragon, and Titan. It was a very great work, a masterpiece left behind by a legendary machinist. It was said that as long as one could find it, they would be able to open up a unique path different from a normal arcane machinist. In Cyber Dragon, I was just an insignificant craftsman. My invention was laughable in the eyes of other machinists and not worth mentioning. Every time the chief gives me a job, it's always the most leisurely and simple. Furthermore, the Cyber Dragon has very strict control over the machinists. We even have to control the share of bombs they make every year. I really can't stand it. Later, I heard that as long as I could find Machinery, Fire Dragon, and Titan, I could make bombs on Cyber Dragon without limit, so I sneaked into the sewers and left. I wanted to look for the book directly, but I found that I had no clue at all. Fortunately, before I became a machinist, I was a member of the Was Sisters. The purpose of this organization was to help women in dire straits resolve their difficulties and live their lives. In fact, I was able to enter the Cyber Dragon and become a machinist because of the recommendation of the Was Sisters. Therefore, after leaving the Cyber Dragon, I also wanted to find them and ask for their help. Sisterhood had already moved away. Moreover, they didn't leave any hints behind. I could only try to find them based on some scattered clues. In the end, I met Lily in Condor City. She claimed to be an outer member of the Sisterhood, and I fell for it. Actually, she wasn't one of them at all. She had only come into contact with people from the Sisterhood before. She said all of this in one breath. Bobo's eyes were filled with confusion. So I don't know where to go next. Do you have any good suggestions? Matthew guessed that Bobo probably didn't have many relatives in this world, so he asked gently, "So, is your dream to find that book?" Bobo shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. "My dream is to become the world's most powerful arcane machinist. I'll ride a super titan that can cover the sky and the sea and then pour my magic power into the Heavenly Family Palace to see if it will explode." Blow up Heavenly Palace. Matthew's mouth twitched. This idea is very creative. Bobo chuckled. Do you think so, too? A saint once said that the significance of being an arcane machinist was to make the gods tremble. I felt that she was right, so this sentence became my motto. Matthew asked curiously, "Which saint is it?" Bobo's little face turned red, and the orange light on her forehead flickered. "I'm not telling you." Matthew chuckled, thinking that if she could really blow up the Heavenly Family Palace, it was not impossible for her to become Saint Bobo. The two of them continued chatting. Bobo was obviously the kind of person who looked cold at first, but after getting familiar with her, she became extremely talkative. She chattered non-stop. Matthew also learned some gossip about the legendary city of Cyberdragon, which was built on the clouds. But gradually. Matthew's reply was somewhat perfunctory. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Night of the Undead. Chapter 148, Night of the Undead. Bobo didn't notice it at first, but she did eventually. She was a little embarrassed. "What's wrong, Matthew? Are you tired?" "I've been talking too much." Matthew smiled and shook his head. He pointed to the sky and said, "It's getting dark. Hint, you have ignited the incense burner of the past, high imitation. Your advancement ritual, the Night of the Undead, has already begun." In the open space, a faint scent of incense overflowed from the small incense burner. Matthew sat on a small stool, and a lot of things were spread out in front of him like a stall. Lucky rabbit feet, cursed monkey claw, bat teeth, boar umbral vein, goat's placenta, water buffalo horn, human's liver stones, small inferior demon's eyeballs. The fuel in the incense burner was a mixture of rhinoceros horn, ghoul liver fat, and a small amount of butter. This ointment could make the living groggy and wake up the undead. Some of the undead could even recover their wisdom and memories for a short period of time. It could attract the nearby undead to join this party that belonged to the undead. Matthew sat there with a mint leaf in his mouth and a small handful of chili in his left hand, ready to use physical methods to keep himself awake at any time. Fortunately, his willpower was high, so the incense burner had little effect on him. Chili shouldn't be of any use. Soon, some of the undead were attracted. The first to come over were the two zombie ladies who were originally trapped in the reeds. Attracted by the incense, they crawled out of the mud pit with difficulty and walked to Matthew's side. Matthew silently put on a boxing glove-like equipment in his right hand. There was also a short stick and a pole on the ground. During the Night of the Undead, he couldn't use any spells or abilities. He could only rely on his eloquence or strength to make friendly contact with the undead. Even though Matthew was extremely charming, he couldn't rule out the possibility that some of the undead would harbor malicious intentions towards him. Boxing gloves, short sticks, and poles were prepared for them. Matthew couldn't hurt them. He could only send them away. This was perhaps the most difficult part of the Night of the Undead ritual. Under Matthew's slightly nervous gaze, Miss Zombie slowly approached. A faint stench assaulted him. Matthew was highly focused. This was the first time he was in such close contact with an undead that he was not controlling. This feeling reminded him of the first time he came into contact with the undead. This was probably how ordinary people felt when they saw the undead. Danger, destruction, loss of control. When these labels were stacked together, it was indeed difficult for people not to panic. The incense slowly rose. Another two zombies and a skeleton found their way here. They stood in a row in front of Matthew as if they were all perusing the things on the ground. "Is there anything that you like?" Matthew said calmly. Everyone can choose one, but only one. The two zombie ladies took the lucky rabbit's foot and wild boar's umbilical cord, respectively. The skeleton took the goat's placenta in a daze. One of the remaining two zombies grabbed the eyeball of the underling and ran away. The other one suddenly pounced in front of Matthew. His hands grabbed Matthew's shoulders tightly, and his rotten eyeballs almost stuck to Matthew's face. His mouth was full of yellow teeth, pus, and a pungent smell. All of these made Matthew's hair stand on end. "I want to choose you." He. The zombie drooled and was about to kiss Matthew. "Matthew, run. I'll help you blow him up." Beside him, Bobo had already raised the red brick in her hand in a fit of rage. Matthew quickly turned around to stop her. Bobo widened her eyes in disbelief. "Then you'll let him kiss you?" Matthew didn't have time to explain. He turned around and punched the zombie's chin with his right hook. However, the zombie's head was as heavy as lead. Matthew's punch only made the zombie's head tilt a little. Matthew quickly picked up the short stick from the ground and propped it against the zombie's stomach to maintain a certain distance from it. However, the zombie's strength was too great, and Matthew could not hold on much longer. The zombie nudged his hip and knocked Matthew to the ground. He. "You said it yourself. I can pick anything I like." The zombie threw the short stick aside and pounced over with a strange smile. Seeing this, Matthew hurriedly shouted at the other undead who had taken his things. "This guy is ruining the reputation of the undead. Are you going to watch him do this?" The few undead were stunned for a moment, as if they were thinking about what the reputation of the undead meant. But soon, the two zombie ladies who came first grabbed the perverted zombie's neck. The two of them worked together to drag the perverted zombie out. Matthew wiped his sweat. Fortunately, the undead were willing to help. Otherwise, he would have to play hide-and-seek with that perverted zombie for the entire night. Or he'd lose something important. But at this moment, Matthew's heart suddenly skipped a beat. From the corner of his eye, he saw a huge figure slowly walking over from the depths of the swamp. At that moment, Matthew's nerves were extremely tense again. Because it was an abomination. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Chapter 149, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Abominations were powerful and evil undead creatures. The birth of every abomination was filled with pain and anti-human nature. They were terrible, deformed creations, the true reflection of human fear. Each of the abominations had a completely different appearance. The one that appeared in front of Matthew had 7 heads, 6 of which surrounded the largest one in the middle. If one looked from a distance, one might mistake the 6 heads on its neck for necklaces. His limbs were bound by multiple human thighs or calves, and there was a bloody mouth on his stomach that was emitting yellow smoke. It was filled with jagged fangs, and a hand would pop out from time to time. Perhaps because it had been in the abomination's abdominal cavity for a long time, that hand had an unhealthy colloid state and looked extremely smooth. The thing that characterized the abominations was the suturing on their bodies. No matter how disgusted he was with this anti-human creation, Matthew had to admit that the necromancer who created this abomination was brilliant. Their tailoring level must be above the master level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suture such a perfect wound. Matthew looked around for a long time, but he couldn't find the end of the suture. Other than the mouth on its stomach that was constantly spewing sulfur, there was no pus flowing out of the other parts of its body, nor was there any stench leaking out. This was almost a perfect abomination. Other than the dead bodies of Jangos. Oh, and Nagas. When he got closer, Matthew noticed that there was a big snake tail behind his butt. It was sewn from the lower body of 3 Nagas, and it looked a little like a braid. This abomination actually had a tail. What kind of heaven-defying aesthetic was this? Matthew could not help but doubt the mental state of the necromancer named Dania. But he quickly dismissed these messy thoughts in his mind. The appearance of abomination was crucial to Matthew. It was both an opportunity and a challenge. First, although the Night of the Undead was the simplest way to advance, there was no requirement for the necromancer and the undead to do anything that night. However, if there were a high-level undead overseeing the ritual, Matthew would have a chance to obtain a large amount of negative energy affinity. His affinity with negative energy had never been high, so he often needed to borrow the power of the negative energy stone. This was an excellent compensation plan. Secondly, if he could get along well with this abomination, he would have a very comfortable night. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was common among the undead. No one would offend a necromancer who was protected by abomination. Not even that perverted zombie that had just been chased away. So when the abomination comes near, Matthew couldn't wait to get up and welcome him. "Good evening, Mr. Abomination." The abomination did not seem to be fully awake. Facing Matthew's solicitous attention, it only snorted heavily. His gaze drifted to the small objects on the ground. Matthew didn't say anything else. He quickly took out a small demon's head from his magic backpack and offered it with both hands. "Those low-grade goods are not worthy of you. I have specially prepared high-grade goods for a noble lord like you." Abomination's big head had yet to react. The little heads below praised, "This necromancer is a bootlicker. He's afraid that we'll eat him. I like his attitude. If only he bent down a little more when he bowed, I would be able to see his paw." The abomination angrily slapped its little head with its right hand. "Stop it. My head is buzzing." As he spoke, he unceremoniously took the little demon's head from Matthew's hands and stuffed it into his mouth. Crack! 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 The sound of chewing could be heard, and the bloody mouth stopped spewing sulfur. "I also want that." Abomination walked to the side of the stall and poked down with his thick finger. It was unknown which one he was pointing at. "You can take whatever you want." Matthew's face was full of flattery, as if he had become a waiter for the undead. The most interesting thing about the Night of the Undead was that the necromancers, who usually ordered the undead around, were forced to accept the role of the undead on this night. Many necromancers found it hard to let go of their arrogance. They were unable to compromise with their slaves, which eventually led to their failure to advance. Matthew, on the other hand, did not have this burden at all. He was very patient to begin with. When he was really unhappy, he simply imagined that the undeads were all Peggy. In this way, no matter how much suffering he suffered, he would just grit his teeth and endure it. The abomination was picking and choosing from the stalls while the other undead remained motionless. After a while, he picked a lucky rabbit's foot, 2 sections of a gray wolf's cecum, and a bat's tooth. "I want all of these," said Abomination gruffly. Matthew nodded and bowed. "Absolutely, Mr. Abomination." The face in the middle looked satisfied. Just as he was about to find a comfortable place to lie down, a small head on his neck suddenly interrupted. "That necromancer said that each person could only take 1 item. It's against the rules if you take more." Abomination looked at Matthew suspiciously. "Is that so?" Matthew nodded. "There is indeed such a rule, but it doesn't apply to you." Chapter 150, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Chapter 150, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Abomination said unhappily, "Why? I hate preferential treatment." Matthew's face stiffened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. "This is not preferential treatment. This is because you're not a single entity like the rest of them." Abomination pondered for a moment after hearing that. "You're right." He punched the small head who interrupted him, then strode towards the stall. "I have a lot of people on me, so I have to take a few more." Matthew maintained a smile throughout. These little things were not worth much, so the abomination could take as much as he wanted. Moreover, he was not going overboard. He had only taken half of the things on the stall. Then, he found a comfortable place near the incense burner and sat down, playing with those little things in high spirits. Matthew actually had a lot of stock in his inventory, but he didn't take it out immediately. He just watched quietly. With the abomination holding the line, the other immortals were much more reserved. They were even unwilling to speak. If not for the incense burner, they might have left long ago. Matthew looked on coldly and knew what was going on. A moment later, the cracking sound in the abomination's stomach came to an end. Matthew immediately said gently to the zombie lady, who was in a daze, "Can you send this to Mr. Abomination?" He took out another head from his luggage. This time, it was an imp's head. It was also the spoils of war from the previous battle. Miss Zombie seemed to be very easy to talk to. She nodded in agreement and hugged the little imp's head as she walked towards the abomination. She didn't say anything and stuffed the imp's head into the abomination's stomach. Kacha kacha. Another round of chewing sounds sounded. Abomination looked at her with satisfaction. Oh, thank you. Beautiful lady. Your gentleness reminds me of my late wife. Miss Zombie asked dumbly, wow. What's her name? Abomination sighed deeply. I'm sorry. It's not that I can't remember her name, but I have too many wives. Of course, it's not what you think. In fact, we're all very loyal, but you have to understand that I'm a freak made up of more than 30 humanoid creatures. It's only natural that I have many deceased wives. As for which one, forgive me for being clumsy and not knowing where to start. Miss Zombie exclaimed, wow. So powerful. The abomination chuckled and rubbed its head in embarrassment. Matthew noticed that the other 6 heads were silent at this time. They looked shy and afraid, which was completely different from the scene when they were talking to Matthew. While they were talking, Matthew carefully observed the state of the other undead. They should have been Dania's former subordinates. After Dania left, they lost their master and showed a certain degree of negative energy deficiency symptoms. For example, Miss Zombie. Her skin was extremely dry, unlike the wet skin of a normal zombie. This meant that the negative energy in her body was not enough to sustain water. In the long run, she would become a dried corpse, and her combat strength would be greatly reduced. The others had similar symptoms. Only the abomination was unaffected. This was because he was level 16 and could directly interact with the negative energy plane. In order to make the undead more stable, Matthew took out 6 negative energy stones and placed them next to the incense. This action greatly increased the favorability of the undead present. On the other side, Miss Zombie seemed to have ended her conversation with Mr. Abomination. She returned to Matthew's side in a daze. The night deepened. More and more undead approached. Frightened by the aura of abomination, most of them obediently sat down on the periphery. Matthew saw that the atmosphere was right, so he cleared his throat and said to the undead present, I once heard a story about a headless horseman and a flying ghost theod falling in love. Are you interested in hearing it? His words broke the silence of the night of the undead and attracted the attention of all the undead. Miss Zombie was the first to show her support. She looked at Matthew in confusion. The headless horseman doesn't have a head, and the flying ghost head doesn't have a body. Matthew smiled and asked, is this important? Must we be so similar to be together? With that, he gave Miss Zombie another head and let her continue feeding abominations. The undead looked thoughtful. Suddenly, a skeleton stood up. I don't think it's important. We're already dead. If you want to love, then love. Why do you have to follow those rules? Skeleton's point of view won the approval of many undead. However, there were also zombies who objected. This isn't a matter of rules and regulations, but a matter of how to consummate the love. If they can't even do it, then what's the point of their love? Although there weren't many people supporting this zombie, their voices were loud and clear. For a time, both sides were engaged in a verbal battle, and it gradually became lively. Matthew smiled. He had achieved his initial goal. The more the undead quarreled, the happier he would be, as long as they did not fight. Furthermore, with the abomination there, no one would dare to make a move on his territory. As they quarreled, the undead present was divided into 2 groups. One group was the skeleton party, which had the advantage in numbers, the other was the zombie party, which shouted loudly. Both sides insisted on their own words and argued. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Chapter 151, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. After arguing for a while, the abomination suddenly asked, can you sew them up? Matthew couldn't keep up with his train of thought. What do you mean? Abomination explained, if you can sew them up, won't they be together? The undead fell silent. It was unknown whether it was because of their fear of abomination or because they were stunned by abomination's train of thought. Matthew rolled his eyes. It's indeed a solution. However, there is another problem for the headless horseman and the flying ghost head. They were picky about the taste of food when they were alive. The Headless Horseman liked to eat sweet food when he was alive, while the flying Ghost Head liked to eat salty food when she was alive. This time, before he could take the initiative to sow discord, the undead quarreled again. However, this time, they broke the shackles of their race. The Skeleton Party and Zombie Party, which had just been established for less than an hour, disbanded one after another and became the Salty Party and the Sweet Party. Matthew was delighted. This was the ultimate move he had prepared for the Night of the Undead. There were so many undead. It would be too tiring for Matthew to have a heart-to-heart talk with them one by one. Moreover, when he was chatting with an undead, the others would interrupt. He couldn't be silent either. It didn't conform to the principle of in-depth communication between the two parties during the Night of the Undead. The more mature method was for the Necromancer to act as the host and guide the undead during discussions and debates. This was not a Matthew original. He learned it from the Necromancers in Barren City. However, Matthew did come up with the debate topics himself. His selection criteria were only one: the more argumentative the topic was, the better. This way, he would probably be able to survive the entire Night of the Undead. Of course, this technique was not omnipotent. If you wanted to use this method to pass the Night of the Undead, you had to have a big brother who could control the situation. This was also the fundamental reason why Matthew was so ingratiating to the abomination. In addition, in terms of chatting topics, the undead actually had many taboos. This was also the reason why Matthew did not wish to speak too much lest he made a verbal mistake. If he said something that made Brother Abomination unhappy, all his previous efforts would be in vain. In such a situation, the Necromancers of Barren City had a method that was close to cheating. They would find a powerful undead before the Night of the Dead. This immortal must be a high-level existence with intelligence like Peggy. They called this kind of undead a middleman. The Necromancer would make a deal with the middleman beforehand. The two sides had agreed on a time and place. After the Night of the Undead began, the middleman would stumble into the ceremony site like it was an accident. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. How effective was this cheating process? Barren City's officials even had a service that specialized in renting out middlemen. This was also one of the reasons why Barren City was able to mass-produce high-level necromancers. However, there was a price to be paid for taking shortcuts. The advancement completed by taking shortcuts would usually only be the weakest grade. Matthew naturally looked down on them. He was confident that he could pass the night beautifully with his gift of the gab. Perhaps it had been too long since the undead had spoken, but they seemed to be very active. Other than Big Brother Abomination, the rest of them were all expressing their opinions noisily. Matthew was much more relaxed because of this. He only needed to control the scene. What you said makes sense, but what if the Headless Horseman is unwilling? I mean, though he was a man and had once had manly features, he is now a ghoul. Miss Flying Ghost Head has a good temper, but she always lacks a sense of security. She can't stand the fact that the Headless Horseman often doesn't return at night. She even suspects that the Headless Horseman actually has a head, but he hides it and uses it to flirt with other flying heads. You're right. The Flying Ghost Head has always been known for its ugly appearance, but are ugly people destined not to get true love? If she really couldn't meet her Mr. Right, couldn't she just wait? What if there is one still waiting for her? Matthew interjected one sentence after another. The debate of the undead was pushed to the climax wave after wave. If it wasn't for Big Brother Abomination's frequent question of, "Can't you sew them together?" Matthew could probably make the debate last the whole night. But even so, time passed by without him realizing it. In the heated debate, someone suddenly shouted, "It's dawn." The undead, who were still arguing fiercely just now, suddenly felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Matthew looked down. The incense in the incense burner had also burned out the last wisp. Almost in an instant, the undead, who had been extremely lively just a moment ago, became stiff as if a force had deprived them of all the wisdom and memories that had been temporarily given to them. The light of dawn shone on the rainforest. The undead returned to their muddle-headed state. One by one, they left Matthew's ritual site, including the abomination. Under the effect of the ritual, they would obediently leave the scene. Matthew watched them leave with relief. Other than the perverted zombie that wanted to assault Matthew earlier. Matthew walked in front of him and tripped him. The latter staggered and fell to the ground, baring his teeth at Matthew. He finally got up. Matthew kicked him to the ground again, until all the undead disappeared from Matthew's sight. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. Chapter 152, Advancement Successful, Level Soars. At this moment, the perverted zombie jumped up from the ground and bit Matthew. Matthew did not even blink. In the next second, his body expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a moon bear. Then, he slapped down. Puff. 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 The moon bear slapped the zombie 3 times in a row, turning its sturdy chest into pieces of meat. Then, he twisted his palms around the other party's neck. The head of the perverted zombie was chopped off by Matthew. Ding! It was the sound of a nameplate falling to the ground. Matthew kicked the zombie's head away and slowly turned back. In the next moment, he bent down and picked up the nameplate. It was written on it dash. This zombie is a pervert. Don't get close to it. A very timely reminder. Matthew smiled helplessly. At this moment, Bobo, who was watching from a distance, bounced over. What a unique night. Although I didn't see what I wanted to see, it still left a deep impression on me. I have a question. Matthew said, shoot. So are the headless horseman and the flying ghost head together? Bobo raised her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. No, Matthew replied. Why? Bobo looked a little disappointed. Because the headless horseman has no head, and the flying ghost head has no body. When they meet, they will only brush past each other forever, unless they are sewn together just like how the abomination suggested. Matthew smiled and replied, of course, I made everything up. If undead still crave love, their soul fire must be seriously ill. Prompt, you have completed the advancement ritual, Knight of the Undead. You have obtained the advanced profession, Advanced Necromancer. Since the Advanced Necromancer and the Basic Necromancer were of the same origin, the former would be used to replace the latter. Please distribute the experience points. Your level has increased from LV8 to LV12. Your attributes have increased, Intelligence +1, Intuition +1. Your contract slot +2. You have obtained the class characteristic of an Advanced Necromancer, Soul Projection. You have obtained new abilities, Tombstone Crafting, and Death Shock. Wave. Your ability, Rotten Sack Mastery, has been upgraded to Rotten Sack Control. Due to your outstanding performance in the Night of the Undead, you will receive the following additional rewards. Your affinity with negative energy has increased slightly. You will receive a new Undead Summon, random/rank 3 to 4. A large amount of XP was consumed, and Matthew's level also soared. Jumping from the peak of Tier 2 to the peak of Tier 3 in one breath, his strength instantly rose by a level. The first thing he saw immediately was the increase in his attributes. The additional intelligence would help him learn spells faster and cast spells better. Perception was exactly the attribute that druids needed. It could make people more sensitive and could detect things that ordinary people could not. At the same time, it could also improve the effect of shape-shifting form. In terms of characteristics and abilities, a high-level necromancer would usually obtain one of the 4 main spells. They were Army Summon, Withering Halo Teeth Stone, and Soul Projection. The army summoning technique could increase the upper limit of the summoned creatures by about 2 or 3 times. The Withering Halo gave the undead an effect similar to Withering Light, but its overall performance was worse than the latter. The Teeth Stone was a relatively good skill. It was a stone condensed by a necromancer's own mana and negative energy. It could greatly increase the owner's goodwill with the blood race. Most of the necromancers who had obtained the Teeth Stone had embarked on the road to success. After all, the blood race was one of the few undead who had strong individual combat strength, high intelligence, and knew how to cooperate. However, these 3 skills dimmed in front of soul projection. Soul projection, your soul can leave your physical body, and your physical body will enter a state of absent-mindedness. In this state, you will obtain the following special properties. Your soul can travel to the nearby world at twice the speed of walking. You will also gain the ability to see through walls and become invisible to mortals. Both your soul and body gain high resistance against physical damage such as slashes and stabs. You can cast a spell in your soul state without the casting action and medium. When the spell is a necromancy spell, you will also gain the ability to cast without materials. You can try to possess any target, but it's best if it's an inanimate object. When the soul is not strong enough, any possession of a living thing can be considered to be a suicidal move. When your soul leaves your body, you will continue to consume your soul energy unless you can return to your body to rest. You can also create some containers that can hold souls and place them around your body as a resting place. However, no matter what, your soul projection time cannot exceed 1 hour, and the maximum distance cannot exceed 70 meters from your physical body. After using the trembling form, you have to return to your physical body in 3 minutes at most. Otherwise, there is a risk of not being able to return. Despite all the limitations, soul projection was still one of the most powerful characteristics that a high-level necromancer could master. Matthew didn't know if it was his good luck or if his performance in the Night of the Undead was too good. This spell was ridiculously powerful whether it was used for reconnaissance, fighting, or scheming. The only spell that could have a similar effect was the level 12 Magic Soul Pot, of the same level, but the effect of the Magic Soul Pot was less than 1/5 of the effect of soul projection. Therefore, Matthew was quite satisfied. Moreover, the 2 new abilities were not bad. Tombstone crafting, you can create tombstones for the undead to rest on. Near the tombstones, they can recover faster, absorb negative energy better, and greatly increase their potential loyalty. Undead who rest near the gravestone for a long time will have a lower chance of becoming an elite version of themselves. You can also detonate the gravestone. The latter can be regarded as a unit that can satisfy the conditions of The Last Dance and Corpse Explosion at the same time. Death Shock Wave, you can launch a terrifying negative energy blast wave in a huge fan-shaped area. The blast wave has a powerful knockback and shock effect. Enemies hit by the shock wave will suffer a heavy injury trigger. If the trigger is successful, at least half of their HP will be sucked away. Even if the trigger failed, the person hit by the shock wave would still lose about 1/5 of his health. Can be used twice a day. One of these 2 abilities was a support ability that could improve the treatment of the undead. The other was a rare AoE skill. The range damage provided by the shockwave had always been what Matthew lacked. The spells of the school of necromancy were extremely complicated, but negative energy had always been known for point-to-point explosions, and there were few AoE. This ability greatly made up for Matthew's shortcomings. His mood became happier. At least I didn't waste a night of talking. The secondary profession of Envoy of Equilibrium and the advancement of the high-level necromancer had greatly increased Matthew's strength. He believed that as long as he was given some time to familiarize himself with his abilities, he could easily kill many Tier 4 enemies, even with his Tier 3 body. After all, in this world, level was only ranked at the end of the 5 major elements of strength. The other 4 elements in Matthew's mind were ranked as follows: domain, network, equipment, including items, ability. The domain was the most important. It was the sprout of the legendary path and the key to the truth of the world. It could also be of great help in a fight. His connections came second. In Matthew's opinion, a problem that could be solved by persuading and convincing people was not a problem. Equipment and items represented wealth, and money could actually solve many problems. Lorraine was a living example. As for ability and level, they were the least important. He roughly skimmed through the detailed descriptions of the various enhancements. Matthew's mood gradually became perturbed. Next. It was a moment that challenged Matthew's luck. Hint: do you wish to summon a new undead contracted creature? The summoning is taking effect. Please wait. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Wall Phasing. Chapter 153, Wall Phasing. Prompt: summon successful. You have obtained a Curse Spectre, LV9/Elite mode. When this line of words appeared in front of Matthew, he was more or less disappointed. However, the ghost that appeared next made his eyes light up. She looked like a woman with a very special temperament. She floated out of the negative energy array, and a faint cold air surged over. From top to bottom, Spectral Soul's body was constantly turning into nothingness. Her upper body was very solid. She had big eyes, a straight nose, pale lips, long black hair that reached her shoulders, and a chiffon dress that was tightly wrapped around her waist. Further down, it turned into a faint white light. This ghost's level was not high, but she was very good-looking. Matthew looked at her and found that her charm was actually very average, only 12 points, not even as good as Matthew's. However, she could give people a kind of temperament that was like a spring breeze. Very few undead could give Matthew such a feeling. Alright, luck is always strange. At least she's good for the eyes. That's better than nothing. He thought about it. Matthew glanced at Miss Ghost's interface and saw two unusual characteristics. Silence, curse your ghost cannot communicate with people like a normal ghost. Beauty is strength, curse your specter can adjust its appearance, minus its charm, in exchange for additional levels and combat power. You can choose between the following two adjustments. Manual adjustment, every day at 3 a.m., you can adjust the ghost's charm value once. In the following day, she will fight with a fixed appearance, charm, and combat power. Self-adjustment, return the power to adjust the appearance to the ghost itself. She will be grateful to you for this, but she may not adjust the appearance and combat power to your satisfaction. You can now try to adjust the appearance and combat power of the ghost, limited to the next 30 minutes. There's such a curse? Matthew's interest was piqued. Matthew, this sister is so beautiful. Bobo exclaimed as he looked at the new specter. Is she your summoned creature? I'll use the big bomb in my backpack to exchange for it. Matthew smiled. Summoned creatures can't be casually exchanged. In the next second, he began to adjust the ghost's charm. Hint, you have used Beauty is Strength on the specter. The specter's charm, 2, current level 10, level +1, current level 10. Eh? Why did she become ugly? Bobo's gaze was very vicious. Did I see wrongly just now? Matthew, I'll only exchange a small bomb for her now. Matthew didn't say anything. 2 points of charm for a profession level. Let me see your limits. Hint, Ghost Charm, 12, current 2, level +6, current LV 16. Your ghost has obtained a new ability. Mommy. There's a ghost. Before Matthew could check on Miss Ghost's new ability, he was disturbed by Bobo's screams. He turned around and looked at Bobo with amusement. Is it that exaggerated? Matthew, tell her not to come over. Bobo retreated nervously. If you come any closer, I'll really throw a bomb. Ghosts are afraid of my bomb too. This time, she actually didn't mention anything about the exchange. Matthew was a little curious about her reaction, so he turned around and said, Bobo, it's not good to judge a book by its cover, wow. Matthew only glanced at Miss Spectral Soul's current appearance and could not say anything. It was an ugliness that exceeded the common understanding of the world. Words could not describe it. This was probably what gods and ghosts hated. Pa. At this moment, a few birds flew over their heads, and a few bird droppings landed gracefully. Fortunately, the ghost did not have a physical body. The bird droppings passed through her head and landed on the ground. Matthew also dodged it with his high perception. Only Bobo's helmet was left with a lump. Matthew. What happened? Bobo was still immersed in the huge shock brought by the collapse of Miss Specter's beauty. Matthew quietly changed his gloves and touched her head, pretending that nothing had happened. Otherwise, she would probably shout and blow up the bird's nest. Is this the terrifying part of having -2 charm? Even a feathered beast couldn't help but be disgusted. It was also Matthew's first time encountering a creature with negative charm. Very quickly, a faint sense of grievance came from the death contract. Matthew immediately changed her charm back. Miss Spectral Soul returned to her beautiful appearance. Matthew thought for a moment. In the end, he still handed the right to make adjustments to Miss Spectral Soul. Although she was already undead and her looks were no longer important, Matthew still felt that such manipulation was too cruel to her. Originally, his expectations of the Spectral Soul were low. But actually, she could manipulate her attributes for strength. This was already beyond his expectations. Moreover, there was another benefit to giving the right to Miss Spectral Soul. The exchange of charm and combat power was not restricted by the 3 a.m. limit. It could be adjusted at any time. This greatly increased her danger level. Who would have thought that a level 9 specter would suddenly become a level 16 specter? Who placed this curse on her? Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Wall Phasing. Chapter 154, Wall Phasing. Matthew was curious. It was a pity that the summoned creatures for advancement or mission rewards were randomly grabbed from the negative energy plane. Miss Ghost could not speak, so he had no way to know her story for the time being. Specters should have their own names too. Seeing how you're floating here and there, I'll call you Drifter. Hint, naming successful. The loyalty of the cursed ghost to you has increased to 85. You have returned the right to adjust beauty is strength to Drifter. The Drifter is very grateful to you. The Drifter's loyalty has increased to 95. The Drifter has shared her ability, Wall Phasing Technique, with you. Wall Phasing Technique, weakened. You can turn your body into a ghost through a preparatory action and pass through a physical wall with a thickness of up to 1.2 meters. Warning dash. When you pass through the wall, your speed will be reduced to 1/3 of your usual speed. If you are attacked or initiate an attack while you are passing through the wall, you will lose your ghostly form. During the process of passing through the wall, if you touch a living thing, you will also lose your ghostly form. Every time you practice passing through walls, please prepare an escape spell in advance or ask a companion to assist you. Every year, there are mages who encounter strange bullying during the process of practicing passing through walls. The wall phasing spell was indeed a very classic spell. Even though they knew it was dangerous, there were still countless people who wanted to learn it. With a large base, there were naturally many who were stuck in the wall. Matthew had heard Ronan tell him a joke. If a mage asks you to be his partner when he practices the wall passing spell, it means that he trusts you without a doubt. However, it's also possible that he's seducing you. Matthew, who had read countless adult films in his previous life, naturally understood it in seconds. At that time, he was still amazed by the degree of open-mindedness of the mages in this world. Later, he realized that no matter which world it was, humans were actually the same. Specters were different from zombies and skeletons. Specters were more prone to sun damage than the other two. Therefore, Matthew did not plan to let the Drifter come out during the day. Fortunately, ghosts had their own advantages, and they could possess people. Matthew thought for a moment and decided to let the Drifter attach herself to his backpack. That way, when something happened, he could just tap his backpack, and the Drifter would naturally appear. When she had nothing to do, it was reasonable to let her stay in the luggage and help clean up and tidy up the inventory occasionally, right? Under Bobo's curious gaze, the Drifter turned into a wisp of white smoke and flew into Matthew's luggage. There was another important choice for Matthew. That was, should he level up again? That's right, after leveling up to level 12 in one go, Matthew still had surplus XP. It was different from Tier 2 to Tier 3. Tier 3 to Tier 4 did not require an advancement ceremony. Once people had enough XP, they would rush past the leveling process. However, Matthew was different. He rushed a little too fast. He tried to use the temperance domain to judge this matter and soon got an answer. Note, due to your leveling speed from level 5 to level 12 in the past 6 months, as well as your spell learning status, it is recommended that you take a rest period of at least 8 months. The resting period meant that he would not level up for the next 8 months. Matthew could understand this. The level was only a part of strength. Spells and abilities that matched it were equally important. Matthew had stayed at Tier 2 for a long time. Although some spells were learned in a hurry and his foundation was not too stable, he could still make do with them. However, Tier 3 was different. He had not learned a single Tier 3 spell. If he advanced to Tier 4 in one go and then went back to learn Tier 3 spells, he might fall into the trap of the law of pride. High-level spellcasters would often be careless when learning low-level spells. Many times, a high-level spellcaster would not be able to comprehend the essence of spells of the same level as a low-level spellcaster. Matthew decided to adopt the suggestion of an 8-month resting period. First, he had to learn the spells that he needed to learn. At the very least, he could not proceed without a stable foundation. At the same time, he also decided to plant more trees. This was because Matthew realized that the light spots in the undead domain had greatly countered the light spots in the nature domain. The former was about 2/3, while the latter was only 1/3. This meant that Matthew's exploration progress in the undead domain had been faster. Matthew was consciously balancing the two. Not long after daybreak, Lumiere appeared beside the bitter water swamp. Matthew had not gone far. He knew that Lumiere would return soon. In fact, Matthew felt that Lumiere had returned to the tribe yesterday partly because he was concerned about the tribe and partly because he had chosen to avoid the Night of the Undead. The future king of the rainforest actually had a high EQ. He could roughly guess what would happen during the Night of the Undead. As a Django, he would definitely not feel good seeing the abomination sown from the corpses of his compatriots, and it was not convenient for him to destroy Matthew's advancement ceremony. Therefore, leaving in time was the best choice. This move made Matthew's impression of Lumiere increase by a large margin. When Lumiere saw Matthew, his expression was very serious. I went back and asked the people in the tribe. In the past 2 days, a large number of outsiders suddenly appeared around the rainforest. These people came very strangely. It happened in the past 2 days. Moreover, they didn't seem to be unfamiliar with the rainforest at all. It was as if they had done their homework in advance. My tribe and some tribes in the southwest had a few conflicts with these people, but they didn't gain much of an advantage. This is very unusual. After all, the rainforest is supposed to be our home ground. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Wall Phasing. Chapter 155, Wall Phasing. Matthew wanted to ask more. Suddenly, Lumiere turned to look at the other side of the forest. Matthew also sensed a group of people approaching. Lumiere strode forward, shouting something loudly in the native language. Soon, some figures emerged from the rainforest. They were wearing clothes woven from leaves, holding spears in their hands, and had sharp teeth sewn into their mouths. Their eyes were extremely fierce. Matthew noticed that there were a few strong men among the natives. They carried a few human heads on their backs. One of the heads had not dried up, and blood was still flowing out of the stump. It's the headhunter tribe in the southwest. Be careful. They're very extreme and resist any outsiders. Lumiere did not turn around. He was still negotiating with the other party, but his words still accurately floated into Matthew and Bobo's ears. No one knew how he did it. Lumiere and the headhunters talked for a long time. The latter stared fiercely at Matthew and Bobo, pointing at them as if they were unwilling to let them go. In the middle of the stalemate, Matthew asked, "What are they talking about?" Lumiere replied, "They said that there are people cutting down the rainforest in the southwest." Many people. Those people have also built factories in the rainforest. I don't know. They said it very vaguely. I don't know if it's a factory or a logging farm. In short, it's a large building surrounded by fences. The sound of machinery is always coming from inside. Damn it, what was going? Matthew wanted to ask again. Suddenly, a headhunter gave a signal. In a nearby bush that wasn't too dense, a little boy who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old suddenly raised his blow dart. Whoosh! A thin dart went straight for Matthew's chest. Fortunately, Matthew was very vigilant. The moment the two sides met, he used his perception to sweep through the surroundings to look for hiding spots. At that moment, he was about to dodge when a short figure suddenly stood in front of him and jumped. Bang! The blow dart collided with Bobo's helmet, changing its course. With a whoosh, it struck the tree bark at the side, and a green liquid flowed out of the arrowhead. Matthew was a little angry. Bobo had already made her move. The glove on her right hand flashed with a blue light as she threw an uppercut into the air. Puff! The child hiding in the bushes seemed to have been hit in the abdomen by a huge force. He was sent flying. Not only did he fall out of the bushes, but he also hung on a tall branch in the end, screaming endlessly. Wait, stop! Lumiere shouted. He turned around and said to Bobo and Matthew. Step back a little more. Trust me and let me handle it, okay? His eyes were pleading. Bobo was about to shake her head and refuse. Matthew grabbed her helmet and walked away. A hint of gratitude flashed in Lumiere's eyes. Then, he walked toward the group of headhunters alone. The aura of the child of the rainforest was unleashed. No headhunter dared to stop him. Lumiere, what are you doing? A headhunter asked. You shouldn't have done that. There was a hint of pity in Lumiere's eyes. The headhunters questioned, are you going to kill our child for an outsider? Lumiere leapt onto the branch like a cheetah and gently lifted the child from the tree. The child's mouth was constantly bleeding, and his eyes were filled with fear. There are no children in the rainforest, only hunters and prey. Lumiere's tone was extremely calm. I know what you're thinking. You think I won't do anything to a child, but you're wrong. I have warned you many times that they are my friends, but you still crossed my bottom line. This is really too stupid. A headhunter with a vicious face scolded angrily, I don't believe you dare to kill him. Crack. Lumi and Amp calmly twisted the child's neck. The headhunter's cries of shock and pain could be heard in the forest. Lumiere slowly stood up, his hands trembling slightly. You will never become the king of the rainforest. You can't be our king. You're a traitor. The headhunters roared in grief and indignation. Lumiere turned around resolutely. Whether or not I can become the king of the rainforest is not up to you. I want to become the king of the rainforest precisely because I hope that one day, a child like him won't have to hold a blow dart and kill people in secret. I want to change the living environment of all the Djangos. I want us to live a stable life. I want us to eat, live well, wear warm clothes, and avoid killing as much as possible. And if we want to achieve all of this, we can't blindly reject all outsiders. They are the key for us to leave the rainforest and enter the world. I don't expect you idiots to understand my ambition, but if you continue to be stubborn and obstruct me, I don't mind twisting your heads off, I mean, all of you. After saying this, he stopped and turned to the headhunters again. Now, tell me everything you know about those outsiders. Please don't get it wrong. I'm not begging you for anything, and I'm ordering you to tell me the truth. 10 minutes later, Lumiere returned to the two of them with a calm expression. He only said, he's dead. Matthew patted him on the shoulder. The latter quickly said, according to the clues provided by the headhunter tribe, the people who cut down trees in the southwest of the rainforest may be related to the Dragon Lich sect. The highest leader of the Dragon Lich sect is a powerful priest. It is said that he has a close relationship with a Dragon Lich who has already advanced to a demigod. Before this, they had been active in the desert. For some reason, they suddenly began to invade the rainforest. Matthew nodded. When Lumiere was communicating with the headhunter, he had already thought of some clues, but he still needed some evidence. So Matthew asked, do you know where the Dinosaurus's and the winged dragon wind god's original territory was? Lumiere was stunned. It's the west, near the headhunter tribe. What do you mean? Matthew had an expression of, I knew it. The ecological state is the reason. It seemed that the people of the Dragon Lich sect had been keeping a close eye on the rainforest. They might have had plans for the rainforest for a long time, but due to the existence of the two lords, Dinosaurus's and the winged dragon wind god, especially the Dinosaurus's, their plans could not be implemented. After your advancement ritual, the Dinosaurus's died, and there was a vacancy in the ecological niche. It is impossible for the rainforest to give birth to a second overlord with similar intimidation abilities in the short term. In comparison, you might be stronger than Dinosaurus's, but in terms of individual strength, you can't cover as much territory as it. You fought with Dinosaurus's for a long time, which must have attracted their attention. When Dinosaurus's died, the Dragon Lich sect could not wait to take action. Judging from the timeline, this speculation was also valid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come in right after you left. Bobo asked. What about the Sandstorm Bandits and the Order of Calamity? Lumiere answered first. The people from the Order of Calamity are from the Underdark. I know that there are several entrances to the underground cities near the rainforest. Some gnolls used to occupy them, but they disappeared later. Matthew actually had many doubts about the Sandstorm Bandits. He was about to explain this point. Suddenly, a little flying squirrel jumped down from the tree behind the three of them. His voice sounded extremely excited. Ha ha ha, Lord Matthew, great news. A black-robed man who had appeared out of nowhere had brought more than 10 ground fire dragons and a group of dragon blood warriors with him. They were currently attacking the Black Banyan Dream Realm. Lord Suya is struggling to hold on, but the situation is not good. I think she will soon step down. The next soul of the rainforest is none other than me, Hoodlum. What do you think? Lord Matthew. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Divine Guidance Spell and Law of Death. Chapter 156, Divine Guidance Spell and Law of Death. The Black Banyan Dream Realm was under attack. Matthew and Lumiere looked at each other, and their expressions became extremely serious. "Are you sure it's the Earthfire Dragon and the Dragon Blood Warrior?" Matthew asked. Hoodlum nodded. "There's no doubt about it. However, the bloodline of those ground fire dragons isn't very pure. Their bodies are fat, and their hands are short. It's obvious that they don't usually exercise, unlike me. I fly around all day, which is why I can cultivate a good figure." As he spoke, he confidently showed off his short figure. "That's the Dragon Lich sect," Lumiere blurted out. Matthew nodded. He didn't know much about the Dragon Lich cult. He only knew that this cult was widely active in the remote areas of the Aender continent. The spiritual totem of the Dragon Lich sect was the Dragon of the Dead, Ariana. It was said that she was the only god who escaped the ascension of the Heavenly Palace. The reason was that Ariana had never been liked by the gods of the Heavenly Palace and had never been to the Heavenly Palace. When the Calamity Mage descended, Ariana happened to hold a feigned death ritual that happened once every 900 years, which actually hid her from the omniscient Calamity Mage. In the end, this expert, who had been apotheosized by the Dragon Lich sect, became the only god who survived the ascension of Heavenly Palace. However, Ariana was very smart. After she recovered from her fake death, she didn't act out. Instead, she hid in her demi-plane and kept faking her death to avoid the rules set by the Calamity Mage. During this period, she had also reached a tacit agreement with the people of the Alliance of Seven Saints. Both sides would mind their own business. Even though Ariana herself was so low-key, the people who worshipped her were extremely crazy. The believers of the Dragon Lich cult regarded him as the only true god and worshipped and prayed day and night, even though Ariana had never responded to their prayers. If that was all, the Dragon Lich cult could not be called a cult. At most, they were a little paranoid and fanatical. However, the real purpose of this sect's continuous activities was to create one Dragon Lich after another. This naturally evil creature would cause devastating damage to the world of the living in most cases. Therefore, the Dragon Lich cult was on the list of evil sects in the Seven Saint Alliance, and every member of the Dragon Lich cult was wanted. Ronan used to joke with Matthew and said, "When I was young, I had no money to spend. Before I was strong enough to plunder the dragons and demons at will, I often went to the believers of the Dragon Lich cult to withdraw money. Their bounties can feed a mage quite nicely." It was common for the followers of the Dragon Lich cult to be rich. After all, this group of people was not afraid of death. They frequently went to dragon nests or places that were suspected to be dragon tombs. If they did not die, they could obtain a huge sum of wealth. Of course, there were many dead believers of the Dragon Lich cult. However, those who survived were all extremely rich. But the question is, how did they do it? Suya wouldn't be stupid enough to open the Black Banyan Dream to the people of the Dragon Lich cult, right? Matthew asked, puzzled. Hoodlum replied, "That's because the black-robed man has a semi-divine artifact in his hands. It sounds very powerful. It's called the Book of Blasphemy, or something. Anyway, that's what Lord Suya said." Matthew reacted. "So Suya asked you to come over?" Hoodlum placed his hands on his hips and straightened his chest. His white chest hair was very cute. He said proudly, "Yes, she sent me for help, but she had no idea that because of her brutal rule, we were no longer her loyal subjects. When Lady Suya passed away, the position of the soul of the rainforest would be empty. Who would be the next soul of the rainforest? What do you think of me?" Matthew. "You will support me, right? And you, Lumiere?" At this point, he seemed to suddenly realize Lumiere's existence. Hence, he coughed heavily and pretended to imitate Suya's tone. "I trust that you will not make the wrong choice, Lumiere." However, it was too late. Lumiere looked at Matthew in shock. "Did you know each other? Has it always been like this in front of you?" Matthew waved his hand. "None of this is important. The key now is that we have to enter the Black Banyan Dream Realm as soon as possible." Hearing this, Lumiere did not ask further. Matthew looked at Hoodlum. "Is there any way to bring us into the Black Banyan Dream Realm?" Hoodlum spread out his hands. "I have no idea. There is nothing I can do. Unless you have some kind of divine artifact or semi-divine artifact on you that can bypass Lord Suya and directly open the door to Black Banyan's dream realm. Suya asked you to call for help, but she didn't tell you the way to enter the Black Banyan dream realm. Matthew felt that his intelligence had been insulted. Hence, his gaze became unfriendly. I hope you are telling the truth. As he said that, Soldier's figure suddenly appeared from the dark. The two short knives rubbed against each other, making a tooth-numbing sound as he approached the flying squirrel. However, someone was faster. A wisp of white smoke flew out of Matthew's luggage, and an extremely ugly face suddenly appeared in front of the little flying squirrel, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws at him. Mommy. I lied. Hoodlum was scared witless. Matthew couldn't help but kick his butt and urged him impolitely. Lead the way. 5 minutes later, in the depths of the rainforest, under a thick black banyan tree. Do you see the wall of trees on the inner wall of the banyan tree? Walk over, place your hands on the tree wall, and recite, Nature's Respect, to enter the Black Banyan's dream realm. This is one of the few nodes in the material world that can connect to the Black Banyan's dream realm. You must not tell others. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Divine Guidance and Death by Law. Chapter 157, Divine Guidance and Death by Law. Hoodlum said loudly. Matthew glanced at the birds flying over his head, the pythons coiled on the branches, and the toads crouching under the tree. He did not say anything but turned around and looked down at Bobo. Are you sure you want to go with us? Actually, you don't owe me anything anymore. Bobo snorted softly. Of course, we don't owe each other anything. The rainforest here is stuffy and hot, and I can't stay any longer. However, since the enemy is the Dragon Lich sect, I have to follow. The Dragon Lich sect has done many evil things in the Gold Coast and the desert. The Hua sisters tried to stop them, but they suffered heavy casualties. It's destiny for me to bump into them this time. Matthew reminded her, but in here, you must not use bombs or create any degree of explosion. Do you understand? He wasn't trying to make things difficult for Bobo. The Black Banyan dreamscape was unlike the material world. It was too fragile, and any energy field fluctuation could take hundreds of years to repair. The Dragon Lich sect attacking the Black Banyan's dream would cause some damage already. Matthew did not want to add to it. Bobo's eyes widened. I can't do this or that. Have I returned to Cyber Dragon? But don't worry, other than bombs, I have 1,000 other ways to deal with the cultists of the Dragon Lich sect. As she spoke, she gently waved the boxing gloves on her hand. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Matthew was relieved. The group of people passed through the tree walls of the old Black Banyan tree in turn. After a short period of discomfort, the forest of the Black Banyan dream instantly appeared in front of Matthew. However, in the next second, he saw a raging fire trying to ignite the banyan tree forest. It's the ground fire dragon, Hoodlum reminded. At this moment, these words appeared in front of Matthew's eyes. Hint, you have encountered a group of Earth Fire Dragons, level 11/vigorous life. New mission options. Mission title, Rainforest is also a forest, Black Banyan is also a tree. Mission description, protect the Black Banyan dream world and the forest. Kill or expel the people of the Dragon Lich sect. Quest reward, depending on your choice, a random reward of druid spells or abilities of different levels. Matthew was overjoyed when he saw this. He had wanted to help Suya even if there was no reward. As a true necromancer, how could he just watch the Dragon Lich sect stir up trouble in the sacred land of nature? Moreover, now that there was a reward, Matthew was even more motivated. He looked over. In the forest in front of them, a group of ground fire dragons were scattered and spewing fire at various parts of the banyan tree forest. Their flames weren't very powerful, but there were enough of them. The banyan forest had inherited the characteristics of the rainforest. It was relatively moist and wasn't that conducive to fire. However, over time, it would still be ignited. So Matthew prepared to deal with this group of fire dragons first. At this moment, Lumiere suddenly said to Matthew, I'm afraid I have to leave first. I'm very worried about Lady Suya's safety. As he spoke, he ran towards the throne without looking back. Matthew did not stop him because he could understand Lumiere's actions. The latter's power came from Suya, from the rainforest, and part of his legendary path also came from this. This was the tragedy of the jungle natives. The limitations of his birth meant that Lumiere had no other path to take. Only by serving the soul of the rainforest could he have the opportunity to walk his own legendary path. It was good to let him go first. In fact, Matthew himself was a little worried about Suya. Although the soul of the rainforest was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws in front of him, once she lost the protection of the Black Banyan Dream, she was just a small nature soul. At most, her level was higher than Ella's. After he saw Lumiere off, Matthew made his move. He took a step forward and waved his hands. His body immediately expanded, and his wings spread out to more than 10 meters long. A terrifying airflow rose from under his body. With a light push, the scenery in front of him quickly retreated. With a whoosh, he shot into the clouds. Shape-shifting form, winged dragon, wind god. The airflow in the sky was disturbed. Matthew flew above the banyan forest in a carefree manner, and the scenery below was unobstructed. In the next moment, he suddenly lowered his altitude and dived down, stopping in an instant. Then, the instinct engraved in his bloodline was activated. The winged dragon wind god's claws reached down, and when it flew up again, there was an angry ground fire dragon on its claws. The wind blew, and the air current rose. Matthew grabbed the fire dragon and continued to climb. After a few seconds, he was already hundreds of meters in the air. He loosened his grip. The earth fire dragon fell down while smoking. Soon, a smear of bright tomato sauce was left on the vast land. The earth fire dragon was a monster with thick skin and flesh. If Matthew fought it normally, it would definitely take a lot of time. This monster was more like a fat spider with a fire-breathing head than a dragon. Their bodies were abnormally fat, bulging like spiders. Their limbs were short, and their bellies crawled on the ground. The only advantage was that it could continuously spit fire and had an amazing defense. Fortunately, I found the skill to deal with them. I wonder where the Dragon Lich sect got such a monster. Matthew hated the monsters in front of him from an aesthetic point of view. Even Big Brother Abomination was cuter than them. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Divine Guidance Spell and Death by Law. Chapter 158, Divine Guidance Spell and Death by Law. Then, he tried a few more. Air raids. However, after the first ground fire dragon's lesson, the remaining monsters were actually on guard. They all leaned towards the nearest banyan tree, using its thick and large branches to cover themselves. Matthew didn't rush forward because of his limited vision. He just hovered on the top of the tree, quietly waiting for his companions to arrive. Very quickly, a short shadow quickly ran over from the forest. Matthew took some time to observe and found that Bobo's movements were a little stiff. Every step she took was especially large. Instead of saying that she was running, it was more like a rabbit jumping. He guessed that it was because her speed was completely dependent on her boots that were emitting blue light. She couldn't fine-tune every detail of her body when she was running. She could only reduce the error rate by increasing the range and reducing the frequency. To be honest, seeing her jump all the way, Matthew was really worried that she would fall and end up in the mud in the next second. But in the end, she still successfully rushed to the front of the fire dragons. In the next second, Bobo waved her blue gloves. "Matthew, look at my uppercut, puff." The blue flames flickered intensely. A ground fire dragon that was watching the show from behind a tree suddenly felt a pain in its stomach. Its chubby body was sent flying by the hammer. It involuntarily flew up a few meters, and just as it was about to return to the embrace of the earth, a black shadow quickly flew over its head. Good fist technique. Matthew praised loudly in the air. A few seconds later, he brought the ground fire dragon to heaven. However, at this moment, the arcane machinist's shout came from below, "Matthew, can you hurry up?" Matthew looked down. Good heavens! Bobo was moving in and out of the group of fire dragons. Fire dragons were sent flying by her hammer. It wasn't as if the monsters didn't put up any resistance, but their flames were completely ineffective against Bobo's armor. A thick glass visor had also descended from her face, providing an all-rounded defense. What a powerful armor. I wonder if I can ask her to help me customize a set. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Matthew rushed down, grabbed a floating fire dragon, and flew into the sky. Just like that. Bobo punched wildly on the ground. Matthew went up and down in the air. A few minutes later, this group of earth fire dragons were all smashed to death. There were 2 more at the edge who tried to escape, but they were killed by Soldier. However, Matthew also noticed that Soldier's efficiency in killing the ground fire dragon wasn't very high. Perhaps it was because the latter's body fat was too thick and Soldier's knife was too short. After killing this group of fire dragons, Matthew received a new message. Hint: you have killed 16 ground fire dragons, relieving the threat of fire in the Black Banyan Dream world. You have received the reward spell, Divine Guidance. Divine Guidance, cantrip. If a creature is willing, you can touch its forehead with your hand and grant it a divine guidance. In the next 3 minutes, the creature's chances of passing one attribute check will be greatly increased. Matthew was delighted. Even though this was the lowest level cantrip, it was a divine skill for druids. Whether it was in daily life or in battle, attribute checks were very important. For example, Matthew met a fat tiger. The latter used to be an expert at climbing trees, but due to a lack of self-discipline, it gradually lost the ability to climb trees. Under normal circumstances, the fat tiger would fall every time it climbed a tree. This was because he couldn't pass the agility check required for climbing. At this moment, he asked Matthew to guide him. The fat tiger would be able to climb the tree happily in the next 3 minutes. Divine guidance had similar effects in other fields. For example, when bargaining with others. The other party might have been reluctant to compromise on the price because you were ugly, but now, because of your bargaining technique, the other party's charm check would be satisfied. In the end, the deal would be negotiated successfully. In short, divine guidance was a good skill to have. Then, on the way to the throne, Matthew and Bobo used the same trick again. They cooperated perfectly and cleanly killed 2 groups of fire dragons. The reward for Matthew was 2 more cantrips. Oak Staff Skill: you can infuse the power of nature into a short or long staff in your hand. For a period when you hold the weapon and engage in melee attacks, you can use your casting key attribute to replace your strength value to perform an attack check. Water Manipulation: you can change or manipulate up to 5 cubic feet of water to a certain extent. It couldn't be compared to the Divine Guidance technique, but it was better than nothing. After killing the 3rd group of earth fire dragons, the 2 of them were already very close to the throne. Matthew flew in the air to check on the situation first, but he realized that the believers of the Dragon Lich sect who had originally surrounded the throne were actually showing signs of retreating. He didn't see Suya at first. He saw Lumiere chasing after the enemies near the throne like a god descending from the heavens. His hands seemed to be the sharpest claws in the world. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could always find the softest part of the enemy's body and tear them apart. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Divine Guidance Spell and Death by Law. Chapter 159, Divine Guidance Spell and Death by Law. In Matthew's eyes, Lumiere's fighting style was extremely brutal, but it was also pleasing to the eye. The winged dragon wind god hovered on the throne for a while. Suddenly, he found traces of Suya on the huge banyan tree branch above his head. She seemed to be chasing after someone anxiously. Matthew focused his eyes. In front of Suya, there was a black-robed man who was hugging a green branch and running while fighting. Warning: you have encountered the 3rd priest of the Dragon Lich sect. Blinken, level 20 advanced necromancer. Blinken's domain: dragon/dragon lich/undead. A half-legend. Matthew's eyelids twitched. I shouldn't run. I need to seize the right opportunity. Matthew adjusted the airflow under his wings and was patiently looking for an opportunity. At this moment, Lumiere suddenly charged out from the crowd near the throne and pounced on the black-robed men. Puff. However, what he saw was only an illusion. In the next moment, Matthew once again captured the black-robed man's whereabouts from the air. He had already teleported to the center of the Dragon Lich sect's believers. Retreat. The black-robed man ordered. A huge teleportation gate appeared behind him. The nearby Dragon Lich cult believers, Dragon Blood warriors, and a few clumsy fire dragons quickly walked into the black gate. The enemies retreated like the tide. Even Black Robe himself stepped into the portal. Stop him. He stole the verdant branch. Suya could not help but exclaim in shock. However, it was this voice that made the black-robed man retract his foot. He turned around angrily and pointed his staff at Suya. Idiot woman. I snatched it, not stole it. I did not steal anything, understand? I won't allow a person like you to live in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man suddenly chanted an incantation that was clearly a double acceleration spell. Quickly dodge. At that moment, even Matthew, who was in the air, felt great danger. A gray ball of light shot out from the tip of the staff. The black-robed man sneered after he finished casting the spell. He no longer lingered and turned around to step into the door. The speed of the gray ball was simply too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Suya's chest. Lumiere, who was very close to her, jumped over to help block it, but he brushed past the gray ball. Suya's small face instantly turned pale. In the next second, silently, the gray ball quickly entered a palm-sized body. Suya's eyes widened. A voice slowly sounded in her ear. Now, Lord Suya should be able to remember me. 3 years ago, I was chased by a stinky bat, and it was Lord Suya who saved. For the past 3 years, I have been working hard and doing all kinds of outrageous things, hoping that you will remember me. Please remember my name. Lord Matthew gave it to me. I actually like it very much. Lord Suya, my name is. Hint, your companion hoodlum has been hit by the Law of Death, Tier 5 spell. The instant death check has taken effect. Hoodlum is dead. Beside the throne, Matthew quickly descended and transformed into his human form. He bent down and picked up the cold and stiff body of the flying squirrel with both hands. Under the erosion of the massive negative energy, its brown-white fur had completely turned grayish-black. His name is Hoodlum. I gave him that name. Matthew was silent for a moment before he brought the little flying squirrel in front of Suya. He had already guessed Hoodlum's respect for Suya. After all, no matter how ridiculous Hoodlum's words were, he would never forget to use honorifics when he mentioned Suya. Matthew even suspected that Hoodlum was a double agent sent by Suya. He felt a little regretful. Hence, his gaze towards Suya was filled with sorrow. However, in the next second, Suya actually chuckled. Did that performance really touch you? This damned flying squirrel. When did he learn how to manipulate emotions like humans? Matthew was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on. Suya explained. In order to persuade the animals to resist the invasion of the Dragon Lich sect, I promised them that if they died in the Black Banyan dream, no matter how much time and effort it took, I would resurrect them one by one, at least in the form of a low-level nature soul. This guy knows what he's doing. As she spoke, she waved her hand. A white light emerged from the flying squirrel's corpse and slowly entered the throne behind her. The white light flew past Matthew. Matthew could still vaguely see Hoodlum's soul winking at him. Hint, the soul of the rainforest, Suya, has held a promotion ceremony for your companion Hoodlum, the soul of nature, spirit form / intermediate. It will return to the Black Banyan dream in its spirit form within 30 days and receive a certain amount of nature's blessings and the care of the soul of the rainforest. This brat. Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion because there were still a large number of Dragon Lich sect believers retreating near the black door. I still have something. Suya's words were interrupted by Matthew. Wait. After saying that, he transformed into the winged dragon wind god again and flew toward the black door. Chapter 160, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. Chapter 160, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. The winged dragon wind god flew past the black door. A strong wind suddenly swept up, and a few Dragon Lich sect believers who almost ran through the door were swept out. Whoosh! 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 With the portal as the center, a small group of people fell away from the black door. Matthew didn't hesitate at all. He flapped his wings wildly, and the terrifying airflow formed a huge vortex near the black door. Violent wind. The believers of the Dragon Lich sect fell like dominoes. It looked like a mess below. Matthew was about to start harvesting when many of the fallen believers cried out in surprise. Then, banging sounds rang out one after another. Matthew focused his eyes and saw that the cultists had turned into puddles of mist, weakly falling on the ground. As the scale of the gale continued to expand, more cultists were swept in, and more water stains appeared on the ground. Matthew finally realized where these dragon lich sect disciples came from. Water mirror image, military version. This was a spell that was at least level 4, and only those with the ability, army spell specialization, had the chance to cast it. Matthew had a higher opinion of the black-robed Blinken's strength. Law of Death, and army spell specialization. He is at least at a hero level. In fact, Law of Death was a terrifying spell. The caster could grab someone and kill them. One had to know that this was a tier 5 spell. This was the power of instant death spells. Matthew was more concerned about the army spell that Blinken had mastered. No one was willing to cultivate this kind of spell. After all, it was time-consuming and troublesome to study it unless he had a well-trained army under him. After the mirror images were destroyed one by one, Matthew estimated that there were less than 100 dragon lich cult believers attacking the dream realm of the Black Banyan Tree. Because there were only 12 people left to cover the rear. From their panicked expressions, they probably didn't know that their companions were just mirror images. And they were the cannon fodder that had been sacrificed. That's why Blinken didn't plan to attack the Black Banyan Dream Realm from the start. He was just bluffing. His real target was probably the verdant branch that Suya mentioned. Matthew understood. After the 12 dragon worship cult believers lost the cover of the mirror image, they quickly became the targets for the winged dragon wind god to practice diving and catching people. After a series of screams, the black door slowly disappeared. There was more ketchup on the ground. Matthew, who was hovering in the air, was still not satisfied. He scouted with all his might for a while, and sure enough, he found 2 groups of fire dragons in the banyan forest to the east of the throne. And Bobo was currently attacking them with a heavy fist. In the next second, the winged dragon wind god let out a long cry of joy and charged forward with a strong gust of wind. Bobo, hold on. I'm coming. On the throne in the distance, Suya was staring into the distance. He seems to hate these dragon lich cult believers. Is it because he cares about me? From time to time, a hint of pride flashed across her eyes. However, she was completely unaware that Lumiere, who was covered in blood, was observing the soul of the rainforest and the winged dragon wind god with a complicated gaze. His expression was very distorted, with confusion, unhappiness, and even more confusion. In the end, all his emotions were restrained. Lumiere nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. Hint, you have killed 12 dragon lich cult believers and resolved the crisis in the Black Banyan Dream. You have killed 28 ground fire dragons and resolved the fire crisis in the banyan tree forest. You have received the rewards, spell, water creation, and, spell, food purification. Water creation, you can create up to 4 liters of water in an open container. Or, the same amount of water could be evenly scattered in an area of up to 10 cubic meters in a very small-scale rainfall. It could be used to extinguish flames and water plants. You can use water creation 3 times per day. Food purification, you can purify a non-magic food, removing all toxins and diseases from it. Otherwise, why was it said that druids were the most suitable class for transmigrators? Even if you came here penniless. When you were hungry, you could pick some berries from the bushes. When you were thirsty, you could make water appear out of thin air. If you were afraid of eating unclean things and had diarrhea, you could still use food purification. If he didn't have money to buy weapons, he could just pick up a small branch on the ground and apply the oak staff technique on it. In the shape-shifting form, one could enter the city to work and act cute, while in the wild, one could communicate with animals. It was indeed the most suitable profession for poor transmigrators. Even now, Matthew didn't think that these 2 spells were useless. If he had mastered food purification in Marsh City, he would not have gone to the toilet 7 or 8 times a night. After killing all the earth fire dragons, Matthew led Bobo to see Suya. At this moment, the area around the throne had already regained its peace. The animals summoned by Suya had also left one after another, leaving behind one corpse after another on the ground. Rays of white light emerged from the corpse and merged into Suya's throne. It was extremely difficult for Suya to transform the souls of all animals into even the lowest level of nature soul. Even if she was already standing at the top of the rainforest, a large-scale promotion ceremony was still a big challenge for her before she became a demigod. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. Chapter 161, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. Bobo walked over and sized up Suya curiously. She could not help but say enviously, "What white toes. Wow, you're really tall." To Matthew's surprise, Suya's attitude towards Bobo was unexpectedly calm. She smiled gently at Shorty. "Thank you. You're very cute too." Bobo jumped up excitedly. "Did you hear that, Matthew? Even the soul of the rainforest praised me for being cute. She really has good taste." Because she had just done a good job in boxing, Matthew couldn't be perfunctory, so he praised her a little. The blue light on Bobo's helmet was about to burst out from the light bulb. At this moment, Lumiere walked over. Suya suddenly became serious. She sat upright on the throne, and her temperament instantly changed from an amiable big sister next door to a high and mighty queen. They took the verdant branch. That black-robed man, Blinken of the Dragon Lich cult, used the Book of Blasphemy to weaken my power and forcefully pried open the door to the Black Banyan Dream. He perfectly seized the moment when I was at my weakest. Before that, I was preparing the advancement ritual of the war beasts. The ritual hadn't succeeded yet, and I had lost a lot of energy, so I gave them an opportunity. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 rings of white light lit up on the altar in front of the throne. Everyone focused their eyes. Lying in the white light were the phantoms of dinosauruses and winged dragon wind gods that had shrunk many times. Matthew understood. The war beast was a supernatural soul of nature. Only Lord-tier monsters that tore apart all competitors and crushed their peers in the natural world had the chance to become a war beast. Using the dinosauruses as an example, after they were promoted to war beasts by Suya, they became the guardians of the Black Banyan's dream realm. It could survive for as long as the Black Banyan's dream realm could. At the same time, war beasts could retain most of their strength when they were alive. They even had the opportunity to reconstruct their physical bodies, unlike most natural souls that existed in the form of spirits, which always had some defects since they lacked a physical body. Correspondingly, the promotion of war beasts consumed a lot of energy for the host of the ceremony, not to mention Suya was promoting 2 at the same time. Matthew looked straight into Suya's eyes, but the latter's expression did not change. However, Matthew realized that Suya might have predicted the impending crisis, which was why she had allowed the 2 lords, the winged dragon wind god and the dinosauruses, to die in his and Lumiere's hands. Because only then would she have the opportunity to hold the war beast advancement ceremony for them. In hindsight, there was nothing wrong with this choice. Since Blinken could directly pry open the door to the Black Banyan's dream, all of this had nothing to do with the rainforest's ecological niche in the material world. It could only be said that Blinken had been plotting for a long time, and he was very decisive, seizing the opportunity perfectly. Matthew was about to ask for some details when he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his foot as if someone had stepped on him heavily. However, the control of his strength was extremely perfect, causing Matthew to feel a slight pain, but not to the extent of screaming. After the pain, there was a small numbness. Matthew frowned as he stared at Suya. The latter's gaze was calm, and her aura was dignified, as if she was a god that was accepting believers on a pilgrimage. When Matthew saw this, he began to wonder if she was the one who had stepped on him. However, this was Black Banyan's dream realm. Who else could it be other than her? What exactly is the Book of Blasphemy? Fortunately, his friend Bobo asked Matthew's question. The Book of Blasphemy is a true divine artifact. In theory, Blinken only has 1/5 of it, so it can only have the effect of a semi-divine artifact. 50 years ago, this semi-divine weapon was still hidden in a secret vault of the Seven Saint Alliance. However, at that time, Blinken was already one of the guards of the secret vault. He had long coveted the remnant page of the Book of Blasphemy, so he deliberately designed a series of schemes. In the end, he successfully escaped with the remnant page and went to the Dragon Lich cult. The one who answered everyone's questions was not Suya. It was a young man who was slowly walking out from the shadows under the banyan tree. He was very thin and short. His skin was dark, but his teeth were very white. When he smiled, he gave people a very shy feeling. Hi, everyone. My name is Shui, and I'm from the Secret Intelligence Department of the Seven Saint Alliance. I'm an ace spy, and my job is to keep an eye on the Dragon Lich cult in the desert. I stutter a little. I get nervous when people look at me. Thank you. Shui finished the 2 sentences as if he were reciting his lines. Suya helped to introduce him. I've known Shui for many years. He was always active in the desert. Before the Dragon Lich cult attacked, he came to warn me, but Blinken came too quickly, giving me less than an hour to react. Shui turned his head and didn't look at anyone. He said smoothly. It's not your fault, Master Suya. Blinken is the 3rd most powerful person in the Dragon Lich cult. His strength is unbelievably strong, and no one knows that he will suddenly go crazy. Everyone, if you don't mind, let me introduce the background of the Dragon Lich cult first. The group of people were curious, to begin with, so they naturally nodded. Only Matthew's nod was a little slow. Because just now, he felt another foot rubbing against the back of his foot. This time, it wasn't a stomp. But it seemed more torturous than stepping. Is it Suya? What is this woman doing? She has just lost her verdant branch. She can't be in the mood to flirt with me. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. Chapter 162, Book of Blasphemy and Holy Mage. Matthew's mind was in a mess. However, he soon listened attentively. The Dragon Lich cult originated from the worship of the Dragon of the Dead, Ariana, but in fact, Ariana hated them very much. She once personally said to the person in charge of negotiating with the Alliance of Seven Saints, "If it's possible, I hope that I'm the only Dragon Lich in this world. I enjoy loneliness and don't yearn for my own kind because having too many of my own kind means competition. I'd rather lie in my grave every day and count flies than have a few more Dragon Liches in the world." Although this sentence was said in the context of Ariana trying to distance herself from the dragon worship sect, we think it has a certain degree of authenticity. Ariana was just a spiritual icon used by the Dragon Lich cult to attract believers. Their real leader was actually a mage named Isabel. Speaking of which, I have no choice but to reveal my family's dirty laundry. Lady Isabel, as the teacher of the current Guardian of the South, Mr. Ronan, was once the previous generation's heavenly mage of the Seven Saint Alliance. Her level was above level 30, which was also the legendary Holy Mage. Yes, she was a traitor of the Seven Saint Alliance. This was also one of the reasons why the Seven Saint Alliance had yet to destroy the Dragon Lich sect. We don't know why the former heavenly mage and the guardian of the human race betrayed us. Fortunately, although Isabel was crazy, she was not too evil. The Alliance had paid a huge price to stop her. After a few difficult battles, we eliminated a considerable number of members of the Dragon Lich sect. Isabel was also convinced and took the initiative to confine herself. The Alliance's higher-ups had people accompanying her day and night. We could say that her mental state is still okay. The Dragon Lich sect that we're looking at now is mainly controlled by 2 mages. They were once Lady Isabel's favorite students. Blinken, whom I'm monitoring, is mainly responsible for the activities of this cult in the south. He was very cunning and appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The Alliance sent people to capture him a few times, but he escaped. This time, I caught a clue about him. I only dared to hide in the dark and wait for the follow-up orders from my superiors. According to my observations, before attacking the rainforest, Blinken had been in the desert. He had been patiently chatting with the Blue Dragon every day, trying to persuade it to join the Dragon Lich sect after its life was exhausted. However, the Blue Dragon was only greedy for the money of the Dragon Lich sect. It refused to sign the contract after receiving money several times. Blinken was already very angry. However, Blue Dragon was shameless, timid, and cautious. He could not do anything to him. Blinken was indeed quite capable. While he was dealing with the Blue Dragon in the desert, he did not forget to set up the Dragon Lich sect's businesses in the city. He was very business-minded. Casinos, brothels, magic shops. Under his management, the Dragon Lich sect's businesses flourished. Many local tyrants in the Gold Coast tried to find trouble with them, but in the end, they could not do anything. He spent most of his time in the desert fighting the blue dragon. This was truly admirable. I thought this situation would continue until Blue Dragon or Blinken made their move. However, some time ago, I received a message from an insider from the Dragon Lich sect. He told me that a member of the Dragon Lich sect was in a tavern in Condor City when he accidentally heard a drunkard say that they had found a giant dragon's tomb in the rainforest and that they were going to be rich. The member of the Dragon Lich sect verified that the drunkard was a mid-level leader of the Sandstorm Bandits. Ever since that day, the Sandstorm Bandits began to have internal strife. After that, Blinken asked around and somehow concluded that there was a dragon's tomb in the rainforest. After all, the Book of Blasphemy had records on how to advance as dragon liches. One requires a large number of dead dragon skeletons. The news of the dragon's tomb directly stimulated Blinken. He almost immediately gave the order to temporarily give up on negotiating with the blue dragon and mobilized a large amount of resources to the edge of the rainforest. He was cutting down trees and building factories. They probably knew that they would encounter resistance from the rainforest creatures and were prepared to fight to the death with you. The tomb of the giant dragon. Matthew and the other two looked at each other, feeling somewhat baffled. He recalled the members of the Order of Calamity and the Sandstorm Bandits who had appeared at the shore of the Great Dragon Lake that day. He couldn't help but wonder if Blinken had made a mistake. Could he have mistaken the bright sandalwood king's tomb for the tomb of the giant dragon? This is too ridiculous. Matthew thought about it, and the strange feeling on his calf came again. After trying to adjust his posture and move forward and backward to no avail, he could only use his willpower to resist the numbness in his calves forcefully. On the throne, Suya rested her chin on one hand and crossed her legs. Her left leg was stacked on top of her swayed, and her fair little foot unconsciously pressed forward. Her expression was innocent and holy. This made Matthew speechless. He did not understand why Suya did this, so he could only silently endure the humiliation. In short, according to my intelligence, the Dragon Lich sect has temporarily allied with the Order of Calamity from the Underdark. The two sides have reached a certain agreement, and the people of the Order of Calamity seem to be very interested in the legendary tomb of the dragon. Shui said with assurance, as for the situation with the Sandstorm Bandits, I don't know. At this point, his expression and tone became very sincere. No matter what, Blinken's actions must be stopped. Not to mention what will happen when he finds the dragon's tomb. Before that, the safety of the rainforest creatures and the Black Banyan Dream will be in huge danger. According to the procedure, this matter should have been handled by my superior. However, there has been some kind of malfunction in the Alliance recently, and all communication rituals can't be used. I'm just a spy without combat power. I had no choice but to ask for help from others. Now, I officially represent the Alliance of Seven Saints to entrust you with a task. Can you help stop Blinken's actions? It would be even better if you could kill him or capture him. The Alliance of Seven Saints has never been stingy with rewards. I can guarantee that after the mission is successful, you will at least receive a magical equipment or item with a rating of L2 or above. Matthew was about to agree. However, he heard a delicate voice beside his ear, "Don't do it." Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Why am I still leveling up? Chapter 163, Why am I still leveling up? Why? Matthew asked the voice in his heart. However, the other party did not answer. Matthew looked up at Suya, who was sitting on the throne with a divine expression. It was as if Shui's mission or the voice in Matthew's heart had nothing to do with her. What is this? Is she still going to put on the airs of the soul of the rainforest? Matthew suddenly laughed in his heart. Because she couldn't bring herself to ask for help to expel the Dragon Lich sect, so she simply used the name of the Seven Saint Alliance. He saw through it very clearly. Shui was definitely from the Alliance of Seven Saints, but his mission was to recon. Based on what Shui said, he couldn't contact the Alliance and, therefore, shouldn't have the right to issue any missions. In this way, the real client of this mission was obvious. As he thought about this, Matthew's smile had a hint of mockery. However, he soon stopped smiling. Because the little foot that had been rubbing against him suddenly kicked him at a position that was quite fatal. At that time, Matthew almost hissed and keeled over. In the next second, Matthew met Bobo's suspicious gaze. Are you actually daydreaming? Hurry up and say your opinion. We've already expressed our stance. Matthew coughed and looked at Shuey apologetically. I'm sorry, I was indeed a little distracted just now. What did you guys say? Bobo said unhappily. Lumiere and I have decided to accept his request. It's better for the people of the dragon Lich sect to go to hell sooner or later. However, at the same time, we would like to hear your opinion. After all, in terms of cunning, I'm afraid we are not as good as necromancers. Lumiere nodded in agreement with Bobo. Both of them looked at Matthew. The latter immediately muttered. I need more information. The current information doesn't allow me to make a judgment. Blinken is a level 20 necromancer. He's too dangerous. Shuey immediately said. In fact, that's just his level on the surface. Blinken has been oppressed by the Book of Blasphemy for a long time, and his strength has dropped quite a bit. Now, he had to spend a portion of his power to suppress that semi-divine weapon at all times, so his true combat strength was only around level 18. If you think that tracking Blinken is difficult, I can provide a little help in this regard. This is my job. As he spoke, he took out a chubby and round little elf from a small cloth pocket at his waist. Then, he knelt on one knee and placed the little elf on the ground. I don't know. After the little elf landed, she immediately revealed a pitiful expression. Its skin was light blue, and there were water ripples flowing on it. Be good, little Bubu. It won't hurt very much. Shuey said gently. The little elf immediately covered her eyes with her hands, but her hands were too short. She could only cover the corners of her eyes. The rest of her eyes were watery, and she looked very pitiful. Shuey raised his right palm and slapped the elf's forehead. At the same time, he shouted the name of the dragon Lich Sect's priest, Blinken. The little elf was smashed into pieces by this slap, and its body turned into a huge puddle of water. In the middle of the water stain, a clear image quickly appeared. The light of dawn penetrated the dense rainforest and hit the huge banana leaves. A few crystal-clear dewdrops could be seen rolling back and forth on the leaves. Suddenly, a large hand pushed the banana leaf away impatiently, and the dew immediately rolled down from the edge. The camera quickly moved up and then looked down at the sparse team from a high position. They were the Dragon Lich Sect people. Looking down from this angle, the composition of the team could be seen at a glance. The black-robed man, Blinken, was walking at the front. Behind him were 4 well-equipped dragon blood warriors, followed by more than 20 dragon worship disciples in brown robes. The members of the 4th echelon were all ground fire dragons, and the one in charge of driving them away was a dragon blood warrior at the back. The entire army was orderly as they passed through the rainforest. Even the earth fire dragon, which was the most prone to making mistakes, appeared to be extremely intelligent. It could be seen that Blinken had put in a lot of effort in managing the team. As they walked, the black-robed man suddenly raised a hand. Stop. There were nearly 200 units in the team, and they were in the complex terrain of the rainforest. However, with a single order from Blinken, every unit stopped in place within 2 seconds. Matthew saw a fire dragon sink into the mud because of the sudden break. But even so, it did not move at all, allowing the mud to drown its fat body gradually. Blinken looked around and said coldly, "Rest for 8 minutes. Next, prepare for battle." With that, he rushed in front of the ground fire dragon and pulled it out of the mud. Too careless. Blinken seemed to be reprimanding him sternly, but in the next second, he cast a cleanse on the fire dragon. The fire dragon howled and kissed Blinken's shoes. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Everyone was resting on the spot. Only Blinken himself kept walking back and forth. His eyes occasionally looked around and occasionally swept across the crowd. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Why am I still leveling up? Chapter 164, Why am I still leveling up? Suddenly, his gaze paused on a Dragon Lich Sect disciple for 3 seconds before he walked quickly toward him. The Dragon Lich Sect disciple panicked. He stood up from the ground and was about to say something when Blinken grabbed his collar. In the next second, Blinken carefully tidied the creases on his collar and adjusted the angle of the Dragon Lich Sect badge on his chest. Remember, no matter how big the crisis is, humans must not panic and must not forget to take care of their appearance. This is the biggest difference between humans and animals. Next time, if I find out that there's a problem with the angle of your badge, I'll expel you from the Dragon Lich sect immediately. The believer opened his mouth in excitement. Lord Blinken, I. Blinken helped him tidy up his appearance and patted his shoulder. Don't talk. Do your job well. After saying that, he quickly left and looked elsewhere. A few minutes later, Blinken led his team and set off again. This time, the camera couldn't keep up with them. Instead, it watched them leave the forest and arrive at a relatively open highland. On the ground, the water droplets slowly disappeared. From a large puddle at the beginning, it gradually became a small ball. In the end, all the water droplets merged into a round ball of meat. Bougie. The little elf stood with her hands on her hips angrily as if she was scolding Shui. Shui, who was prepared, immediately took out a lead block from his waist and handed it over. The elf grabbed the lead and swallowed it. The lead appeared in its translucent stomach, and bubbles popped out. The elf burped in satisfaction, and the lead disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bougie is a scouting elf, but its scouting method is a little tragic. Shui smiled shyly and put away the elf. Matthew nodded. Those images were indeed very clear, and they were not detected by Blinken, who was a quasi-legend. This meant that the elf's investigative ability was very high. He extracted 3 pieces of information from the previous image. First, Blinken was indeed a strong leader. The evil camp's people were often difficult to train, but he could make every subordinate obey orders obediently. Although there was a reason for his strength, Blinken's personal charm and management skills also accounted for a large proportion. The underground allied army of the Order of Calamity was nothing more than a bunch of wandering soldiers in front of Blinken's troops. Secondly, Blinken seemed to have a very serious obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was no wonder that he was so angry at Suya's slip of the tongue when he withdrew from the Black Banyan Dream. Thirdly, after leaving the Black Banyan Dream, the direction of the march seemed familiar. Matthew thought for a while and confirmed that the highland they were about to reach was the place where he had fought alongside Old Lucky and Lorraine. It was the edge of the bitter water swamp. Judging from his posture, it seemed that he was going deep into the bitter water swamp. If Matthew did not know that the former owner of the swamp was called Dania, he would have really associated Blinken with the legendary Necromancer. What's the use of the verdant branch? Matthew asked Suya. Suya said calmly. It's one of the foundational items of the rainforest. With it, the Dragon Lich sect disciples can move freely in the rainforest to a certain extent, reducing the risk of encountering poisonous insects and beasts. At the same time, it's also a natural divine item. It's something that druids, rangers, and nature souls dream of. Matthew thought for a moment. So, Blinken snatched the verdant branch to fight a protracted war in the rainforest. He didn't intend to attack with one fell swoop, or rather, he didn't have the ability. Shui echoed. What you said is very reasonable. Blinken is a very smart person. He never does anything impulsive. This sudden intrusion into the rainforest is the most impulsive thing I've ever seen him do, but he handled it in an orderly manner. To be honest, if he weren't an enemy of the Alliance, I would want to be friends with him. Matthew nodded slightly. To be able to make the scout sincerely admire him, Blinken was not simple. This kind of brave and resourceful enemy was the most troublesome. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Matthew was not willing to make him an enemy. My suggestion is that we can track Blinken and try to stop him from destroying the rainforest. If we had the chance, I would even be willing to negotiate with him. The best option would be to persuade him to leave the rainforest without using force. Matthew explained seriously. A level 20 mage is already very powerful. Blinken used to work in the Seven Saint Alliance and defected to the Dragon Lich sect. It wasn't that I lacked the courage to fight, but that I didn't want anything to happen to anyone present. Of course, if negotiation is not possible, then force will be necessary. I believe that with our strength and cooperation, killing him is not impossible. Shui thought for a moment. But how do you plan to persuade him? Although Blinken was very smart, he was also very stubborn. He had already determined that the dragon's tomb really existed, so he would never give up. Matthew asked. Don't you think it's strange? I'm referring to the news about the dragon's tomb and the sandstorm bandits. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Why am I still leveling up? Chapter 165, Why Am I Still Leveling Up? Shui was taken aback before turning serious. Please share with us. Matthew turned to Bobo. I remember you Lien telling us that day that the Sandstorm Bandits had recently erupted into internal strife. Both sides have been constantly fighting in the city, but in the end, they have mistaken their targets several times. The ones who died were all outsiders, right? Bobo nodded vigorously. Matthew chuckled. The bandit gang got the wrong target. You must be joking. I can understand if they are a knight regiment or a warrior regiment, but I can't understand how a bandit regiment that is famous for intelligence investigation and accurate assassination could get their targets wrong. Realization dawned on Bobo. So that fatty lied to us. Shui coughed when he heard that. He probably didn't lie to you. I've also verified this information. It's true. The places where both sides exchanged fire were both inside and outside the city of Condor, and most of the people who died were indeed outsiders who were accidentally involved. Matthew gave a direct conclusion. I think that the internal strife of the Sandstorm Bandits might be an act. Yu Lian once told me that, other than me, he also sold the news of the seabed tomb to another group. This means that someone might be interested in the seabed tomb, but he did not dare to take the risk. Therefore, he found the Sandstorm Bandits and put on an act. His ultimate goal was to encourage the Dragon Lich sect to scout the way first. Of course, this was only one of the guesses. There were many different situations, and my guesses had many loopholes. For example, if the Dragon Lich sect was strong enough to take down the seabed tomb, the mastermind might not get anything. This would not work. For example, it was doubtful that such a smart Blinken would take the bait. Just because of the internal strife of the Sandstorm Bandits. In short, there are indeed many loopholes in this matter. We haven't found out the truth yet, but we can use these to negotiate with Blinken first. From the way he snatched the verdant branch and left the Black Banyan dream realm in time, it could be seen that he was a rational person. As long as he was rational, no matter how evil he was, he could still negotiate. After saying this, Matthew was a little thirsty, so he picked a leaf and twisted it into a funnel shape. He rubbed a glass of water for himself and asked everyone as he drank. What do you think? Suya rested her chin on her hand as she looked at Matthew with relish. She also crossed her legs. Lumiere shook his head silently. Bobo seemed to have entered a standstill state. Only Shui exclaimed. Your thinking is really clear. You can grasp so many key points at once. I think you're more qualified to be a spy than me. Why didn't such an outstanding mage like you join the Seven Saint Alliance? Matthew smiled modestly. If it were any other mage, they might be able to analyze it more thoroughly than I do. The few of them discussed for a while. In the end, even Suya tacitly agreed to Matthew's plan. Matthew let the others rest for a while. He said that he needed to find a place to write 2 letters. Although he was confident in his plan, he was also worried that he was too young and inexperienced. The plan he formulated might have hidden dangers. Therefore, he decided to write a letter to ask the experienced big shots. Originally, Master Ronan was the best advisor. It was a pity that he wasn't here. Matthew was going to write to Zeller, hoping that his seniors, including Zeller, Richard, and Li Weiqi, could give him some advice. The other letter was intended for Peggy. Although he had completed his advancement, it was obviously not Matthew's style to leave the matter of the Dragon Lich sect alone. As a result, he might stay in the south for more than a month, and he would have to remind Peggy of many things. The content that he was about to write went through his mind. Matthew took out a letter and a pen from his bag. At this moment, Suya's voice sounded in his ear. Follow me. Then, Matthew saw a beautiful figure quickly disappear into the forest on his left. He stood up and walked in that direction without batting an eyelid. However, Matthew did not know that Bobo and Lumiere, who had long since noticed his abnormality, saw this scene. The two of them looked at each other and then looked at the throne. However, there was no trace of the soul of the rainforest on the throne. Lumiere had a complicated look on his face and did not speak. Bobo suddenly asked, if a human and a nature soulmate, will she give birth to a human or a nature soul? Lumiere was stunned. They shouldn't have reached this level, right? Bobo looked at him in disdain. Are you blind? Lumiere scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry, this question is beyond my knowledge. I really don't know what will happen. After all, I'm just a country bumpkin who hasn't left the rainforest much. Bobo said seriously, please don't say that. Lumiere's heart warmed. In the next second, Bobo said seriously, country bumpkins might even have more knowledge than you. Lumiere's face stiffened. Here, this one is for you. Don't be dejected anymore. Bobo randomly took out a colorful candy and an alarm clock from her bag. She placed the alarm clock on the ground and patted the button on it. The clock's needle slowly moved. Then she handed the colorful candy to Lumiere. I'll treat you to a smart candy. You'll become smarter after eating it. Lumiere gratefully accepted the candy, but he did not eat it but put it in his pocket close to his chest. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Why am I still leveling up? Chapter 166, Why am I still leveling up? After doing all this, Bobo began to polish her armor silently. Lumiere pointed at the alarm clock on the floor and asked, "What are you doing?" "Oh, to time Matthew." Bobo replied casually. "Aren't you curious how long it'll take him to write letters, I mean?" In the small forest, Suya casually set up a hazy barrier. She elegantly walked to a round tree stump and stopped. She turned around and looked at Matthew. "You can write here. But before that, I have to ask you. Why didn't you listen to my advice?" Her expression became stern and fierce as if the irritable soul of the rainforest had returned. Matthew said calmly, "Someone has to deal with the matters of the Dragon Lich sect." Suya said coldly, "Lumiere can take care of them." Matthew shook his head and said, "This is too dangerous. I can't let him go alone." Suya paced back and forth angrily with a dark face. A moment later, she suddenly sighed. The anger on her face disappeared and was replaced by a deep worry. She closed her legs and slowly sat on the tree stump. "I'm very weak now. The Book of Blasphemy has contaminated the source of the Black Banyan's dream. I need to spend a lot of energy to purify it. I need someone to protect me, Matthew." This was the first time Matthew saw a pleading look in Suya's eyes. Matthew muttered, "If it's just protection, Lumiere or anyone else can do it." "No," Suya said decisively, "I don't trust him." Matthew was stunned for a moment. He had thought about the various reasons why Suya looked at him differently, but he did not expect her to give such a reason. "I came from the rainforest myself, so I know very well what is engraved in the blood of every creature here. I trust none of them equally, including your partner Lumiere." Suya said coldly. Matthew didn't refute her. He was just thinking about whether her words were correct or not. "I am only the soul of the rainforest, not the god of the rainforest." Suya said softly, "Do you think I like to pretend to be hot-tempered every day? But if I didn't do this, they would immediately think that I was weak. I will be instantly pushed down and destroyed. Today, when the Dragon Lich sect attacked the Black Banyan Dream Realm, I summoned many animals, but I didn't summon the patterned giant crocodile. Do you know why? I'm afraid that it will eat me when it comes in. Trust me, it won't miss this opportunity." It was not the only one. Dinosauruses and winged dragon wind gods were the same. Every ferocious beast in the rainforest cherished the opportunity to climb up the food pyramid. Therefore, I can only feel a sense of security after they die and advance into war beasts. Because I was born surrounded by wolves. Matthew. Can you understand this feeling? Matthew looked over. Suya's expression was still very stubborn, but there were tears in her eyes. "Lumiere is not that kind of person, I believe," Matthew said. Suya smiled. "You believe? That sounds like you have been convinced by me." Matthew did not disagree. "Then why do you trust me?" he asked. "Because you come from a civilized world, and you have the recognition of the oak forest." Suya said softly. "Oak is not great, but she has always been very accurate in judging people. Even if the oak forest related to you has not officially become a nature's soul, I still believe her judgment." After Matthew heard this, he roughly understood Suya's current situation. However, he still looked apologetic. "But I can't let them go alone. I'm worried about their safety." Suya looked at him bitterly. "So you don't worry about my safety?" Matthew scratched his head. How about I leave a bone dragon with you? Get lost. Suya's expression suddenly changed. Who wants your bone dragon, stinky necromancer? You and your summoned creatures better stay far away from me. I don't want your protection. Matthew raised his eyebrows. He realized Suya's little trick, but he did not point it out. He only smiled playfully. It's not a good thing to throw a tantrum at the soul of the rainforest now. After all, you've already exposed your weakness. Not willing to be outdone, Suya slapped the tree stump between her legs with her right hand. Come on. Come at me if you have the ability. Aren't you going to write a letter? I'll just sit here and not leave. Or you can go write somewhere else. Or you can move me away from here. If you're a man, you'll know which to choose. Matthew immediately rushed over. After a while, he successfully subdued Suya from an extremely tricky angle. Suya was forced to half-kneel in front of the tree stump, her face filled with disbelief. Matthew said leisurely, well, this is perfect. I'll dictate, and you write for me. He slapped the letter and quill on the stump. Suya immediately screamed, are you still a man? Matthew said calmly, so, will you write for me? Suya gave up and said, fine. I'll write. Let go. Matthew let go of her hand cautiously. Suya begrudgingly went to grab the quill and letter. What do you want me to write? Suya suppressed her anger. Matthew cleared his throat. Darling Zeller. Darling. Suya raised her head and almost dropped her quill. Matthew pressed her head down. Just write. Don't ask too many questions. Suya snorted lightly. Her face was slightly red as she obediently wrote. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Why am I still leveling up? Chapter 167, Why am I still leveling up? Hint, Rainforest Souls Favorability +1+1+1. Matthew looked at it and smiled. The 2 letters were quickly written. Matthew quickly left the Black Banyan Dream and summoned Ella from the Moonlight Woodlands, who had been resting for a long time. He asked her to bring the 2 letters back to Rolling Stone Town. Then, he rested for a while in the Black Banyan Dream realm. An hour later, just as they were about to set off to negotiate with Blinken, Matthew was surprised to hear such a great piece of news. Hint, since you have successfully completed the advancement, the power limit of your contracted summoned creature, Tauren Skeleton, will be passively removed within 24 hours. You can also choose to manually remove the limit in advance to recover more of the Tauren Skeleton's original power. Is there such a thing? I was the one who restricted Peggy's strength. Why didn't we know about this when we signed the contract? Matthew was stunned. He did not hesitate. He chose to cancel the limitation manually. A little earlier, another morning arrived in Rolling Stone Town. The sky lit up. Pedestrians shuttled to and fro on the street of farmers. Housewives or old people carrying baskets walked and stopped in front of the stalls, saying good morning to each other, asking about the price, and occasionally chatting. The streets were filled with voices. At a stall selling white radishes at the corner of the street, the stall owner, Mary, was tidying up the vegetable stall. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and the 2 white radishes disappeared into thin air. Ding! A few loose coins landed on the stall. Mary accepted the money as if nothing had happened. She turned to her husband, who was cleaning the donkey cart, and said, "That invisible person actually came to buy white radishes today." The husband asked in a daze, "Haven't our white radishes always been delicious?" Mary shook her head and said, "He bought it once 2 years ago, but he hasn't bought it since. He probably doesn't like it himself. Perhaps there was a guest at the invisible person's house today, and the guest liked it, so he bought it." The husband put down the brush in his hand, hugged Mary's waist from behind, and praised, "You're really smart." Mary was proud for a while, then she seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "So don't think about fooling me. I heard that you've been getting close to that slut Jenny recently. If you get caught, humph." The husband trembled and repeatedly expressed that he wouldn't. Mary kissed him contentedly. The sun gradually rose. Not long after, a tall shadow appeared in the alley next door. Peggy carried the basket and counted the dishes she had bought the day. White radish, carrot, beef, beef eyes, beef liver. The recipe that Sif mentioned should only need these ingredients. Not long after, she walked briskly back home, only to find that the kitchen was already flaming. She walked over and saw that Sif, who had stayed the night before, was cooking a pot of delicious soup. Peggy asked curiously, "What soup are you making, baby?" Sif pulled up her chef's dress, which had been enlarged by who knows how many sizes, and raised her spoon. She turned around and smiled. "I made soup with the fish jelly and mushrooms that I ate last night. By the way, didn't I always say that I wanted to try to make a dish that even the undead could taste? I added something special to the soup today. Do you want to try it?" As she spoke, she scooped a bowl of soup for Peggy. Peggy took the soup and stuffed it directly into her chin, ignoring the boiling heat. Unlike Soldier, the hot soup flowed down her neck, but before it could seep out or drip out, it was instantly evaporated by her soul fire. She even burped like a human. "The soup is not bad. Unfortunately, I still can't taste it." Peggy looked at Sif's disappointed eyes and patted the girl's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged, baby. You're already very good. When Matthew comes back, your cooking will shock him." "Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see that scene." However, in the next second, Sif suddenly widened her eyes. Peggy didn't realize what had happened. "What's wrong, Sif?" Sif pointed at Peggy's chest and said, "There was a light there just now, and then you seemed to be completely different." Peggy looked down. She realized that her chest was shining with a bright white light. "I'm going to level up." Peggy was overjoyed. "Ever since I followed that loser Matthew, I haven't leveled up. What's going on today? I can feel that surging power. Wait, could it be because of this bowl of soup?" Sif waved her hand, indicating that she didn't know anything. Peggy was about to get another bowl. However, all of a sudden, her chest emitted a white light again. "This bowl of soup of yours actually has such a powerful effect that it can let me advance 2 levels in a row," Peggy exclaimed. Sif was also shocked. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a while, 2 more white lights appeared on Peggy's body. "Why am I still leveling up?" Peggy grabbed Sif's shoulder in ecstasy. "Child, we might have discovered a huge secret. That's your fish jelly mushroom soup. It can allow the undead to level up quickly. We're rich, baby. I have to share this good news with the stingy Matthew." "Oh, Matthew isn't here, forget it. I'll just ignore him. I'll secretly level up and give him a surprise later." She had a party dancing between the kitchen and the living room. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on the door politely. Sif pushed the door open. There was an owl outside. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, This is my way of negotiating. Chapter 168, This is my way of negotiating. Rolling Stone Town, Liege's Manor, study room. Wearing a sleeping robe, Rieger yawned as he pushed open the door from the corridor and entered. As expected, an unbelievably handsome guy was already neatly dressed and sitting at his desk, waiting for him. "Wait, I'll get Madam Wesley to make me a pot of coffee." As he spoke, Rieger poked his head out from the side door of the study and called out the maid's name. When he took the coffee from the servant and walked slowly to the table, Zeller had already placed a letter in front of him. "Matthew's letter," Zeller said. "Who?" Rieger held his coffee and blew gently, his face full of confusion. "Matthew, your magic consultant," Zeller reminded. Rieger looked extremely surprised, but his expression was too exaggerated. "Wait. I have a magic consultant. The guy who applied for a month of paid leave on his first day at work." Zeller smiled. "I helped him with his application." Rieger sat down on the soft chair and took a sip of the hot coffee. At the same time, he said in a muffled voice, "I knew you were involved." "What did the letter say?" He took another big gulp of coffee. He might have to continue taking leave. Zeller hadn't finished his sentence. Rieger spat the coffee out. The coffee spilt on half of the desk. "Sure, but he won't be getting any salary," Rieger said indignantly. "A while ago, Du Lin and the others asked me if I needed them to recommend a magic consultant. I said that my residents already had one and declined their kindness. Recently, I have a few magic questions that I can't find anyone to ask. Zeller handed over a clean white handkerchief. Perhaps you can write to him. There's no need. Write back and tell him to play as long as he wants outside. It's best if he never returns to Rolling Stone Town. Rieger complained as he wiped the table. His eyes were filled with resentment. Seeing this, Zeller coughed lightly and added, Matthew also mentioned in his letter that he was in a bit of trouble. Rieger revealed an expression of, I knew it. I knew that necromancers are troublemakers wherever they go. Zeller retorted, but he's been planting trees in Rolling Stone for 3 years. And has never caused any trouble. Rieger snorted. Seeing that he couldn't win against Zeller, he shouted outside, Madam Wesley. Madam Wesley. Get me another cup of coffee. His voice was very loud, but there was still no response from the corridor. Damn it, Madam Wesley's hearing is getting worse. I'll have to fire her sooner or later. Rieger cursed and increased his volume. After a while, a sturdy old woman walked over from the corridor. She carried a coffee pot and poured another cup for Rieger. Madam Wesley. Rieger said loudly in her ear. Wipe the table, then ask Mason to wake Sif up. If Sif isn't in her room, ask Mason to find that damn Tauren skeleton. Tell her to bring Sif back to the Liege's residence before noon, understand? Madam Wesley nodded slowly. After packing up. As she carried the things out, she suddenly said to the Lord. Rieger, lower your voice next time. My ears can hear you very clearly. Rieger turned around and sneered at Zeller. The deaf always think their hearing is very good. With that, he raised his voice and said to Madam Wesley, since you always organize the maids to play cards during lunch break, I've decided to lower your salary. The old woman quickly revealed a blank expression. What are you talking about, Rieger? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder. Rieger shrugged and suddenly whispered. I saw your husband and your son walk into a brothel on Waterpipe Street with their arms around each other's shoulders yesterday. The old woman immediately rolled her eyes at him. You're already in your 40s. Don't joke around like a child. My husband died more than 3 years ago, and you were the one who presided over his funeral. After saying that, she took her things and left without looking back. See, I knew she was pretending to be deaf. She just wants to be lazy and not work. Rieger cursed hatefully. I'll fire her next week. Zeller laughed. You've been saying that for 2 years. Everyone knows you can't fire Mrs. Wesley. She watched you grow up. Rieger blew on his coffee expressionlessly. I'm serious this time. Speaking of which, what about this letter? Matthew is in trouble, Zeller reminded. I think we need to help him. Why? Rieger asked. He's very smart and excellent, Zeller said. The only thing is that he's too young. That's why we can help him. Don't forget, he's someone that Ronan has chosen. Rieger was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, well, tell me, what kind of trouble did he run into? I'll provide help depending on the situation. After saying that, he took another big gulp of coffee. Zeller suddenly stopped talking. After Rieger swallowed all the coffee, he asked curiously. Why didn't you say anything? I'm waiting for you to finish drinking. I'm afraid you'll spray it all over again. Zeller joked. Because the problem Matthew encountered was Blinken of the Dragon Lich sect. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, This is my way of negotiating. Chapter 169, This is my way of negotiating. Rieger's eyes widened. He looked at the cup in his hand and said self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, you have foresight. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to change into pajamas. So, that kid went out and provoked a legendary mage. Zeller corrected him. Half-legend, peak of tier 5, level 20. Blinken has been a half-legend for many years. I guess the reason why he hasn't been able to break through is related to the Dragon Lich sect. If he can't advance to a Dragon Lich, he might never be able to advance to legend. Rieger said. Even so, you're trying to persuade me to take the initiative to provoke a 5th-tier mage, and it's the Dragon Lich sect with a great background. If you weren't a warlock yourself, I would have suspected that you were seduced by that kid. Zeller said calmly. We've killed quite a number of tier 5 mages before. Back in Purgatory, we all knew that the gap between those below the legendary realm wasn't that big. If we were to prepare carefully, tier 5 mages would actually be very weak. Seeing Zeller's expression, Rieger's heart skipped a beat, and an expression of resistance appeared on his face. Damn it, it's happening again. I don't want to listen to you now. He tried to cover his ears. However, Zeller pulled them away mercilessly. No, you have to listen. This is very important. In the letter, Matthew mentioned that he had encountered the Dragon Lich cult and Blinken in the rainforest south of Marshwater City, and there had been some conflict between the two sides. In the letter, he described his follow-up plan in detail, hoping that we could point out the shortcomings of his plan. His first step was to negotiate with Blinken. See, this is what I admire most about him. Not only did he know how to write to us, but he also knew how to try to negotiate with the enemy first. Most boys at his age were idiots. They only knew how to fight and be jealous. He knew that violence meant risk, so it should always be the last resort to solve problems. I'm willing to help a young man with such a bright future. I believe you are the same, Rieger. Rieger couldn't help but nod. However, he immediately felt troubled. So, who should we send? Richard? He kept saying that he had already retired, so it was impossible for him to take action over such a small matter. Du Lin and Asma had just returned to Rolling Stone Town a few days ago. They didn't know Matthew and didn't like necromancers. It was definitely not appropriate to send them. Li Weiqi, on the other hand, has been idling around Matthew's forest since we blew up all the passages to the Underdark, complaining that he was bored. I really don't know how he trained his chi. There must be something wrong with this monk's commandments. Zeller crossed his arms and said confidently. Li Weiqi, and you. If the negotiations failed, then both sides would most likely end up in a fight. And if we want to kill a tier 5 mage, Li Weiqi alone is not enough. Although Matthew mentioned in his letter that he had a tier 5 child of the jungle and an arcana machinist whose combat power was unknown, I didn't have any confidence in them. Therefore, I can only ask you to take action. Rieger immediately jumped up from his chair. I'm the Lord of Rolling Stone Town. Do you think I'll go through fire and water for the kid just because he wrote me a letter? It is precisely because you are the Lord of Rolling Stone Town that you should consider the future of Rolling Stone Town. Zeller said seriously, the world is changing, Rieger. The peace of the past is gone. When Dulin and Asma came back, they told you about their encounters overseas. The lock of civilization that Matthew told us about is being broken, and the ambitions of the people are getting bigger and bigger. I suspect that in the next 20 years, many wars will break out on this continent. Bayan City and Jiliu City are showing such signs. Even if Ronan could return from the astral plane, his true foundation was still in Gem Bay. And Rolling Stone Town needs a guardian, an archmage that we can trust. You and I both know Matthew's potential, and now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Believe me, Rieger, there is no better investment than helping a future master currently in need. Rieger revealed a struggling expression. Damn it, Zeller, I knew this would happen. I was almost convinced by you. It was always like this. If you can give me another reason, I'll go. Zeller smiled faintly. You are the most idle person among all the higher-ups in Rolling Stone Town. Is this reason enough? Rieger sat on the chair dejectedly. All right, I'll go. Be careful. Remember to remind Li Weiqi. Zeller untied 2 frog dolls from his waist and handed them to Rieger. I know you're not afraid of necromancers, but nothing is absolute. Rieger took the doll and laughed at himself. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I've been watching you, Rieger. Zeller said gently, I know that you spent a lot of effort to cultivate that ability for revenge. It is the nemesis of necromancers. This is also one of the reasons why you allow Matthew to hang around you, isn't it? Rieger hung one of the dolls on his waist and shook the other one. I'll give it to Li Weiqi, but he might not need it. Right, how should we get there? This place is too far away from the rainforest. The eastern giant eagle can't carry the 2 of us at once. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, This is my way of negotiating. Chapter 170, This is my way of negotiating. Zeller laughed again. The owl that Matthew sent to deliver the letter is a high-level blessed nature soul of the goddess of moonlight. When there is moonlight tonight, she will bring you into the kingdom of the goddess of moonlight. After that, Matthew himself will provide the goddess with a coordinate anchor point. You can directly teleport to his side, but the price is that he will owe the goddess of moonlight a favor. This is the cunning part of this kid. He only explained his plan to us and asked for suggestions in the letter. He had no intention of asking for help. However, he wrote down the instructions for us and even told us the price he paid. Look, what a cunning and thick-skinned kid. He already knew how to make full use of his connections. So at his age, what were you doing, Rieger? Facing Zeller's question, Rieger replied without hesitation. I was still in Ponytown at that time. I fought with the bastards from the Turtle Gang every day. Occasionally, I would fight with others because of young and beautiful girls. As he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong and hurriedly stopped. Zeller couldn't help but laugh. Hint, your contracted summoned beast, Tauren Skeleton, has leveled up to LV 13. Peggy had mastered a series of new abilities. Is she only one level higher than me again? However, when he was level 5, Peggy was level 9. Matthew was a little confused. He had signed the most ordinary undead contract with Peggy. If there were a seal, it would definitely have nothing to do with the contract. This kind of incomprehensible thing could only be attributed to the strangeness of Peggy herself. Anyway, she had many strange things about her, so this one was not a big deal. Maybe it wasn't a seal, but my advancement or other actions activated the potential in her body. Matthew collected his thoughts. At this moment, the four of them were standing in front of the throne, receiving Suya's blessings. Beams of white light descended. Suya sat upright on the throne, her expression as if she was sacred and inviolable. After coming out of the small forest, she carried herself with an unbelievably elegant and holy temperament. This strong contrast was really impressive. Matthew believed that she would take the opportunity to humiliate him. When she blessed everyone. Therefore, he held his breath and gritted his teeth. However, the blessing ceremony was soon over. None of the rubbing, stepping, and kicking that Matthew had expected came. This made him heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of loss. When he left the Black Banyan dream realm, Matthew turned around and glanced at Suya, who was sitting on the throne. The latter's face gradually became blurry. In the midst of the haziness, Matthew seemed to see her smile at him. Then, the scenery in front of him began to blur. A gentle force pushed him out of the Black Banyan dream realm. Morning, at the edge of the bitter water swamp. Lumiere bent down and carefully examined the marks on the ground. They're moving very fast. They should have reached the depths of the swamp by now. There's no sign of fighting nearby. Strange, such a huge commotion. Could it be that they didn't attract the undead in the swamp? Matthew said solemnly, Blinken is a powerful necromancer. It's normal for him to have a way to appease the undead. What I'm curious about is why he's heading in this direction. Could it be that the bitter water swamp is related to the dragon lich cult's search for the dragon tomb? Shiwi pondered and said, I've also heard a little about the former owner of the bitter water swamp. The necromancer named Dania was the city lord of Bayan City for the last 2 generations. She was an archmage who was officially registered in the Alliance. She was considered a very decent necromancer, so she probably didn't have much contact with Blinken. Matthew nodded and said, no matter what, we have to catch up to Blinken first. Everyone, be careful. We can follow their footsteps when we enter the swamp but try not to step on their footprints. Experienced army masters would leave a few terrifying magic traps in the footprints of their own troops. Many trackers died because of this. At Matthew's signal, Lumiere took the lead. He pushed aside a patch of reeds and followed the footprints. Matthew, Bobo, and Shiwi followed in one after another. They didn't walk far when a zombie suddenly emerged from the haystack in front of them. As soon as she saw Lumiere, she couldn't help but rush over. Just as Lumiere was about to attack, Matthew shouted in a low voice, retreat. Lumiere did not hesitate and quickly dodged. Matthew began to chant a spell in a low voice. Spell, comforting the dead. Under Matthew's incantation, the zombie gradually lost its desire to attack. She staggered to the side of the crowd until everyone had passed, and she followed behind them. Do you know that zombie? Bobo asked. Matthew looked at Miss Zombie, who was at a loss, and sighed softly. We met once at night. Shuey and Lumiere were instantly shocked. Matthew quickly pointed at Bobo and explained, she was also there that night. Bobo seemed to recall something and nodded her head vigorously. Yes, yes. I was there too. As a result, Shuey and Lumiere were even more shocked when they heard that. After a long time. Only then did the two of them come back to their senses. Shuey coughed and awkwardly changed the topic. Mr. Matthew, I see that there are still many undead along the way. If we keep using the peaceful method, I'm afraid it will affect our speed of pursuit. Matthew waved his hand. It's fine. I won't appease them anymore. If there are any more undead, I'll use this to open a path. As he spoke, he took out Ursul's reprimand from his inventory and held it tightly in his hand. This time, the two of them only glanced at the black and long whip and did not say anything. 10 minutes later. Outside the swamp, on a slightly raised highland, a muscular dragon blood warrior was leading 4 dragon cult disciples and 7 to 8 ground fire dragons to patrol the surroundings. It seems that Blinken has set up a sentry post to guard against pursuers. In the reeds not far away, Shuey, who was the first to discover the sentry post, whispered, "What should we do? Should he go around them?" Mr. Matthew. Matthew said. Of course, we have to kill them in one go. Shuey was stunned. But didn't you say that you wanted to negotiate first? Matthew smiled and patted Lumiere and Bobo's shoulders. This is my negotiation method. As he spoke, he was the first to rush out of the reeds. His body expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a moon bear. Roar! The moon bear growled as it ran. Instinct casting, vine spell. At that moment, 2 vines with barbs quickly grew from the ground and entangled the dragon blood warrior tightly. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Death. Chapter 171, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Death. Dragon Blood Warrior. This was a special profession that obtained the gifts, strength, resistance, or curses of the dragon through rituals such as dragon worship and bathing in dragon blood. Within the Dragon Lich sect, they had a complete set of procedures for nurturing dragon blood warriors. These mass-produced dragon blood warriors were not as powerful as those heroes who relied on their own strength to kill dragons and bathe in dragon blood. However, they were still considered powerful among ordinary professionals. The dragon blood warrior trapped by the vines was quite powerful. He had a profession level of level 14, and the dragon wings on his shoulder armor meant that he was ranked second in the Dragon Lich sect's internal level. Which was the dragon wing level? According to Shuey's introduction, the internal hierarchy of the members of the dragon worship sect was divided into dragon claws, dragon wings, dragon teeth, and dragon souls. This could be easily identified from the clothes they were wearing. Just as the moon bear was about to attack, Matthew saw the dragon wings on the shoulders of the dragon blood warrior emit circles of black magic light. In the blink of an eye, the green vines that were originally wrapped around his body quickly withered as if their life force had been sucked out. In addition to the dragon blood warrior's own resistance, it allowed him to get rid of the vines easily. The dragon blood warrior did not retreat in the face of the moon bear's menacing attack. Instead, he quickly removed a shield of the same height from his back. Then, he charged at Matthew. Bang! A dull thud was heard as the moon bear slapped the shield. The wooden shield produced an unpleasant scraping sound, but the dragon blood warrior only staggered back half a step. Then, he recovered his strength faster than the moon bear. In the next second, the dragon blood warrior let out a low shout, and the muscles all over his body swelled up. The mud in the swamp was suddenly kicked back by him. Puff! A simple and unadorned shield bash hit the moon bear's chest. If it weren't for the fact that the moon bear's overall attributes were a lot stronger than ordinary brown bears, he would have been stunned by this shield bash. I didn't expect him to be a guardian. How rare! A trace of regret flashed through Matthew's heart. But the next moment, he didn't hesitate to pounce again. The Moon Bear and the Dragon Blood Warrior clashed for several rounds, but there was still no winner. At this moment, Lumiere and Bobo also followed suit and launched a surprise attack on the 4 dragon worshippers. The group of earth-fire dragons roared and spat out flames that did not differentiate between friend and foe. For a moment, the temporary sentry post was in chaos. Matthew remained calm throughout. He did not lose his mind because of the passionate melee with the Dragon Blood Warrior. Instead, he was always looking for an opportunity. In the 7th round, Moon Bear pretended to repeat the same trick. The Dragon Blood Warrior naturally had no intention of retreating. He raised his shield and rushed over. However, at this moment, Moon Bear rolled to the side agilely. The Dragon Blood Warrior's momentum was too fierce, and he revealed a flaw. Matthew seized the opportunity to slap him, but the other party was very experienced. Perhaps he had predicted Matthew's attack trajectory. In a flash, the Dragon Blood Warrior raised his shield horizontally and once again blocked Matthew's bare paw. However, this time, he lost his balance and rolled backwards after taking Matthew's palm. And in the few seconds that he rolled on the ground, the Dragon Blood Warrior's weakness was exposed. A low-key saber light flashed. The Dragon Blood Warrior's body was still rolling on the ground. However, his head was held firmly in the arms of a skeleton wearing a black and red cloak. Matthew successfully cooperated with Soldier to kill the Dragon Blood Warrior. He did not delay and directly attacked the group of deformed earth-fire dragons. Soldier's one-on-one assassination ability was very strong, especially when someone created a sneak attack environment for him. Every time he attacked, he would land a critical hit. However, when faced with a creature like the Earthfire Dragon, he had a lot of trouble. Matthew saw him frantically moving around the Earthfire Dragon. His short knife was like the wind, stabbing the Earthfire Dragon until it roared and was covered in wounds. However, it did not die. Even though the blade was dipped in poison, the resistance of the Earthfire Dragon was extremely high. This bit of poison could not affect them too much. On the other hand, Soldier had to be very careful. Be it the flames of the Earthfire Dragon or that fat body, once they touched Soldier, his small and weak skeleton body would be easily damaged. 10 breaths later, Lumiere had already snapped the necks of the 4 dragon worshippers. From the clothes they were wearing after falling to the ground, it was not difficult to tell that these people were just cannon fodder at the lowest level, which was the Dragon Claw level. In order to end the battle quickly, Matthew had planned to transform into the winged dragon Wind God and coordinate with Bobo. However, he suddenly changed his mind. In the next moment, he gently patted the magic bag. A sweet-looking ghost appeared in front of him. "Go, kill them." Matthew gave the drifter an order. The drifter nodded gently. Then, she flew to the top of the ground fire dragons. The ghost floated gently for a few seconds, and her beauty collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Matthew, the owner, could not bear to look at the scene. In the next second, a sharp cry burst out from the drifter's body. The cries were mournful, sharp, and unusually sorrowful. They had a very strong spiritual penetrating power. Even Lumiere and Bobo were nearly affected. And the few ground fire dragons suffered the worst. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Dead. Chapter 172, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Dead. After a round of crying, all the ground fire dragons were stunned on the spot. The drifter gracefully sank down. During this process, her looks were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Miss Drifter lightly walked past a ground fire dragon, and with a wave of her hand, the soul of a simple-minded ground fire dragon was caught in her palm. Hint, your summoned creature, the drifter, has used its ability, sad cries of death. J. The ground fire dragon's immunity failed, intelligence, perception, and will, and they all entered a state of absent-mindedness. In this state, the drifter could activate the second part of the skill, taking soul. In other words, she could directly cross the barrier of the spiritual realm and take away the souls of the absent-minded. The drifter's movements were very nimble. After a few rounds, the souls of the 7 ground fire dragons were all captured by her. She obediently sent these souls to Matthew. Matthew immediately took out a bottle that was usually used to hold pills from his luggage. After emptying the pills, he chanted the most basic soul seal spell. The white smoke slowly dissipated. very quickly. These weak souls were successively stored in bottles by Matthew. On the ground, the soulless ground fire dragon was dying rapidly. 3 minutes later, they were completely dead. Seeing this scene, the other three did not make a fuss. After all, Matthew had always been publicly known as a necromancer. If he kept relying on his shape-shifting transformation to win, it would be even stranger. This should be a rear guard post. Shiui, who had been nowhere to be seen during the battle, appeared immediately after the battle ended. He attentively searched the surroundings and reported. I just found a mini-alarm spell nearby, but the source of the alarm is not the members of the sentry post. It seems that Blinken already knows of our arrival. Matthew nodded. It was unrealistic to chase after a great mage without the latter knowing. If Matthew wanted to negotiate with Blinken, he had to let him know that he was chasing him. Matthew had to show a certain amount of strength, or he wouldn't have a chance to negotiate with Blinken. From the way the sentry post was set up in a hurry, he seemed to be in a hurry to do something and didn't seem to be in the mood to pay attention to us. Shiui speculated, if that's the case, then there must be quite a few sentries along the way. Their purpose is not necessarily to stop us, but to slow us down as much as possible. Matthew agreed. Therefore, he seized the time to search the corpse. It was a pity that the lower class of the Dragon Lich sect looked very poor. They must have handed over all their money to the cult. Even the Dragon Blood Warrior with the dragon wings only had 7 or 8 gold coins on him. Matthew had no choice but to order Soldier to take off the clothes, belts, underwear, shoes, and so on from the corpses. It wasn't that he was stingy. There were simply too many undead in the cemetery at home. Most of them did not have any decent clothes or equipment on them, so Matthew was shopping on their behalf. The group continued to move forward. However, the deeper they went into the swamp, the harder it was to walk. In the afternoon, it was even more foggy. They couldn't even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. They couldn't even tell the direction, let alone give chase quickly. At this time, it was scary walking around the swamp. If one stepped into a pit, it would be extremely dangerous. Even for professional adventurers, there was a risk of death in the muddy swamp. Matthew was not in a hurry. He held his breath and urged everyone to move forward slowly. Because of the thick fog, the sunlight was greatly weakened, and the drifter had more room to move. Specters were the most comfortable in the swamp. The drifter was lightly exploring the path ahead, pointing out the possible mud or traps ahead. Just like that. Although they stumbled, they did not lose track of the Dragon Lich sect. 3 hours passed. They were already deep into the swamp, but they didn't encounter many undeads along the way. They only killed 3 sentry posts of the Dragon Lich cult. Each sentry post was stronger than the last. The last one was even equipped with 2 archers. If it weren't for the fact that Matthew had Soldier and the Drifter, 2 elite assassins, these 2 archers hiding in the tree would have caused them a lot of trouble. Finally, after a fierce battle, only the unlucky Bobo was hit by an arrow on her knee and helmet. Her armor was very strong, but the archers weren't mediocre either. The arrows they shot were extremely powerful, leaving bruises on Bobo's forehead and knee. This made her extremely angry. She threatened to blow up the Dragon Lich sect's lair on the spot. And in these 3 battles, the most outstanding performance was undoubtedly Matthew's new employee, the Drifter. Specters were semi-invisible, had fast movement speed, and could kill without blinking. They also had 2 incredible abilities, physical damage immunity and death-seeking wails. This allowed the Drifter to enter the Dragon Lich sect's army as if no one was around. After killing a few times, she would be able to completely disrupt the enemy's formation. What followed was naturally a happy harvesting time for Matthew's group. Seeing this scene, Matthew was very pleased at first, but he soon felt a headache. Even though there was a strong worker, Matthew's lineup was less than satisfactory. Putting aside the zombies and skeletons that were cannon fodder, among the contract summons, Peggy was a logistics team leader who had worked hard for many years. Matthew was usually unwilling to send her to the battlefield to fight the enemy head-on. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Dead. Chapter 173, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Dead. Filey had a strong physique, but he was not tactful enough. He asked for overtime pay every time he appeared, which Matthew loved and hated at the same time. Soldier. Assassin. Drifter. And an assassin. Matthew looked around and realized that he was the only one left who could be considered a fighter or a tank. In the future, do I need to tank the enemies for my creatures to ambush them from behind? The thought of such a scene coming true made his head ache. I'm already at the 3rd tier now. When I go back and learn spells, I can start learning how to make dark warriors. In the future, if I don't have 7 or 8 dark warriors with me, I'm not leaving. Even so, Matthew had gained a lot from these few battles. Not only did he obtain a certain amount of money, but he also still had the mission to expel or kill the Dragon Lich cult members. These dead members of the Dragon Lich cult contributed 2 new spells to Matthew. Magic Trap. You can use a string to create a circle with a radius of 2 meters on the ground or floor. When you finish casting, the string disappears and turns into an invisible magic trap. After that, when a person or creature, no larger than the trap, steps into the trap, the rope will automatically fly up and firmly bind the person or creature. At this time, the target will have to undergo a round of dexterity check. If the target passes the dexterity check, your magic trap will be ineffective, and the target will leave safely. If the target did not pass the dexterity check, they would be suspended in midair and hung upside down until the spell ended. Currently, your magic trap can last for 72 hours. After triggering, the spell will last for 6 minutes, depending on the target's condition. Human immobilizing spell, immobilizing any human in your field of vision. The target needs to undergo a round of perception check. After successful immobilization, the effect lasts for a maximum of 2 minutes. During this period, you can do anything to the target except attack. Once you attack the target will be freed from the frozen state. Remarks, 4 times a day. Of these 2 spells, the magic trap was only average and had a certain use, but the human immobilizing spell was really good. The success rate of this spell was actually not high, but it had the advantage of fast casting speed and short incantation time. Even without the support of supreme magical skills, it was still very suitable for a quick cast. If the target were hit, then it would be like a lottery won. Even though the immobilizing spell would lose its effect once he attacked the target, 2 minutes was enough for him to swing his hammer and charge it up to hit the target's head. Most mortal bodies would inevitably die, and ruthless characters who could withstand all kinds of fatal attacks would not be bound by the spell. With the 2 spells in hand, Matthew was in high spirits. He wanted to find more Dragon Lich cult disciples to have a heart-to-heart talk. However, after taking down the 4th sentry post, there was no one else in the depths of the swamp. They walked for a full hour. Not to mention the Dragon Lich cult disciples, they did not even see the undead who should have been wandering in the swamp. As far as the eye could see, there was a thick fog. Uneasiness spread in the team. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Matthew, I keep feeling that the footprints on the ground are a little deliberate. Should we avoid them first? The one who spoke was the ace spy, Xiao. His face was pale, and he had retreated to the back of the team. Matthew nodded. He was about to order the drifter, who was leading the way, to turn back. Suddenly, they felt the light above them grow darker. Because of the fog, they were not sensitive to light, but at this moment, the sky was completely dark. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They raised their heads and looked up. At this moment, a breeze happened to blow, dispersing some of the fog above their heads. Matthew raised his head, and his eyes instantly widened. He saw a terrifying thing above his head. It was a huge ball, as big as a small mountain. It was precisely because it slowly flew over everyone's heads that the light suddenly disappeared. The shape of the ball was extremely terrifying. Everyone could see clearly that at the edge of the ball were undead creatures. Skeletons, zombies, ghouls, and abominations. Countless undead creatures were gathered together by a strange energy. They struggled and pushed hard, but they could not get rid of the attractive force from the center of the ball. Even Soldier and the Drifter couldn't help but fly upwards when the shadow ball flew over the heads of the group of people. Matthew quickly increased his mental support. Soldier turned sideways and hid in the shadow realm while the Drifter hurriedly flew into Matthew's bag. Warning, Blinken has used a Tier 5 spell, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of Death. Heavenly Sphere of Death, Using a carefully crafted gravitational sphere of negative energy as the core, it provides a powerful attraction force of negative energy, kneading a large number of undead into a huge ball shape. If the spellcaster had enough magic power and mental strength, he could use an incantation to raise the celestial sphere high and slowly push it. The celestial sphere would attract all the nearby undead along the way. The caster can throw the celestial sphere at any area, causing an impact force like a negative energy meteorite. This move can be used repeatedly until the celestial sphere disappears. The heavenly sphere of death is constantly releasing negative energy. Deceleration halo, decaying halo, weakening halo, and other debuffs. Special warning: if the living gets too close to the heavenly sphere of death and are caught by the undead on the surface of the ball, they will immediately become the new undead on the heavenly sphere and become part of the sphere's undead shell. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Death. Chapter 174, Forbidden Spell, Heavenly Sphere of the Death. No wonder the undead in the swamp had disappeared. A flash of lightning flashed across Matthew's mind. At this time, why would he need to read the system message? He instinctively roared, "Run!" The sphere slowly pressed down. Matthew patted his chest, and a ray of moonlight lit up on his badge. With the help of the moonlight, he quickly turned into a raven and flew away. Lumiere and Shui fled even faster. Bobo, whom Matthew was most worried about, stomped her feet, and flames burst out from the soles of her feet. Her entire body shot to the side like a torpedo. Bang! Bobo crashed into a tree. Fortunately, she had the protection of her helmet, narrowly avoiding the first wave of the sphere's crushing force. However, this was just the beginning. After the huge sphere landed on the ground, all the undead on it extended their hands towards the group. A babbling sound rang in their ears. Everyone who heard it trembled. The huge ball formed by the undead rolled into the swamp. Perhaps it knew that Matthew, Lumiere, and Shui had their own means of escape. The ball's first target was Bobo. After this fall, Bobo's speed had decreased significantly. Although she immediately stood up and took a few steps, the bottom of her feet kept emitting blue light. It was unknown if the circuit was broken, but it looked very unsmooth, which was really worrying. Matthew flew in the air and looked down at the entire situation. Soon, he saw a black-robed figure 50 meters ahead of him. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Lumiere! Save her!" He did not need to remind Lumiere because Lumiere was already on his way. He strode out from the reeds at the side and carried Bobo and her armor on his shoulder. At that moment, Lumiere's knees bent involuntarily, but he adapted to the weight in just half a second. Carrying Bobo, he sprinted forward. Lumiere's physique, which was comparable to that of a dinosaur, was fully displayed at this moment. The ball was chasing after them, and the undead reached out their withered hands to grab them. However, he was able to maintain a certain distance from the ball. This gave the undead on the ball a feeling that they were close to their targets. I am not rushing you," Bobo said with a pale face, "but can you be a little faster?" "I'm a little. Lumiere said calmly, "No, I can't run too fast. That won't attract his attention." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. The raven, who had been following them, immediately turned back after finding that the two were safe and flew southwest of the swamp. At this moment, the fog had already dissipated. Even Lumiere could clearly see the shadow of the black-robed men. It was the priest of the Dragon Lich sect, the level 20 Necromancer Blinken with the Dragon Soul class. The air in the sky was turbulent. Matthew's heart was pounding hard, perhaps because the raven was too fragile. He slowly approached the black-robed Blinken and circled 3 times above his head. Who knew that the latter did not even look him in the eye, which made him feel discouraged. Just as Matthew was about to interfere with the other party's casting, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a puddle of wet water under the black-robed man's feet. The swamp was damp, and water vapor was everywhere. It was normal for there to be water stains. However, it was obvious that the water stain between the black-robed man's feet was newly formed. It was a little like he had peed his pants. It was not that noticeable, but it did exist. Fortunately, Matthew's perception was extraordinary, and he observed carefully. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have noticed this detail. That's true. In order to deal with us, Blinken even used a Tier 5 forbidden spell. The fog just now was most likely his cover for the heavenly sphere of the dead. This guy is so cautious. How could he just stand in front of us and cast a spell? Matthew coldly observed Blinken's movements. As expected, he found some parts of the body that were stiff. It's the water mirror image spell. Matthew made a decisive judgment. But to control a spell like the heavenly sphere of death, he definitely wouldn't be too far away. Even for a level 20 mage, 1 kilometer is the limit. He looked around, but the fog had not completely dispersed, so he could not see clearly. He looked back at Lumi and Amp, and found that the latter could still handle it, so he breathed a short sigh of relief. We have to find Blinken's true location. Thinking of this, Matthew flapped his wings and landed on a thick branch. After transforming into human form, he did not dare to rest for a moment. He jumped under the tree and knelt on his left knee. The 5 fingers of his right palm slowly opened and then gently clasped the soft soil. Ability, equalized perception. In an instant, the colors of the world lost all meaning in Matthew's eyes. A brand new worldview slowly unfolded in front of him. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Meteorological Wonders. Chapter 175, Meteorological Wonders. The world that was purely made up of energy fields only had 2 colors, black and white. However, Matthew felt the huge difference between targets that were equally black or equally white. It was worth mentioning that this difference in perception was also presented in the form of color. It was an indescribable feeling. If described, he could say that they were colorful black and monotonous black. He could clearly sense the elemental field formed by the 4 basic elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. They maintained the stability of every inch of space in the material world. They were clearly separated from each other, so it was easy to distinguish them. The elemental field was the cornerstone of the existence of the energy field. The layer above was the slightly ambiguous color of the ether field, also known as the magic field. Most spellcasters gathered energy from this field to cast magic. Matthew looked around and saw that the ether field was broadcasting large-scale, high-level spells almost all the time. Meteorite annihilation, time backtrack, chaos calamity, group malicious transformation, reality remodeling. However, these spells were constantly released in the microscopic environment. The magic cycle in the ether field reflected the instability of magic. The effect it had on the real world was minimal, but there would occasionally be unlucky people affected by it. For example, a magic apprentice who was conducting a basic potion experiment did not do anything, but the bottle on the table suddenly fell, which led to a series of disasters, such as a laboratory fire. People might think that the tragedy was caused by the carelessness of the magic apprentices. But in reality, it was also possible that the self-release of a legendary spell under the microscopic level had a rare slight impact on the reality of the material world. This was the wonder of this world. Magic could create destruction and destroy creation. Above the ether field was the element field, with more units and more colors. The elements were the matrix that formed the domain. They were originally controlled by the ether field. When the spellcaster pried the power of the ether field to release a spell, they would also utilize the elements in an equal proportion. However, once a large amount of elements were gathered in a certain object or life form, the special window of domain was born. Those who mastered the domain could reverse the power of the ether field or even the elemental field from top to bottom, using the elements as a medium. This was the origin of domain ability. The gods manipulated the domains and used their power to become gods, but they also tied themselves to the domains inextricably. Matthew could clearly see the domains he had mastered in the element field. They were either oval or triangular in shape, big or small, but it was more appropriate to describe them as windows. Looking down through the domain, the units in the elemental field could be seen at a glance. If one looked up, everything became blurry. Because that was the real material world. The above feelings only happened in a flash. After Matthew activated his equalized perception, he immediately discovered the abnormality of the ether field and the elemental field. He saw at least 6 figures nearby, spread out from far to near. A large amount of magical energy was surging between the figures. Water mirror images, all 6 of them. Matthew was enlightened. The distance between each water mirror image was no more than 500 meters, and the furthest one was only about 2.4 kilometers. Blinken himself was probably near the water mirror image at the furthest end. He constructed a magic energy link between the 6 water mirrors, and through this link, he could remotely cast spells. This was undoubtedly a huge consumption of his mana, but it was safer. Matthew also noticed that the water mirror image that appeared in front of them was obviously different from the mirror images in the middle that were used to transmit magical energy. This mirror image had real combat ability. Blinken also relied on this terminal combat mirror image to control the heavenly sphere of the death. If he dared to rush forward rashly, the mirror image before them would definitely throw negative energy spells at him. However, the mirror images between the image before them and the last image were different. Whether it was to save mana costs or to increase the efficiency of energy transmission, Matthew judged from the fluctuations of the ether field that these mirror images were simply utility poles. They had the ability to conduct and guide magic power, but they could not react to the surrounding situation in time. This gave Matthew an opportunity. Blinken summoned this fog not only to cover up the heavenly sphere of the death but also to cover up his water mirror transmission chain. Matthew's heart was burning. Even if a normal Tier 3 mage could identify the existence of the mirror terminal, it would be impossible for them to sever the energy transmission chain in such a short period of time. The powerful class characteristics of the Envoy of Equilibrium were displayed to the extreme at this moment. Matthew turned off the energy field. As a result, his brain felt extremely dizzy. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body after swaying a few times, and his spiritual power was slowly recovering. What a huge consumption! My focus has dropped drastically. Matthew was secretly shocked. He didn't know if it was because it was his first time using equalized perception, but in just a few seconds, his spiritual power was almost drained by this ability. According to his current state, without external interference, he would need at least a 15-minute short break to recover his mana. Fortunately, the shape-shifting transformation did not consume mana. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Meteorological Wonders. Chapter 176, Meteorological Wonders. Matthew braced himself and transformed into a raven again, flying toward the second mirror image. In less than half a minute, Matthew successfully found the water mirror image hiding behind the 2 banana leaves. Facing Matthew's approach, the water mirror image seemed to be oblivious. It just stared blankly in the direction of the first mirror image, and the arcane emblem on its forehead flickered with red and blue. Matthew did not hesitate. He pulled out his crossbow and fired a headshot at close range. Puff! The arrow successfully penetrated the mirror image's head, and a hole as thick as a finger appeared on it. However, the mirror image was not damaged. Water flowed around the hole and slowly repaired it. Matthew noticed. During this process, the arcane emblem on the forehead of the mirror image turned into a bright red light. Is the red light a bad reaction from the energy network? Matthew's heart sank. Blinken had probably realized that he was sabotaging things, so he had to end the battle quickly. The crossbow was useless, so he took out his charged staff and fired 5 arcane missiles in a row. Matthew deliberately fired 5 missiles at different locations. The arcane missile mercilessly pierced through the water mirror's head, neck, chest, thigh, and abdomen. 5 holes of equal proportion instantly appeared, and water was sizzling out. The red light on the mirror image's forehead flashed even more intensely. But not long after, it completed its self-repair once again. This time, Matthew was a little anxious. His right hand rummaged through his inventory for a while. He was not satisfied with the various items he touched until he touched a bottle of something warm. Matthew finally smiled. In the next moment, he threw out the last bottle of blazing glue and half a bottle of fiery dragon oil. A bright flame flashed. Puff! The wet banana leaves on the side caught fire, and the raging fire instantly burned the mirror image. This time, the mirror image poured out with water. But it was useless. Blazing glue and fiery dragon oil instantly evaporated the mirror image. Hint: you have destroyed Blinken's water mirror image. His spell ritual, super long-range transmission, has been destroyed. Warning: the heavenly sphere of the death has lost its controller. It may attack any target nearby on its own. Arsonist's props are still the best. Although these props were sold outside on the market, the quality was really uneven, and the price was even more ridiculous. Most of the time, the blazing glue one bought from profiteers for cheap was expired and could not be burned at all. Even if it started burning, the fire was pitifully weak, and the effect was far from as strong as the arsonist's self-made fire bomb. After noting this down, Matthew quickly turned back into a raven and went back to check on the situation at the battle scene. In the swamp, the rolling ball suddenly stopped. The undead on the shell howled wildly. They kept reaching out to Lumiere, trying to capture him and make him one of their own. However, the ball could only roll back and forth at this moment. It could not reach Lumiere and Bobo at all. It stopped. Matthew succeeded. Lumiere's face was filled with joy. Bobo's face was pale as she patted his shoulder. Then put me down quickly. I'm about to throw up. Lumiere immediately put Bobo down. However, halfway through, the ball suddenly started rolling again, and this time, it was faster and more violent than before. Lumiere was startled, but his reaction was excellent. He grabbed Bobo with one hand and ran away without caring about her painful cry. The ball chased after him crazily for a while, but it was attracted by a crocodile passing by the edge of the swamp and deviated from its pursuit. Before the crocodile could understand what was going on, it was dragged in by countless hands. The shell made of the undead squirmed violently, and not long after, a crocodile with only half of its skin and flesh was on it. The zombies beside it were still frantically tearing at its flesh and blood. The crocodile opened its bloody mouth in anger, but it was quickly gnawed until only its bones were left. Lumiere and Bobo, who had run a certain distance away, saw this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. But soon, the anger in Bobo's eyes surged out uncontrollably. Matthew dash. Red light flashed above her head as she roared at the sky. Just then, a raven flew over. Without another word, Bobo pulled out a small black object from her backpack and threw it into the sky. Matthew hurriedly took it with his beak. He looked down and saw that it was a push-type remote control with a lever. "That ball over there, can I blow it up?" Bobo asked loudly. Matthew held the remote control in his beak and said, "You can blow that thing up however you want." "Very good." Bobo took out the bomb from her backpack and stuffed the bomb into Lumiere's hands. "When it gets close, stuff this into the stomach of that abomination at the top of the shell." Lumiere weighed the bomb in his hand and said readily, "No problem." Bobo rummaged around in her backpack for a while and found 2 larger boxing gloves. Then, she put the medium-sized boxing gloves on her own small boxing gloves and attached the largest boxing gloves to the outermost layer. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Meteorological Wonders. Chapter 177, Meteorological Wonders. After that, the steel glove on her hand that was emitting blue light was the size of a watermelon. Then, she limped toward the meatball. Lumiere hugged the bomb and went around it. Matthew found a high place to land, transformed into his human form, and grabbed the remote control tightly. He didn't say much. At this moment, he only needed to listen to Bobo's orders. Although Miss Machinist seemed unreliable and kept threatening to blow up, there had never been a real explosion. Matthew had full trust in her. After swallowing a few crocodiles lurking in the swamp, the ball was once again attracted by the scent of a living person, and it rolled towards Bobo. Bobo wasn't afraid at all. As she walked, she adjusted the boxing gloves in her hands. The surface of the gloves was silver white and metallic. The blue light that flickered from time to time gave people a quiet and manic feeling. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides was less than 50 meters. Bobo knelt on one knee, pressing her right glove onto the ground. At the same time, a mechanical voice came from the glove. "Beginning level 1 charging." In an instant, the blue light on the boxing glove turned from light blue to a light that was almost navy blue. The ground nearby began to tremble slightly. The ball rolled over violently. Lumiere, who was on the flank, seized the opportunity and quickly approached. He stuffed the bomb in his arms into the abomination's mouth. When he turned around and left, he even heard the sound of something breaking his teeth. The ball moved slightly towards Lumiere by half a meter, but the latter was running too fast, and it rolled towards Bobo. On the branch, Matthew's thumb was pressed against the push rod, and his breathing was tight. As the ball rolled closer and closer, The undead let out excited howls, and countless hands reached out to Bobo. However, Bobo's expression was extremely calm. 20 meters. 12 meters. 8 meters. She finally stood up with difficulty and used all her strength to throw a beautiful uppercut at the sphere of the death. As she hit it, she shouted, "Matthew Dash!" The hysterical roar pierced through the swamps and forests, startling countless birds. Bang! The hill-sized sphere of the death was sent flying into the sky by this uppercut. Matthew stared at the trajectory of the sphere. When he estimated that it was about to reach the highest point, he pushed hard. 2 seconds later, the ball exploded silently. The remains of countless undead were scattered into the sky like mud. In the next moment, inside the sphere of the death, a pitch-black, spinning spherical crystal that looked like a black hole was exposed to everyone. The violent explosion destroyed the crystal and triggered an even stronger airflow fluctuation. In an instant, a black tornado formed at the center of the explosion. The remains of the undead that were about to fall due to gravity were instantly sucked up and wrapped up by the edge of the tornado. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew near the swamp. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. The tornado in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Zombies and skeletons were dancing crazily at the edge of the tornado, accompanied by the heads of Django people, the tails of Nagas, the hearts of trolls, and a large amount of flesh and blood. Oh my God! I was actually running with this thing just now. Lumiere raised his head and looked at his hands with lingering fear. The tornado stayed in the air for a few minutes, moving southwest at a high speed with a large number of corpses and branches of the undead. 10 minutes later. Evening Wind Pier. Old Ollie was drowsily leaning against a coconut tree. Little Rock, who was playing with the crab, saw the tornado in the distant sky and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa! Look over there. Oh my God, you won't believe what I just saw." Old Ollie was woken up by his grandson and changed his posture unhappily. "Don't make a fuss, child. I've lived my entire life. What haven't I seen?" Little Rock didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. He pointed at the sky and repeated, "Tornado. Zombies. Zombies. Tornado." Ollie was annoyed by his noise. He turned his head to look at the sky. The next second, he jumped up. After staring blankly at the horizon for a few seconds, old Ollie suddenly ran toward the dock. "Get up, Xian Kunzi. You won't believe what I just saw." The old man shouted as he ran. On the shore, a huge turtle buried its head in the water and blew bubbles contentedly. "Don't make a fuss, Ollie. I've lived for hundreds of years. What have I not seen before?" But he still turned his head curiously. When he saw the tornado carrying hundreds of thousands of undead passing by in the distance, along with some zombie residue, animal bones and internal organs, resin, or mud, his neck suddenly stretched 20 meters long. "I've really never seen this before." Xian Kunzi cried out in surprise and hurriedly dived into the water. He could vaguely hear a voice coming from the water dash. Wifey, you definitely won't believe it." One evening, the undead tornado swept across the northern shore of the Gold Coast. It was only at night that the tornado turned from the southwest of Condor City into the Aruni Sea and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Prompt: You have destroyed Blinken's heavenly sphere of death and the negative energy gravity crystal. Blinken's mental power was damaged. Hatred of Dragon Lich Sect +10. You have unintentionally created a weather phenomenon, the undead tornado. A few Django people and an elemental watched the entire battle between the brave party, you, and the undead heavenly sphere. They might spread their sight of the battle in oral form. Soon, more and more stories about the undead tornado will appear. Bards will sing about you, young heroes will idolize you, and wealthy forces will consider recruiting you. Your party, Lumiere, Bobo, has Southern Legends +1, Winky Face. Your regional legend points, Rainforest +3, Gold Coast +1, Swamp City +1. Naga Race +1. Very good. You destroyed my heavenly sphere of the death. I'd like to have a chat with you before I'm completely enraged. But I will only give you 3 sentences. Now, begin. A black shadow quickly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Blinken said with a sinister expression. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, What class do necromancers hate the most? Chapter 178, What class do necromancers hate the most? In Ainder, negotiations were a common occurrence. The people of Ainder were so passionate about negotiations that they were obsessed with it. Whether it was a civilized society or an adventure in the countryside, when people encountered conflicts, their first reaction was to choose negotiations. And even if the initial negotiations failed, in most cases, both sides would agree to start a second round of negotiations and add a mediator role in the subsequent negotiations. In Rolling Stone Town, the position of mediator was often held by the town's respected people. In a big city like Jiliu City, the government even had a special negotiation organization to manage disputes among the people. Matthew had once read the work of a senior mediator, who wrote on the title page, "How can we ensure a better resolution of the dispute?" There were 3 things to do. Before the negotiations, one had to ensure that the strength of both sides was equal. During negotiations, use all sorts of methods. After negotiations, don't be too hung up with the outcome. The first 2 points were easy to understand, but the third point seemed to Matthew to mean something like this. Even though it was the consensus of most people in Ainder to use negotiations to solve problems, there were still many people who did not care about ethics. There were also examples in history of people who went back on their words and backstabbed the next day. Therefore, even if the outcome of the negotiations had already become a fact, they had to be more careful and vigilant. This was Matthew's first negotiation. He was facing a level 20 big shot. Although the Blinken in front of him was most likely a water mirror image, the law of death in the morning still left a deep impression on Matthew. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. But at this moment, Matthew knew that he had to muster up the courage to face him. If he showed any signs of fear, this negotiation would be lost. He walked up and maintained a safe distance. He said calmly, "There are no dragon tombs in this rainforest." Blinken sneered. Now, the second sentence. Matthew's expression did not change. The internal strife of the Sandstorm Bandits is most likely a self-directed farce. Blinken was getting impatient. The third sentence. Matthew's heart was slightly stirred. Blinken's reaction was beyond his expectations. He thought that the 2 pieces of information he had thrown out would at least make the other party refute, but the other party was completely indifferent. Blinken's attitude changed Matthew's train of thought. He reacted quickly and decisively to change the content of the third sentence. "I have a legendary existence with me." Blinken wanted to raise his right hand subconsciously, but he stopped before the staff could reach 15 degrees. "A legend? Do you think I'm a child? Do you think I am so easily deceived?" He stared coldly at Matthew. Seeing the other party's attitude, Matthew finally heaved a sigh of relief. When Blinken was about to raise his staff, he was ready to use his undead body. Soldier and the Drifter were already in position. As long as the enemy showed the slightest intention to act rashly, the 2 immortal assassins would immediately attack. Fortunately, Blinken finally reacted to Matthew's words. Even though the content was still questionable. However, at least there were signs of negotiations between the 2 sides. "There's no point in lying. I don't think it'll be difficult for you to verify my words," Matthew replied calmly. Suspicion flashed in Blinken's eyes. The next moment, he suddenly took out a skull from his pocket. There was a faint soul fire within the skull, which was obviously different from the ordinary undead. Matthew could feel a rich life force. It was rich but very weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Blinken carefully held the skull in his arms, then gently stroked its forehead and cheekbones, and asked gently, "Emma, my Emma," he said, "they have a legend with them." Hearing Blinken's voice, the skull seemed to wake up. She flew out of Blinken's arms, spun in the air, and landed in his palm. "Why didn't I wake up with my lover's kiss this time? My Ken, do you not love me anymore?" The skull looked at Blinken with some resentment. Blinken quickly hugged her and kissed her forehead. "I'm sorry, baby. I'm just a little anxious." His tone was gentle, his movements were gentle, and even his kiss was filled with love. "I like your kiss. It reminds me of when we were still in love. You were so young and radiant back then, but now you're old. The negative energy has corroded your body and brain. Skull, Emma said affectionately. Blinken coughed. We can talk about this when we get back, baby. I'm negotiating with someone right now. Is that so? Emma turned 180 degrees, glanced at Matthew and the others, then turned back and said to Blinken, I'm afraid what that child said is true. He has a guardian god on him, and his level is very high. It's probably not something an ordinary legend can do. It's at least a superior legend. Superior legend. Blinken was shocked. There aren't many superior legends in the entire South. Oh, my poor lover, this rotten world has corrupted your flesh, necromancy has blurred your vision. Can't you see the obvious mark on the Patronus? Emma asked worriedly. Blinken's eyes shone with a bright white light. After a few seconds, he frowned and said, Ronan. But I heard that he was trapped in the astral plane. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, What class do necromancers hate the most? Chapter 179, What class do necromancers hate the most? Emma persuaded. But he won't be trapped in the astral plane forever. You know what he's capable of. Your current judgment worries me. Promise me, don't let the negative energy continue to erode your brain. It's the sexiest organ in your body and also my favorite. Blinken's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he soon understood. I'll be careful, Emma. The skull looked particularly worried. She turned to Matthew and the others. Let me talk to that child. I'm more suitable to negotiate with normal people than you. Blinken took a deep breath and didn't say anything else. He tacitly agreed to Emma's words. Hello, my name is Emma. What's yours? The skull looked very friendly. Matthew replied politely, Hello, madam. My name is Matthew. Nice to meet you, Matthew. Emma said vivaciously. The world has always had a big misunderstanding about Blinken. In fact, he is a good child. Always has been, but he is not very good at expressing himself. When he was still a magic apprentice, a few troublemakers had hidden all the frogs for dissection because they hated the dissection class the next day. When Blinken learned of this, he went to them and tried to get them to hand over the frog. The reason was that he did not want his group to fall behind the other groups of magic apprentices. However, the children were too naughty. Not only did they not want to hand over the frog, but they also threatened Blinken that if he exposed this matter, they would turn him into a frog and throw him into the women's toilet. Emma's tone was filled with nostalgia. Matthew realized that this skull seemed to be very important to Blinken, so he played along. What happened after that? Emma sighed. They annoyed Blinken and refused to tell him where they hid the frogs, so the angry young Blinken used malicious transfiguration to turn them all into frogs and put them in the material cabinet in the anatomy class. It wasn't until the next day that the teacher noticed the abnormality. The unlucky, mischievous ones were not cut open, but Blinken received a big punishment. Later, when I found out about this, I took the initiative to talk to him. Only then did I know that he just wanted to take a good anatomy class. How could you say anything bad about such a hard-working child? Matthew was speechless. It seemed that Emma had a very large leeway for Blinken. At this moment, a voice came from behind Matthew. Emma? Are you Ms. Emma? Were you a professor of prophecy at the Pharaoh City Magic Academy? Yes, I remember you giving Mr. Blinken a lesson. As expected, Shui immediately appeared after the fight. It seemed like he knew Emma well. Emma replied happily. Yes, I didn't expect that someone would still remember me. After my husband died, I heard that Blinken had defected from the Alliance of Seven Saints. From then on, I was depressed and passed away not long after. But very soon, Blinken dug me out of the coffin and found a way to preserve my memory and wisdom. I'm sorry to meet you like this. Do I look evil? Shui whimpered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Matthew calmly changed the topic. As you said, Mr. Blinken used to be a decent person, but what he did today is not so decent. This morning, he used the Book of Blasphemy to pollute the Black Banyan's dream and took away the verdant branch of the soul of the rainforest. After that, he ran amok in the rainforest. The creatures in this area were very uneasy. Everyone was afraid of who he would attack next. This is the purpose of my negotiation. I really hope that this matter can end peacefully. But if Mr. Blinken continues to be stubborn, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve the conflict between us through negotiations. Emma immediately said. I will ask him to return the verdant branch, but not now. We still need this thing. As for the Black Banyan dream, I'm very sorry. I promise you that Blinken will never blaspheme the Black Banyan dream again. Did you hear that, little Ken? Blinken revealed a helpless expression. Emma, that kid is threatening me. Emma instantly raised her voice. I asked you if you heard me. You did go overboard this morning. Look at how scared that little fox is. It's already good that I didn't ask you to come and apologize. Blinken said angrily. I understand. After this, I will return the verdant branch. I also promise that I will not profane the Black Banyan's dream realm in the future. Very good. Emma yawned in satisfaction. She said to Matthew. You and little Ken are both necromancers. You should have a lot in common, so there's no need to be enemies. Now that little Ken has made a concession, you can have a good talk. Don't be too impulsive, young man. All right, little Ken, I'm a little sleepy. Send me back. Blinken didn't hesitate. He eagerly lifted the skull and kissed it 3 times before reluctantly putting Emma back into his arms. After Emma left, the warmth on Blinken's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce and vicious face. Brat, don't think I'm as easy to talk to as Emma. I've already given in. I can promise you and the soul of the rainforest behind you that I won't harm the creatures here as much as possible. But I want that piece of land in the west of the rainforest. I need the factory to fulfill my wish, so tell those natives to stay away from my factory. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Chapter 180, What class do necromancers hate the most? Chapter 180, What class do necromancers hate the most? Also, my people and I will be walking around the rainforest for the next period of time. If those ferocious beasts or natives take the initiative to attack me, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you can agree to this, I can give Emma face and stay out of your way for the time being. Matthew knew that this negotiation would not end well. He simply said vaguely. I'm not sure if the soul of the rainforest will accept such conditions, especially after you robbed her, but I'll convey these words to her. Blinken sneered, she will accept it. Brat, I don't know what the soul of the rainforest promised you, but no matter how generous the reward is, it's not as important as your life. You're not so lucky to have a flying squirrel be a sacrifice for you, right? Matthew's heart skipped a beat. So, he knew everything that happened in Black Banyan's dream realm after he left. What do you want to do in the rainforest? The tomb of the dragon. It doesn't exist at all. He tried to pry more information out of Blinken. However, Blinken only smiled faintly. Don't ask so many questions, kid. Don't do useless things. I've already sent my people away when we were negotiating. As for me, you should know that the person in front of you is just a mirror image. The real me is already thousands of miles away. As he spoke, he turned around and walked away. After 10 steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at Matthew solemnly. Forget it. Since we're both necromancers, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Matthew asked. What is it? When you wear a robe with tight cuffs, it's best to always roll up your sleeves to avoid affecting your spellcasting. Blinken said seriously. Also, the second button on the inner lining of your shirt is not fastened. Remember to button it immediately. After saying that, his figure immediately collapsed and turned into a puddle of water. Shui came over. So, is this negotiation a success or a failure? Matthew did not answer. Instead, he quickly turned around and looked at Bobo, who was enduring the pain. Let's heal the wounded first. The sparkling emitting gloves were removed one by one and thrown into the pool beside the mud. White steam immediately rose from the water. After the 3 layers of the iron sheet were removed, Bobo's fair, small, and slightly fleshy fist was revealed. No burns, but there are some slight fractures. Matthew carefully examined her hand. As a necromancer, he was a natural surgeon. Not many professions dared to say that they knew bones in front of a necromancer. I've received professional training. How could I be scalded? Bobo blushed and said. But fractures are inevitable. Sure enough, the burden of level 1 charging is still too great for fists and gloves. But you all saw it just now, right? It's really cool, isn't it? Matthew smiled and nodded. Without hesitation, he took out a scroll from his inventory and tore it. The magic ripples were like fish swimming into Bobo's fists and wrists, while some of them flowed along her skin to other parts. Huh. The latter moved her wrist a little and found that the slight fracture on her hand had recovered, and the bruises on her skin had disappeared. Is that a basic external injury healing scroll? Was it expensive? Bobo asked hesitantly. Matthew smiled and shook his head. Seeing the embarrassed look on Bobo's face, he naturally wouldn't tell him that she was actually using an intermediate external injury healing scroll. Fortunately, this thing was not expensive in Barren City. After all, necromancers were all skilled in surgery. This is an intermediate scroll. Shui suddenly interrupted. Mr. Matthew, you're so rich. This scroll was sold for more than 120 gold coins in Condor City, and this was under the condition that people generally did not pay much attention to external injuries. Lumiere had no concept of money, so he listened with interest. Bobo didn't seem to have any reaction after hearing that. It was just that the color of the light on her helmet changed, looking very much like the neon lights in Matthew's previous life. Matthew casually explained, I did not buy it that expensively. After saying this, he wanted to pinch his thigh. Why did he only think about buying underwater breathing scrolls from Condor City and selling them inland? Why didn't he do the reverse with Barren City and Gilia City? If what Shui said was true, and the scroll that sold for 8 gold coins in Barren City could be sold for more than 10 times the price in the Gold Coast, then Matthew had to open up this trade route that ran through the north and south. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. Even though Bobo's external injuries had been healed, everyone's spirit had been greatly drained after the battle just now. They urgently needed a break to relieve their mental and physical stress. Since the undead in the swamp were all taken away by the tornado, the Dragon Lich disciples had most likely withdrawn. Therefore, in theory, this was the safest place in the rainforest. Matthew and the others found a place to camp. He entrusted Shui to stay in the temporary camp and asked Soldier to protect Bobo while he and Lumiere scouted the area. The journey was calm. Just as Matthew had guessed, there was not even a ghost in the depths of the swamp. He then asked Lumiere, if it were you, would you be able to accept such a negotiation result? Lumiere said uncertainly, I don't know. That necromancer is really strong. I can feel that if I were to face him one-on-one, I wouldn't be his match. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, What class do necromancers hate the most? Chapter 181, What class do necromancers hate the most? However, if I let him plunder the rainforest like this, I will feel humiliated. Perhaps I can endure it for now, but those headhunter tribe people will definitely not let it go. Even if they have to fight to the last drop of blood, they will fight the Dragon Lich sect to the end. Matthew sighed. Then they will all become the necromancer's accomplices. Lumiere was speechless. He recalled the gigantic heavenly sphere from earlier. If not for Bobo's bomb, he really wouldn't know how to deal with it. I didn't mean to mock your clansmen. I also respect their courage, Matthew said in a deep voice. But before the second round of negotiations, it's best if they don't provoke Blinken. This will disrupt my plan. Lumiere nodded and asked, is there a second round of negotiations? Matthew said calmly. Perhaps it shouldn't be called the second round of negotiations. The next time we meet, there's a high chance that it'll be a life and death battle. Actually, this is inevitable because Blinken has no sincerity to negotiate with us at all. Lumiere asked in confusion. Didn't he promise the skull? I could tell he loved her very much. Matthew shook his head. I don't trust him at all for at least 2 reasons. First, why did Blinken come to the swamp? We saw the heavenly sphere just now. I suspect that he came for the undead here. This matter was ruined by us. Logically speaking, he should have killed us already, but he didn't do it at all. This meant that either he didn't care about the heavenly sphere of the death, or he might have another one. Matthew asked. You've been here before. Can you confirm that the undead on the sphere are all in the swamp? Lumiere revealed a look of recollection. I can't remember clearly. There are indeed a lot of undead in the swamp. Thinking about it carefully, although the heavenly sphere looks terrifying, there are not that many undead on the outer shell. If we really count them, it might not cover all the undead in the swamp. Matthew nodded and said, "That's right. I believe that Blinken wouldn't do something meaningless. The heavenly sphere of the death is the purpose of his trip. It's a pity that I don't know much about this spell, but it doesn't seem to be an offensive spell at all. Or rather, offense is its side effect. He must have a greater purpose in making the heavenly sphere." Matthew speculated. Lumiere asked worriedly, "If he really has another heavenly sphere of the death, isn't he stalling for time by negotiating with us?" Matthew said, "I'm afraid so. There's another reason why I can't trust him. That's Emma." Lumiere was shocked. "But she looks very nice," Matthew said in a deep voice. "It's because she's too nice. Don't you think her interaction with Blinken in front of us is a little too fake?" Of course, there was also the possibility that their relationship was really that good. It was just that some of Emma's words made me uneasy. Lumiere still looked as if he could not believe that Emma's kindness was faked. But he listened very seriously. Matthew recalled. "Emma said that Blinken was a good boy. In order to punish the students who hid the frogs, he used malicious transfiguration on those students and turned them into frogs. The story is not wrong. I just want to know how a magic apprentice, who is at most level 4, learned malicious transfiguration, which requires at least level 10 to master." Lumiere looked enlightened. Matthew walked forward quietly. Actually, there were still many suspicious points that he did not mention, including when Emma mentioned Suya. She seemed to have inadvertently pointed out that Suya's true form was a fox. This was very intriguing. The interaction between her and Blinken was completely controlled by the former. She thought of Blinken's inexplicable betrayal and his later participation in the Dragon Lich sect. Matthew even suspected that Emma was the mastermind. From another point of view, regardless of whether Matthew's guess was true or not, Blinken was unwilling to give up his activities in the rainforest, which meant that the negotiations had completely broken down. Not to mention Suya, Matthew himself would not allow the Dragon Lich sect to tarnish the rainforest, and he would not allow Blinken to barge into the tomb of the bright Sandalwood King. Looks like a fierce battle is inevitable. He thought about it. Matthew flipped open the divine power badge on his chest. The message from 2 hours ago was still shining brightly. 2 people, just this once. Never again. These were the goddess of moonlight's exact words. Asha agreed to help Matthew, but doing so was also a huge burden for her, who was getting weaker. She could not always support Matthew unconditionally. The meaning of this sentence was, "I can help you next time. But you have to pay more. I wonder who Zeller will send over. If I were him, Li Weiqi would definitely take one spot. Who else would it be? It should be Zeller himself, right?" Matthew was still guessing. Suddenly, a small house appeared in front of them. The cottage was surrounded by a fence, and there was a sign hanging on the front of the fence door. "Dania's house, it's so strange, why must there be such a door sign? No one will come to visit me anyway. This is the residence of the undead girl, Dania." Matthew immediately perked up. He walked around the fence and found a dry garden behind the house. There was a huge stone in the garden. Matthew could sense the faint but clear life force on the stone at a glance. Stone elemental. Matthew instantly reacted. He was most likely the elemental who had been watching their battle with the undead sphere. However, Matthew did not act rashly. He went back to the main gate and cast a universal cantrip according to the rules of visiting necromancers in Bayan City. Puff. Matthew sprinkled a smear of bone powder on the fence door. A series of mournful cat meows came from the emerald green light. A few seconds later, a rough voice came from the garden. Why couldn't Dania find a boyfriend when she was around? She's been gone for God knows how many years, but men are coming to her door one after another. I really feel bad for my best friend. Ah, she's a necromancer. So, are you here for the collection that Dania left behind? The stone elemental yawned as she walked over. She stood on the inside of the fence and did not seem to have any intention of opening the door. She looked like she was in a bad mood and only wanted to be perfunctory. According to the rules, you can choose between Quick Q and Amp, A or Flying Bird Chess. Quick Q and amp, A means I'll ask, and you'll answer 3 questions. The thinking time should not exceed 20 seconds. I'll accept any reasonable answers but, of course, extra points for giving the optimal answer. If all 3 questions were answered correctly, or if a question was answered optimally, you could enter the door. Flying bird chess is a game with me. If you lose, you can get lost. If you win, you can enter the door. It's that simple. Matthew knew about flying bird chess, which was very popular in Bayan City. Unfortunately, he only knew how to plant trees and did not even know the basic rules. He could only choose quick Q and amp, A. The stone elemental chuckled. First question, what is the profession that necromancers hate the most? Lumiere heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't think this question was very difficult. Necromancers naturally hated the nemesis of necromancers, such as paladins. Matthew thought for 2 seconds and replied. Necromancer. The stone giant shuddered and instantly became spirited. What's your relationship with Dania? Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Are you eating this? Chapter 182, Are you eating this? After explaining that he had never met Dania before, the stone elemental said regretfully. If you had come a few decades earlier, Dania might have been able to get rid of her single status successfully, and she wouldn't have become so perverted later. As she spoke, she pulled open the fence door. Matthew walked in, and Lumiere tactfully waited outside. Dania's cabin looked small, but the space inside was comparable to a castle. The floor was translucent. They were like floating tiles, transparent and full of texture. Matthew looked around and saw at least 100 rooms under his feet. Floating brick structure. This is the technology to build a floating city. Matthew was amazed by the interior of the hut. The stone elemental was already used to it. No, Dania doesn't have that kind of brain. She just tore down a library in a floating city and installed some of its parts here. She took a few steps on the floating bricks and muttered. Necromancer, male, below 30 years old, above 180 centimeters, looks very handsome according to human aesthetics, that's room 7. The stone elemental led Matthew to a smaller floating brick and stepped on it heavily. At the same time, she explained. Dania left different gifts for different people. They belong to different rooms, and each room has 3 to 20 items. You can only choose one of them as Dania's gift. Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Different groups of people. Even non-necromancers. If that was the case, he wanted Lumiere and Bobo to try their luck. The stone elemental yawned. Matthew was surprised. But I just saw some rooms with the logo of other professions. The stone elemental chuckled. That's why I said that she's gone perverted. She clearly set the rules that only necromancers are allowed to participate in, flying bird chess and, quick. A and amp, A, but in the end, she prepared gifts and rooms for all classes. Her mental state before she left was very confusing. I even suspect that she didn't want to leave anything good for her descendants, even necromancers. I think because she couldn't find a boyfriend in her lifetime, she left these behind as proof of her existence. As she spoke, she stomped on the tiles again. This time, the ladder finally sank slowly. Matthew came to a small storage room. On the table in the middle was a specimen of a chicken covered in black feathers. The label below it read, "This is the 1,000,000, with purgatory chicken born since the birth of purgatory." Of course, it's fake. Who would be so bored as to count chickens? For some reason, this sentence felt funny to Matthew. He smiled and looked away. There were 6 items on the shelf beside him. High-level negative energy stone, I'm lying to you. Do you think there are different levels of negative energy stones? A broom that doesn't know how to sweep the floor, but it can help you mop the floor when it's wet. It can also salivate. Isn't it amazing? A copy of the title deed to a house in Bayan City. When I bought the house, the agent told me that this is a permanent property right. Kill him if he was lying. Dania's paper crane, my Prince Charming, hee hee. Spellbooks with spells written upside down and in reverse order, strongly recommended. This is a wonderful book, but remember to practice it upside down, L. Blood-stained pads, hee hee. When he saw the last item, Matthew really began to doubt Dania's mental state. How long had she been a shut-in to drive her crazy? The stone elemental's words seemed reasonable. This necromancer probably didn't want to leave something for her descendants but just wanted to find a sense of existence. Matthew used the elimination method to make a preliminary screening. The only options left were specimen of purgatory chicken, Bayan City land deed, and spellbook. Bayan City's title deed was actually quite good, but whether it was permanent property was really a question mark. If he took it back and it was a lie, it would be a huge loss. Matthew felt that there might be something hidden in the specimen of the purgatory chicken. Normally, the specimen was just a pretense. The egg in its stomach was the main point. It was a pity that Matthew did not have enough spiritual power now. Otherwise, he would have been able to see it clearly with a round of equalized perception. As for the spellbook, it was something that every mage would not neglect. Matthew pondered for a moment. In the end, he still chose to take the spellbook with him. Even if the book is written backwards, it's not impossible to decipher it. There's definitely no big mistake in choosing a spellbook, as long as it's not too trashy. After gradually understanding Dania's mental state, Matthew made this choice. Anyway, he didn't pay anything. He only answered a question. It was already good enough to get a small gift. After getting the spellbook, Matthew left the storage room under the lead of the stone elemental. If possible, please spread the news that Dania's hut has a gift among the necromancers. The stone elemental said as she sent the guest off. In the past, the edge of the swamp was filled with the undead left behind by Dania. No one could break in at all. It's a pity that her meticulous arrangements have completely become a pantomime that no one can appreciate. At that time, I advised her that if she wanted more people to understand her, she shouldn't set such a high threshold. However, she refused. She insisted that only necromancers who could break through the undead in the outer circle were qualified to receive her gift. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Is that all you eat? Chapter 183, Is that all you eat? I couldn't understand her thoughts at all. Why would she still force these powerful necromancers to play her mini-games then? Perhaps this was the reason why she could not find a boyfriend in her life. As her best friend, I feel sorry for her. She's actually a very good person. It's just that her mind has been affected by negative energy. Young man, you have to be careful too. The path of undying is not something that ordinary people can control. Matthew nodded with gratitude. Of course, he knew about the negative energy's influence on humans, especially on the brain, heart, and other organs. Just like how arsonists always found it difficult to restrain their desire to set fire, necromancers were also easily tempted by negative energy and gradually fell into the abyss. Generally speaking, this process would be significantly accelerated after the fourth rank. This was also the objective reason why high-level necromancers always gave people the impression that strangers were not allowed to approach them. However, Matthew was different. He didn't know if it was because of the tree, but he could feel that his body organs were protected by the power of nature. The negative energy caused little corrosion to his body, but in a sense, it stimulated the growth of the power of nature. The two powers had formed a temporary balance in his body. Now that he had inherited the art of equilibrium, he did not have to worry about it in the short term. Instead, it was the stone elemental lady's words that piqued his interest. So, was your relationship with Ms. Dania very close? Of course, we were best friends. Otherwise, why would I take the time to help her clean up and look after this house? You don't think that I'm like those silly undead, that I'm also a slave of Dania, do you? My home is in the stone elemental plane, and I just like to travel in the human world. The two of them walked to the fence, and the stone elemental stretched again. I need to catch up on my sleep later. I have a dance party to attend at St. G Island tonight. Matthew was stunned for a moment when he heard the name St. G Island. Unfortunately, the stone elemental lady had already closed the fence door and quickly went to the backyard garden to sleep. Everything was safe near the camp. The swamp was humid, so Shui thoughtfully lit 2 bonfires and hand-made 2 roadblocks. It was obvious that other than not being able to find this person during battle, this ace spy wasn't bad at all. Matthew found Bobo in a tent with a spanner's flag. When he entered the tent, Matthew was stunned for a moment. Apart from the helmet, the heavy armor had been stripped off to the side. Bobo was only wearing a white cotton singlet and a pair of white shorts made of the same material hung from her waist. She had shrunk a lot and looked even more petite. However, Bobo seemed to be in good spirits. She was half squatting on the ground, hammering away at the joints of her armor with a wrench that was bigger than her arm. "Are you all right?" Matthew looked away uncomfortably. Bobo's voice was a little dejected. "Unless you can give me some steel, screws, and a super workbench." Damn it, if only I had stolen the workbench that was nailed to the door next door when I left Cyber Dragon. Ding Ding's workbench is portable and can be expanded to this size. As she spoke, she gestured in front of Matthew. Unfortunately, Bobo's arm span was too short. Matthew couldn't imagine how big the workbench was. He asked casually, "Who is Ding Ding?" Bobo proudly puffed out her chest and said, "He's my neighbor. He's a little brat who only knows how to forge iron. He's about the same age as me and has had a crush on me since he was young. However, it's impossible for me to accept him because he's not even taller than me." Matthew smiled and said, "That's a pity, but he still has a chance to grow taller in the future, right?" Bobo shook her head and said, "He has no chance. He's a real dwarf. Most of the Cyber Dragon citizens are dwarves. Occasionally, there will be goblins and fairies. There are too few humans like me." As she spoke, she looked up at Matthew with some longing. "Aren't you necromancers very knowledgeable about bones? Can you help me see if I can still grow taller? My requirements are not high. I'll be satisfied if I can be 1.5 meters, no, 1.4 meters tall." Matthew coughed twice. "I'll take a look at you next time. I'm very tired today, and I'm going back to rest. I just came to see you before I rest." All right. Bobo shook her head and went back to fiddling with her armor, wearing a huge helmet that didn't match her petite figure. 2 hours later. Matthew opened his eyes. He loosened his muscles and bones, then took out a few tea leaves and put them in his mouth to chew. A short break wouldn't allow him to fully recover his mental strength, but at least he could use some spells. He was not in a hurry to leave his tent. Instead, he took out the spellbook and prepared to read it carefully. Then, he flipped open the title page. Warning: the incantations in this book have been reversed by me and written backwards. Reading it may cause mental trauma. Do not read it unless you are seeking death. Matthew was unmoved, but he still carefully flipped to the second page. But what if this is a spellbook that doesn't need to be read? Congratulations, you're in luck. This is a spellbook published by the Feast Sect Lodge. Don't flip to the back. You can't understand the incantation at the back, just obediently enjoy this delicious food. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, You Re-Eating This. Chapter 184, You Re-Eating This. Right, the incantation was, food is the most important thing, ... Remember to be sincere. If you fail once, read it a few more times. Your forever ghost girl, Dania. Feast Sect Lodge. Matthew was surprised and delighted. He quickly turned to the last page of the book and found the unique emblem of the arcane wilderness and the Feast Sect Lodge in the corner. Is this really a gift left behind by an old lady in her 70s or 80s? That was true. After staying at home for a lifetime, it was normal for one to still be childlike. Matthew stroked the spellbook's spine with joy. The Feast Sect Lodge was an organization from the arcane wilderness, which was independent of the material world and a magical plane full of active magic power. The natives of the arcane wilderness were great fairies, elf dragons, flower demons, and tree demons. They were all innate spellcasters, and they had the innate spellcasting ability that was not inferior to intermediate mages. Among the great fairies, there was a group of people who were committed to promoting the innate spellcasting ability. They believed that learning spells were too hard and that spellcasters should take a different approach and master the innate spellcasting ability like the fairies. The Feast Sect Lodge was a product of a similar concept. Every year, this organization would regularly publish some special spellbooks to spellcasting organizations in the material world and other dimensions in exchange for money, materials, and, more importantly, influence. The special feature of these spellbooks was that they were not meant for reading but for eating. As long as you eat a spellbook of this type, you will be able to master a spell within 15 minutes at most. Moreover, this spell belongs to the category of innate spellcasting and enjoys various additional spell check bonuses. This made the spellbooks of the Feast Sect Lodge extremely popular. Due to the limited production of the lodge, many times, even members of large spellcasters' organizations might not be able to get a copy in their lifetime. How could Matthew not be surprised? Praise Dania, he said from the bottom of his heart. Food is the most important thing. He chanted the incantation sincerely again. The spellbook began to change gradually. At this moment, someone outside the tent asked softly, "Matthew, do you have anything to eat? I'm hungry." It was Bobo's voice. Wait a moment. Matthew put down the spellbook and took out some biscuits from his luggage. He came to the tent door and handed them to Bobo. "Do you think this is enough? Take it and share it with everyone. I still have some things to deal with." Bobo took the large handful of biscuits and counted them happily. Matthew turned around and walked back, not realizing the tent flap was not closed fully. Then, he picked up the spellbook. Food is the most important thing. Matthew read it again sincerely. This time, the spellbook's transformation speed increased drastically. It quickly turned from a book into a black lump that looked like a stack of several donuts. There was also a beautiful spell note hanging on it. Congratulations on winning the lottery. This book records a highly rare spell, and we believe that only the rarest food combinations are worthy of this spell. So, as you can see, this is a chocolate-flavored, poop-shaped delicacy. Please enjoy. Feast Sect Lodge, Head Chef, ZZ. Matthew's mouth twitched slightly. At this distance, he could still smell the rich fragrance of chocolate. Forget it. I'll endure it. He took a big bite, and it tasted really delicious. Outside the tent. After eating a few biscuits, Bobo felt a little thirsty, so she walked to Matthew's door. Suddenly, her body trembled as she saw an unbelievable scene. "You gave us biscuits, and you ate that?" Bobo asked in a trembling voice. Matthew didn't react immediately. "Oh. This is chocolate-flavored. It is not bad." Bobo was stunned for a moment. She, who had always been strong, couldn't hold it in this time. She covered her mouth, and tears began to flow out. Matthew saw her expression and finally realized what had happened. He finished the food quickly and was about to explain. But at this moment, a huge amount of information surged into his mind. Hint, you have mastered the innate spellcasting ability, Instigation. Instigation, you can fight with other necromancers for control of the undead and have a higher chance of winning. If you succeed, you will receive a second cast of Instigation without exhaustion within a short period of time. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 185, Did we come at a bad time? In the dark and damp cave, the flickering torches drew shadows on the walls like demons. In the middle of a rare square altar, the sphere of the death, which had been cast with the shrinking spell, slowly disappeared into a holy white light. Immediately after, a stone brick floated up from the base of the altar. The stone brick shook violently in the air, making a rustling sound. A large amount of dust and stone chips fell from the brick. Very quickly, the outer shell of the stone brick was shaken off, revealing a few purple pages wrapped inside. He saw those pages. Blinken, who was guarding the center of the altar, looked excited. He solemnly took out a book from his bosom. Its outer shell was as hard as iron, and the cover was a palm with 6 fingers. Show. The book and the pages each emitted a piercing sound as if the water temperature of a kettle had reached a critical point. 3 seconds later, the page completely broke free from the stone brick and smoothly merged into the book in Blinken's hand. In an instant, the palm with only 6 fingers suddenly reached out from the cover and grabbed Blinken's neck. The latter's eyes bulged, and the veins on his temples bulged. The few people around the altar were indifferent to this scene. They just coldly watched the change on the altar. The purple palm seemed to have a special magic power. It sealed all of Blinken's power so that the latter couldn't resist at all. At the crucial moment, a skull flew out of Blinken's arms. The skull slammed into the base of the 6-fingered palm. At the same time, pitch-black negative energy shot out from Emma's eyes. They were like dark vipers that wrapped around the 6-fingered palm. Then, they exerted force and tightened. 10 seconds passed. The 6-fingered palm suddenly collapsed. Blinken lost his balance and fell to his knees. He panted heavily, but his right hand that was holding the purple book never relaxed. Stay alert at all times, little Kentucky. There are many people here who wish for your death. Emma said faintly. Blinken smiled, relieved. I know. I finally got the second book of blasphemy. I have a chance to resurrect more of your body parts. Hearing this, Emma only said coldly, you can say that after you've done it. With that, she burrowed into Blinken's arms. Blinken looked down at the direction Emma had disappeared to. His eyes flashed with deep infatuation and a little disappointment. He grabbed the book tightly and stood up. He came to the edge of the altar and said to a huge shadow. Was that a pleasant cooperation? A hoarse voice came from the shadows. You seem very weak now. Blinken frowned. A man and a woman came towards him. The man was a mutant with an elephant's trunk, and the woman was a drow warrior with a hot figure. They followed a man in the shadows. He just made a deal with the Lord and sacrificed a finished, heavenly sphere of the death, to obtain the other 1/5 of the Book of Blasphemy. As far as I know, although the Book of Blasphemy is powerful, it will constantly bite its master. His strength was originally suppressed to around level 18, and now, I dare to bet that he's not at tier 5 at all. The elephant trunkman excitedly held a slender wooden stick and said, Boss, why don't we kill him? There was a long silence in the shadows. Blinken said coldly. Don't be stupid. The master behind you wouldn't dare to offend me like this. Moreover, at this juncture, do you still want to offend the Dragon Lich sect? The men in the shadows laughed. I'm not afraid of offending the Dragon Lich sect, but I won't attack you. After all, we used to be friends. The elephant trunkman wanted to say something, but he was pulled away by the drow warrior. Blinken let out a long sigh of relief. He was indeed very weak now. In order to suppress the restless Book of Blasphemy, his strength was less than 60% of his usual strength. If these people really attacked, he would pay a heavy price regardless of whether he lived or died. Fortunately, the person in the shadows let him go. Blinken hurried away with the book in his arms. It wasn't until he walked away from the altar and activated a preset teleportation gate that he finally regained his provocative confidence. He turned around and said, If you fall into my hands next time, I will consider letting you off. Also, your altar foundation is an irregular square. Won't the god you serve blame you for this, Anderson? The person in the shadows suddenly became agitated. My name isn't Anderson. As he spoke, he slowly walked out of the shadows. Blinken only took a glance, and deep shock flashed in his eyes. Even with his experience in necromancy, he had never seen such a strange creature. Only one head was left intact. The frame below the neck was made up of bones of different lengths and qualities. In order to prevent the bones from being incompatible, the person who pieced them together used a large amount of magic glue at the joints. The reason why he barely looked like a human was because his bones were wrapped in chains. These iron chains seemed to have a life of their own, and they wrapped around his body irregularly. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 186, Did we come at a bad time? On his 4 limbs, there were 8 iron chains hanging on the ground, so as long as this person moved slightly, there would be a rustling sound. With Blinken's eyesight, it was not difficult to see that these living chains were taken from the purgatory chain. Demons. From now on, I only have one name, and that is Avenger. Anderson's face was filled with hatred. The part of his head that could barely prove his identity as a gnoll was also wrapped in some fine iron chains. As he spoke, the barbs at the end of the chains would occasionally pierce into his scalp. This was a painful experience for ordinary people, but he did not react at all. How did you become like this? Blinken asked in shock. He had a little friendship with Anderson, or else he would not have risked his life to make a deal with the Order of Calamity. However, when he saw Anderson's current appearance, even Blinken, who specialized in the study of body reconstruction, found it hard to accept. It was the Lord and Father who gave me a second life. Anderson's face was filled with devotion. The Lord reconstructed my head, and Father gave me a piece of bone from every brother in the church. He also used the power of the chain demon to reconstruct my body. I have become stronger than before. Don't worry about me, Blinken. You should worry about yourself. You're too weak now. I can still restrain my subordinates, but when you return to the Dragon Lich sect, the people under you might not listen to you. Blinken snorted and regained his cool. You don't have to worry about that. The Dragon Lich sect has a strict hierarchy and is very stable internally, unlike the Order of Calamity, who think that you have the help of a righteous god and are so arrogant. The elephant trunkman cut in angrily as if to defend his boss. I dare you to say one more thing. Blinken mocked. Has anyone ever told you that your nose is extremely similar to a penis? After saying that, he took the opportunity before the elephant men could react and walked directly into the portal. Who knew that in the next second? He heard the elephant trunkman laugh in a daze. You're so strange. Why are you suddenly praising me? Blinken's figure disappeared completely. The drow warrior Lara pressed her forehead with her hand speechlessly. He was mocking you. The elephant trunkman was shocked. Really? Lara rolled her eyes. Why did father send me with teammates like you? Strong but dumb. The elephant trunkman chuckled. He eagerly ran to Lara's side. His elephant trunk shook as he wanted to rub against Lara's thigh, but he was almost cut off by the other party's knife. He didn't mind being almost hurt by Lara. He just smiled and asked, Lara, why do you think we're paired together? Could it be that your ex also likes thighs like me? Lara coldly put the scimitar back into the weapon sheath on her thigh. You'd better control your nose. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't have a third teammate soon. Secondly, I said something wrong just now. Sinwak is not the same as you. He is much stronger than you. After saying this, she looked at Anderson, whose chains were shaking. The transaction is complete. Our mission has been completed. It's time to leave, an Avenger. Anderson gritted his teeth and said, Shush. I can sense his existence. It's the Lord who is guiding me. I see it, he will come here and walk into the trap. We're not going anywhere. We'll wait for him here. Only then did Lara notice that Anderson's eyes were extremely cloudy, glowing with a strange blue-white luster. Him? Do you mean that necromancer? Did he also come to the south? Lara frowned. That person is not to be trifled with. He is a huge problem. Even if you can use the pilgrimage state to predict his movements, we might not be able to take him down. Anderson looked at her cruelly. Shut up, woman. If it weren't for you and Sinwak slacking off last time, we would be celebrating our victory in Rolling Stone Town. Lara wanted to say something. Anderson looked at her maliciously. Don't forget who is the highest commander of this operation. If you dare to disobey my orders, you better hope that I won't survive. Otherwise, I'll hand you over to father myself, hee. Lara shivered when she heard that. She subconsciously touched her back. After confirming that her spine was still there, she heaved a sigh of relief, but her palms and back were covered in sweat. Emily. Go to the cave entrance and wait for them. Test the quality of his companions. Remember to be careful and focus on your own life. If you can lure them into our trap, you will be the top contributor to this operation. Anderson shook the chains on his body hard. A large amount of magic light flashed. Yes, Lord Avenger. A coquettish voice came from all directions. The atmosphere around the altar suddenly became tense. Only the elephant trunkman asked with anticipation. So, who is the enemy this time? Can I touch his thigh after this? Instigation. It was one of the top spells among the 3 trump cards of the Necromancer's power to incite chaos in an army. The 3 spells were Bewitchment, Chaos, and Instigation. It was a very powerful spell. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 187, Did we come at a bad time? It could forcefully fight for the control of an undead unit with the enemy. This process would last for about 3 to 15 seconds, depending on the intensity of the fight. After 15 seconds, even if the 2 sides were still in a stalemate, the instigation would be considered a failure. However, the most annoying part of this spell was that there was almost no loss after failure. Since the battlefield for control was on someone else's undead, the person who actively cast it would not even suffer from the common punishment of losing focus and weakening spirit. Once it succeeded, the undead who had been instigated to defect would be treated as a temporary unit, and directly join the battle. Although temporary units could not self-destruct, when the two armies were fighting, the damage caused by a sudden betrayal in the formation was enough. However, even though it seemed like a good idea to continuously cast instigation, the effect wasn't that great. The continuous use of instigation will have a significant diminishing effect. In layman's terms, the second unit that had been instigated to defect would often require a higher judgment value to successfully pry it away from the original owner, and the third unit would be even more difficult. Generally, when the 7th or 8th undead was instigated, the effect of free instigation would be so weak that even a Tier 1 mage could resist it. Therefore, it was not suitable to use it against the undead army. Instead, it was a godly skill against a small group of undead. What was even more amazing was that the unit that was instigated to defect was a temporary contract. It didn't matter if the undead was broken or became crippled. In any case, the undead could be fired at any time. It did not take up the contract slot, did not consume mana, and at most, he would have to pay a little mental strength and negative energy. Praise the eternal undead girl. At this moment, Matthew sincerely sang the praises of Dania's name in his heart. This spell was too important. He did not expect to be able to instigate a legendary unit to rebel, but there was still a great chance of getting a few bone dragons to turn on their owners. From what Shui said, there seemed to be several bone dragons working under Blinken. Matthew's eyes flashed with a beautiful longing. However, he was soon freed from his thoughts. Matthew spent nearly 5 minutes before he finally explained to Bobo that he wasn't really eating sh*t. After that, Shui's voice came from outside. "Mr. Matthew. You might need to come out and take a look." Matthew quickly walked out. Following Shui's guidance, he saw a figure wandering alone in the north of the camp. She followed us all the way. Shui sized up Matthew and Miss Zombie with a complicated expression. "I know. Let me solve it." Matthew's heart skipped a beat. Miss Zombie was lucky. Due to her remote location, she was not sucked away by the heavenly sphere of the death. She became one of the few undead who were still wandering in the swamp. This might be the command that Dania had given them before she left. Matthew had not been able to deal with her before, mainly because she had already signed a contract with another necromancer. He was not confident that he could poach her from Dania. Things were different now. He planned to try to persuade her to defect. So he walked over gently and greeted Miss Zombie. "Hello, we meet again. I'm very grateful for your help that night." Matthew smiled. Miss Zombie looked at him in confusion. After a moment, she suddenly bit him. Matthew hurriedly stepped back to avoid it and then used instigation on her. Hint: the instigation has been successful. You have obtained temporary control over the stupid zombie. You will have the right to use her for 72 hours. Miss Zombie immediately froze. That simple. Matthew was also stunned. However, he quickly realized that no matter what Dania had done, she had little control over the undead there. In the process of his instigation, he did not encounter any resistance at all. Perhaps this had something to do with the zombie lady's subconscious willingness to cooperate with him. It was just that this kind of successful rebellion had lost the pleasure of possession. Matthew thought dully. It's a pity that Big Brother Abomination has flown away. Otherwise, it would be more interesting if I could persuade him to defect. After dealing with Miss Zombie, Shui walked over and said, "When I was patrolling the surroundings of the camp just now, I used some of my methods to track the whereabouts of the Dragon Lich cult. I found that not only was Blinken not in the rainforest, but the other Dragon Lich cult members had also disappeared. This is obviously unreasonable." He analyzed seriously. Blinken can teleport himself, but he doesn't have the technology to teleport many people, so I suspect that they're hiding. Matthew nodded. He understood what Shuyu meant. The Dragon Lich sect definitely wasn't hiding from him. They had another motive. So Matthew tried to communicate with the Black Banyan Dream. Very quickly. A gentle voice rang in everyone's ears, Undercity. Shui revealed an enlightened expression. "I know that there are 2 or 3 entrances to the Undercity nearby. The one closest to the swamp used to be the territory of a group of black-backed gnolls, but the last time I went to check, the gnolls had already disappeared." "Ah, do we need to follow them?" Lumiere walked over, indicating that he was in good condition and could continue on his journey. Matthew looked at Bobo again. The latter had already put on her armor again, and the right glove was replaced with a fire-resistant glove. Bombs and lightning gloves aren't all the tricks that an arcane machinist can use. I still have 998 ways to kill the people of the Dragon Lich sect. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 188, Did we come at a bad time? Bobo said confidently. Then, everyone turned to Matthew. Matthew looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, and half the sky was dark. A waning moon was vaguely hanging on the branches of the rainforest. Then let's go over and take a look. There's no need to chase too closely. I've invited 2 experts. When they come, we'll have a better chance of winning against Blinken. Matthew patted the badge on his chest and said. 40 minutes later. In a narrow and damp underground passage. The group moved sideways. It took them a long time to pass through the gap between the 2 huge rocks. The underground space in front of them suddenly opened up. The stone stairs leading down were obviously man-made. There were messy murals on the side, as well as a small number of tools and living supplies. It was not hard to guess that this was once the territory of a group of black-backed gnolls. There should be another exit in this undercity. With the size of the black-backed gnolls, they will not be able to pass through this place. The gnolls in this camp were probably killed by Matthew, so he knew their physical condition very well. Shui agreed. Most of the undercities under the rainforest extend in all directions. Although there aren't many creatures here, they have inherited the cunning of the rainforest creatures. As far as I know, there are at least 3 roads leading to the surface. This is the closest one, and it's relatively safe. Even so, there are always dangers lurking in the underground world. I remember that there are many vampire bats hiding in the road ahead. It's best if everyone doesn't use torches because they especially like to attack people who hold torches. I have a certain level of dark vision, so why don't you let me go first? But you must remember to support me at all times. I really don't have confidence in my combat standards. The group discussed for a while and decided to adopt Shui's suggestion. They extinguished the torches and used a rope to connect the 4 wrists. If anything unusual happened, they could shake the rope violently to inform their companions. It was also very convenient to break free of the rope if necessary. Shui took the lead. Matthew followed closely behind. He took out the ring of desire from his inventory and put it on. In his pitch-black vision, a grayish-white outline suddenly appeared. This was the effect of dark vision. The ring of desire could provide 10 points of dark vision, which meant that Matthew could now see the dark environment in front of him. It was blurry if they were further away. In the Undercity, equipment that could enhance dark vision was always in demand. The effect of the ring of desire was immediate. However, its other use was equally annoying. After wearing it, you really don't have any desire at all. If Heart of Tranquil Water only helps you resist the temptation from the outside world, then wearing this ring of desire is equivalent to directly completing the psychological castration. Matthew spun the ring a little uncomfortably. As they went deeper into the Undercity, the team gradually fell silent. Only the rustling of footsteps could be heard. If not for the occasional shaking of the rope, everyone would have thought that their companions had been swallowed by the endless darkness. About half an hour later, Shui's relieved voice came from ahead. We've already passed the vampire bats' territory. There should be some fungusman villages ahead. They're not a threat to us. We can light the torches for a while. If the surface creatures suddenly enter the Undercity and can't see the light for a long time, they will have hallucinations. As he spoke, he lit his torch first. However, in the next second, Matthew, who was about 15 meters away from him, shouted in surprise. Watch your back. Shui reacted quickly. He didn't turn back but took a sudden step forward, attempting to pull away from the monster behind him. However, the other party was even faster. Matthew only saw a white light flash past. The shadow pounced on Shui from behind and instantly disappeared. Shui staggered. When he got up, he patted his chest and said in a frightened voice. What pushed me earlier? Fortunately, I'm fine. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes began to roll back rapidly, emitting an abnormal light. Hee hee, come and kiss me. Shui's voice suddenly became extremely soft. He rushed towards Matthew, hugged him, and kissed Matthew in an extremely rude manner. Matthew didn't say anything and raised his leg to kick Shui. However, this kick was like kicking an iron plate. Not only did it not kick the other party away, but Matthew staggered. Fortunately, this somewhat delayed Shui's bestial nature. Lumiere arrived in time. He grabbed Shui's shoulder and pressed him against the wall. Matthew focused his eyes. Warning, your partner Shui has been invaded by Charm Soul. All of his attributes have been temporarily absorbed by Charm Soul by 1/4. Once a Charm Soul kisses you for more than 3 seconds, 1/4 of your attributes would be temporarily absorbed by the Charm Soul. Charm Soul. Matthew's expression was solemn. As a necromancer, he knew that this was an extremely terrifying undead creature. Don't be fooled by its name. This thing was at least tier 4, and its potential destructive power was even far greater than that of the bone dragons, dark warriors, and other fierce undead. The main problem was its ability to absorb its target's attributes even though the effect was temporary. If she took a kiss out of everyone, ordinary adventure teams would definitely be wiped out. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Did we come at a bad time? Chapter 189, Did we come at a bad time? Why is he so strong? Lumiere exclaimed. Even with his physical fitness, he couldn't take down the charmed Shui. This made him quickly realize that things were not that simple. Matthew didn't have time to explain. He quickly pulled out the long whip at his waist. Let me whip him. Although Lumiere was puzzled, he still had unconditional trust in Matthew's command. At that moment, he used all his strength to turn Shui's body around while his back was pressed against the wall. Hurry up. During this process, Lumiere was shocked to find that his arms were trembling. Come and kiss me, Shui said coquettishly. His mouth even pressed against his. Get lost, Lumiere roared. At this moment, Matthew, who had hurriedly grabbed Ursul's reprimand, finally lashed out for the first time in his life. Pa! The snake scales on the whip ruthlessly scraped Shui's back. The latter's clothes immediately split open, and the skin on his back also split open. Ah, Matthew, you got me too, Lumiere wailed. Matthew comforted him. Sorry, I'll try my best to whip accurately. As he spoke, he lashed out with his whip again. Bang! A white light was drawn out from Shui's body. Hint, you have used Ursul's reprimand to hit your partner, Shui. Dispel undead and reprimand undead are in effect. You have successfully expelled Charm Soul, level 16/rare elite. Matthew heaved a sigh of relief and then raised it again. He saw the Charm Soul emerge from Hugh's chest and pierce Lumiere's chest. The latter realized that something was wrong and subconsciously roared. I'm the man who wants to become the king of the rainforest. No evil spirit or ghost can possess me. At this moment, Shui, who was in front of him, woke up in a daze. What happened? Before he could ask for an explanation, he saw Lumiere in front of him, and Lumiere grabbed Shui as if he was going to gobble him up. Help! Shui struggled violently, but Lumiere easily pressed him against the wall. Lumiere's breath and lips were getting closer and closer. Shui's eyes were filled with despair. He closed his eyes. A crisp smack sounded beside his ear. After that, there were 2 more whipping sounds. Ah, Matthew, you hit me too. Shui, who was pressed against the wall, shouted in pain. However, how could Matthew be in the mood to care about this? This Charm Soul had displayed a terrifying ability to continuously possess people's bodies as well as an extremely terrifying speed. The long whip in his hand might be her only nemesis. He had to constantly be on guard against the other party. If he were charmed, then everything would be over. Endure it. I don't believe that she's completely immune to dispel undead. Matthew knew that this was not the time to be merciful. He gritted his teeth and ruthlessly whipped the 2 people who were hugging each other. Pa! 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 The crisp whipping sound, the 2 people's alternating wails, and the occasional panting of the Charm Soul mixed together, echoing in the cave for a long time. 10 seconds later, Matthew suddenly felt the badge become hot. The goddess of moonlight had sent him a message that Matthew needed moonlight. Matthew didn't say anything else. He wiped his badge and activated Moonlight spell. After that, he continued to whip the two of them. In the next second, a ray of moonlight shone in the cave. Two figures slowly appeared. After the teleportation was completed, the duo from Rolling Stone Town saw this ridiculous scene at a glance. Matthew was sweating profusely and panting as he lashed his whip. Near the cave wall, the two men were hugging each other. They did not dodge Matthew's whip and occasionally made strange sounds. Seeing this, Li Weiqi subconsciously touched his bald head. Wow. Rieger, did we come at the wrong time? Chapter 190, Anderson-S gift. Chapter 190, Anderson-S gift. Earlier, in the oak forest north of Rolling Stone Town, Li Weiqi, who was empty-handed, and Rieger, who was carrying bags, walked to the agreed location. It was already nighttime. The oak forest was silent. Occasionally, the howling of zombies could be heard from underground. It's been a long time since I left Rolling Stone Town for an adventure. This reminds me of when I was young. I was only 16 or 17 years old, no more than 18 years old. That was how I left my hometown with my luggage. I was filled with anticipation for the future and embarked on an adventure. Rieger said emotionally. Li Weiqi looked at him strangely. Is this why you didn't use the storage ring and insisted on carrying all your luggage? Has our Lord, who has been pampered for so many years, finally begun to reminisce about the past? Rieger looked at him. I thought you would help me share some of the burden. Li Weiqi said seriously. Everyone has their own cultivation. Forgive me for not being able to share your burden. Rieger could not help but roll his eyes at him. After walking for a while, he finally could not help but stuff the largest bag into his storage ring. But this way, it doesn't feel like an adventure. It's more like a vacation. Rieger sighed. I don't think the people of the Dragon Lich sect will agree with you. Li Weiqi smiled. Right, Rieger, I heard about Sif and Matthew. Rieger suddenly became sensitive. What do you think? Li Weiqi asked curiously. I think they are very compatible. Clang. Rieger pulled out a huge sword that was flashing with a cold light and placed it on Li Weiqi's neck. Although they're very compatible, Matthew is a poor necromancer. He's not compatible with our pure and sacred little princess of Rolling Stone Town, so in the end, I still object to this marriage. Li Weiqi said righteously, also, regarding this matter, I have a suggestion for you in this operation. Rieger took away his sword. Tell me. Li Weiqi suggested, you can work hard and use your ability to save Matthew's life. It's best if you can get injured. Rieger's heart skipped a beat. He put away his sword and pondered. What do you mean? Li Weiqi smiled evilly. In that case, he owes you a favor. With Matthew's moral sense, as long as you continue to oppose it, he will continue to feel guilty when he and your daughter date in the future. As time passed, this guilt would make him completely lose interest in Sif. How was it? Isn't it a brilliant idea? Lei Jia's body trembled as he looked deeply at Li Weiqi. This is not a bad idea. Sometimes, I really suspect that you are a warrior monk reincarnated from a devil. How could you think of such a cunning and vicious plan? Li Weiqi shrugged. Don't make personal attacks, Rieger. The truth is that I'm much smarter than you. Rieger did not refute this point but continued to question. So? You're smarter than me. And is that why you can break the precedents so crazily? I heard that you're notorious in the coastal city. You've almost eaten the turtles in many places until they became extinct. This doesn't conform to the precepts of a monk, does it? Speaking of turtles. Li Weiqi's face suddenly turned green. Don't mention it. I feel like vomiting when I hear the word turtle. Rieger laughed and said. Ate too much of them. Li Weiqi nodded. There's nothing we can do. You know that we, the Divine Dragon Sect disciples, are different from other monks. While we try our best to abide by the precepts, we also have to imitate the actions of the super creatures. And the thing that the creation named, Coiling Dragon, that I imitated likes to eat the most is sea turtles. I really have no choice. Even if I don't like it, I have to bite the bullet and eat them. Rieger was shocked. So, how many sea turtles did you eat to reach the Tier 5 realm? Li Weiqi said uncertainly, tens of thousands. I can't remember. If the turtle egg counts, it's 100,000. Rieger thought for a moment. Then it's not easy for you either. It's not easy. Li Weiqi complained, do you know why I haven't become a legend? Rieger asked, is it related to coiling dragon? Li Weiqi said bitterly. That's right. Other than eating turtles, that guy also liked to breed new races. Rieger did not react for a moment. After a few seconds, he burst out laughing. I can't imitate this at all. Li Weiqi touched his bald head helplessly. Even if I dare to break my abstinence, the genetic genes of human beings cannot easily break through the reproductive barrier like the dragons and create new races at will. I'm trapped on this point. Rieger joked. This is indeed not easy to solve. With your financial resources, not many women are willing to have children with you. Li Weiqi could not help but say venomously. Yes. There were women who were willing to have children with you, but they ran away. Rieger fell silent. Ah, I'm sorry. I went a little overboard. Li Weiqi immediately apologized. It is said that the third characteristic of coiling dragon is to speak without filter. I'm a little too immersed in the character, Rieger. Rieger stared at him fiercely. I will forgive you, Li Weiqi, but only after I kill you. As he spoke, he raised his sword and chased after Li Weiqi. Clang! Clang! The big sword and the diamond body collided violently, and sparks flew in all directions in the oak forest. Gentlemen, we should set off. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Anderson's Gift. Chapter 191, Anderson's Gift. After a while, Ella flew over. It was cloudy in Rolling Stone Town that night. Therefore, Ella came over with a white glass bottle in her mouth. After pulling out the cork, the moonlight inside immediately filled the space. Let's go. Bathed in the moonlight, the three of them entered the moonlight woodlands one after another. The environment of birds and flowers and the refreshing air made the two of them feel refreshed. Under Ella's lead, they quickly stepped onto the altar of the goddess of moonlight. Bow your heads and pray to the great goddess of moonlight, Asha. She will take you to Matthew. Ella reminded. The two of them did as he said. Rieger poked Li Weiqi with his elbow and said uncomfortably. How should I pray again? It had been so long since I had interacted with the gods that I had forgotten about them. Li Weiqi said naturally. Oh, I'm quite experienced in this area. In order to prevent mistakes when dealing with multiple gods, the best way is to only use general terms. First, recite a universal prayer, and then devoutly shout, praise the goddess or, praise the god, depending on the gender of the other party. Don't overdo it. I knew that there was an unlucky person in history who had mixed up girl of pain and sister of desire. That person's fate was very tragic. It is like cheating. If you call everyone your baby, it won't be easy to make mistakes. Pa, pa, pa. 3 bolts of lightning struck down in succession, causing Li Weiqi's face to darken. Having achieved his goal, Rieger immediately laughed out loud. He opened his arms and shouted. Praise the ancient moon, the bright and eternal moonlight, the guardian of the night, the morning star of travelers, the great Lady Asha. A gentle white light lit up and enveloped the two of them, teleporting them to an unknown distance. After tens of seconds of chaos, the two of them opened their eyes. They heard the pleasant sound of a whip and saw Matthew panting. Wow. Rieger, did we come at the wrong time? Li Wei asked curiously. Matthew immediately looked at them. There's a charmed soul. She's possessing them. Li Weiqi immediately became alert. I understand. I also smell the aura of an evil spirit. The experienced Rieger immediately reacted. An evil spirit. I just happen to have the means to deal with them. As he spoke, he took out his big sword and a bottle of sword oil that flickered with blue light. This bottle of sword oil could provide the already sharp sword with the effect of a spirit-killing weapon. This way, he could kill the spirit. At this moment, Li Weiqi had already charged forward with his bare hands. That charmed soul was really cunning. When she saw Li Weiqi rushing over, her first reaction was to run. She possessed Lumiere's body, turned around, and ran into the darkness. However, as Li Weiqi ran, he extended his right hand to Lumiere. Come back here. Ability, Dragon drinks water. Terrifying energy erupted from his palm and formed a small vortex. Lumiere's momentum was temporarily restrained. A few seconds later, he involuntarily fell into Li Weiqi's palm. Seeing that the situation was not good, the charmed soul took the initiative to break away from Lumiere's body, wanting to escape. However, how could Matthew, who had been holding back his anger, allow this to happen? In the darkness, a ghost floated over and tripped the charmed soul. There shouldn't have been a collision between spirit bodies, but the drifter had used an attack posture that was specifically targeted at spirit bodies, causing the charmed soul's movements to slightly pause. Matthew seized the opportunity and lashed out with the whip in his hand. Paw. 4 consecutive whips struck charmed soul's body like lightning, and the last one hit the drifter. The former wailed as her body collapsed. The latter let out a joyful sound. Bang. Charmed soul's spirit body melted and collapsed like an avalanche. Some scattered powder and snow-white particles fell to the ground. Hint: you used Ursul's reprimand to accurately hit the main body of the charmed soul. Dispel undead in effect. You have killed charmed soul, LV16/Rare Elite. Charmed soul dropped a set of spirit body stardust and 10 wraith's tears. You used Ursul's reprimand to hit your summoned creature, the drifter. The drifter's strength +1, winky face. The drifter's attacks would have a continuous speed reduction effect. The drifter's soul fire was slightly damaged. The above effects will last for 72 hours. Phew. Matthew heaved a long sigh of relief. This charmed soul was extremely difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Li Weiqi's appearance scaring her away, it would really be difficult for him to deal with her. Ursul's reprimand had a strong restraining effect on spirits, but its possession ability was too strong. Matthew wasn't very good at using whips either. Thinking of the whip, Matthew could not help but look down. Unknowingly, his hand had grabbed the wrong end. His palm was a bloody mess, his forearm, neck, face, calf. There were several small wounds on his body that had been accidentally touched by the whip. This was the result of using a xenogenic weapon without mastery. The whip was still alright, but if some of the weapons were used forcefully, one could even accidentally kill oneself. It seems that I have to learn the whip technique in the future. Feeling the burning pain from his wound, Matthew continued to suck in cold air. He walked over and temporarily picked up the items that charmed soul had dropped. At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from behind them. I'm ready, where's the spirit? Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Anderson's Gift. Chapter 192, Anderson's Gift. Matthew was slightly stunned. The stalwart lord charged over with a shiny sword in his hand. Li Weiqi waved his hand. The next time you fight, you can negotiate with the enemy first and let her wait for you. Rieger's face darkened, and he didn't say anything. Matthew met the two of them and went to check on Lumiere and Xiui. At this moment, the two of them were already awake. When they recalled the scene just now, their faces turned red. However, they immediately grimaced in pain. Matthew quickly took out the healing ointment and applied it on them. This ointment was made by soaking the extract of bitter grass for a long time. It had an extremely strong effect on superficial injuries. In Baiyan City, this ointment had always been the best seller in all the major apothecaries. As for why necromancers were so keen on buying medicine to treat superficial wounds, Matthew was puzzled before, but now he suddenly understood something. After a round of treatment, Lumiere firmly declared that he had recovered, but he still looked a little scared. While applying the ointment, he asked Matthew, "If I encounter such an enemy next time, how should I deal with it?" Matthew thought for a moment. There are spirit-killing weapons and ghost protection spells. If you have to take it head-on, you can only rely on our powerful mental strength and will. Or should I say, advancing to legend will solve your problem. Lumiere nodded thoughtfully. On the other hand, Xiui's situation was dire. His physical fitness was much worse than Lumiere's. After being whipped by Matthew, he could not stand up. The group discussed for a while and decided to send Xiui back to the surface before they went too far into the Undercity. Along the way, Matthew also explained the ins and outs of the matter to the duo from Rolling Stone Town. After listening, Rieger said seriously. I can understand that you want to protect the rainforest, defeat the Dragon Lich sect, and even kill Blinken. We are willing to support you. However, there's one thing you have to explain to me. Matthew asked. What is it? Rieger pointed with his right hand. What's wrong with this child? Matthew, you're too irresponsible. In Rolling Stone Town, people who have child labor are flogged. Matthew followed his finger and looked over. Bobo raised his head and looked at him with a confused expression. That expression was really like a child who had been kidnapped and sold without knowing it. In the depths of the cave, beside the square altar, Emily is dead. Anderson suddenly growled in frustration. How is this possible? With her ability, if she wanted to escape, no one should be able to stop her. Lara calmly persuaded. We should retreat, Avenger. Don't be blinded by hatred. A wise man knows how to adapt to the times. But Anderson didn't listen at all. He only said coldly. Everything will proceed according to the original plan. We have the altar, the protection of the god of midnight, and Yurkus. We still have a high chance of winning. Lara held her breath. Can I quit? Anderson looked at her with a sharp gaze. The elephant trunkman beside him asked with interest. Are we going to fight? Speaking of which, your organization, oh no, now it's our organization. How do we usually resolve internal conflicts in our organization? Do we vote? I'm a very easygoing person. I'll vote with whoever lets me touch their thigh. However, he immediately glanced at Anderson's lower body, which was covered in bone spikes and iron chains, and said without hesitation. Forget it, I'll vote for Lara. Anderson roared furiously. I am your boss. Bai Chi, get lost. Lara, it seems that you miss your father's education. Hee hee, if you dare to disobey me again, I guarantee that you will be able to relive your last experience. Lara recalled that night in the Holy Church, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were filled with fear. I understand. She lowered her head to Anderson, her entire face buried in the shadows. Anderson nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the elephant trunkman and began his scolding. The disunity of his subordinates reminded him of that night in Rolling Stone Town. This gave him a very bad omen. Perhaps retreating is a better revenge strategy. A rare sense of regret rose in his heart. At this moment, Lara walked over with her head lowered. She looked frightened, and her voice was trembling. Anderson, no, boss, I just don't think our chances of winning are that high. Emily's strength is above ours. Even if she accidentally encountered a profession that countered her, she wouldn't die so easily. Perhaps we should temporarily avoid this. Of course, you're the boss. As she spoke, she walked awkwardly to the other side of Anderson. Anderson actually had the intention to retreat, but it would be embarrassing if he took back the words he had just said. Therefore, he made up his mind to say a few more harsh words and wait for Lara to persuade him. Then, he would find a way out and think about it. Therefore, he said arrogantly. Have you forgotten that I am immortal? As long as it's midnight, I won't die. Oh. A moment before the scream. The 3 knives cut into his neck and skull from different angles. The 2 scimitars cut off his head like scissors. A short knife that was flashing with a red light pierced deep into his skull and out of his neck, completing a penetration. Anderson's curses echoed in the cave. The chains on his lower body suddenly twitched wildly. But Lara was prepared. With a nimble roll, she hugged Anderson's head and hid far away. 10 seconds later, Anderson's headless corpse fell to the ground. Lara slowly closed the eyes of the head in her arms. She looked at the altar in shock. It was all right. Nothing happened. It seemed like Anderson wasn't as he had boasted, receiving the attention of the gods all the time. Opposite the headless corpse, the elephant trunkman raised his hands in panic. Hey, this is your personal grudge. It has nothing to do with me. Lara stared at him coldly. Bai Chi, you're just a mercenary. There's no need for you to be too loyal to the church. Do you understand what I mean? Don't get in my way. Don't go back to the Holy Church, or you'll regret it. Bai Chi nervously pinched his nose. Do I look that stupid? Do you think I still dare to return to the Holy Church after such a thing happened? I don't want to be the scapegoat. Don't worry. Lara. Do you remember that I voted for you just now? We are on the same side. I just feel a little unlucky. Why is it that every time I join a new organization, my new boss will be killed by his subordinates? And it's not even me who did it. This is already the third time. Lara hugged Anderson's head and quickly left. Then remember to do it yourself next time. What you said makes sense. Bai Chi followed. Where are you going, Lara? Can you bring me along? I just lost my job. Russell. A cold light flashed. Lara raised her scimitar and warned. Don't follow me, or I can guarantee that you'll lose more than your job. Bai Chi retreated in embarrassment. Lara, on the other hand, ran wildly, and soon her back disappeared into the darkness. Hint, your ability, Nature's Gift, 2 out of 2, is in effect. You have gained new abilities, Cold Resistance and Counterspell. Cold Resistance, weakened. You can resist the cold very well, but because you don't have fur, the effect is not as strong as the gnolls. Counterspell, L. After sending Shui back to the gnoll camp, the group turned back. Halfway there, a new gift suddenly appeared in front of Matthew. What are these? Are they Anderson's gifts? But haven't I gotten these already? At this moment, Matthew suddenly noticed the 2 halves symbol. The last time the gift appeared, there seemed to be a 1/2 prompt. This meant that the Gnoll Evil Art Master's gift was given twice. But why now? Matthew was confused. However, he got the answer after 10 minutes. There's someone coming. Li Weiqi, who was leading the charge, suddenly shouted to stop. I mean no harm. In the darkness, a round thing rolled over. The figure of the Drow warrior slowly appeared. I want to talk to you. This is a little sincerity from me. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, I will definitely blow you up. Chapter 193, I will definitely blow you up. The black thing kept rolling on the ground until it hit the stone wall on their right. Matthew took a closer look. Wasn't this Anderson's head? Did you kill him? Combined with the gift he had just received, Matthew understood the cause and effect. Lara nodded heavily. My name is Lara. I used to serve the Order of Calamity. Now, I want to make a deal with you. To show my sincerity, I'll give you Anderson's head first. He's the Southern Patriarch of the Order of Calamity. There are only 6 other people in the entire Order of Natural Disaster who are on the same level as him. By doing this, I've completely cut off my ties to the Order. I think this should dispel some of your doubts. Rieger gave Matthew a look. Be careful of traps. As he spoke, he raised the big sword in his hand, ready to fight at any time. Lara suddenly took a step forward. Everyone was provoked by this and was about to make a move, but in the next second, the Drow warrior resolutely took off all her clothes. Silently, piece by piece, the fabric slid down her ankle. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes in shock. What a shocking body! Her skin, which was originally tightly wrapped in cloth, was now covered with bruises, brands, bloody sores, rotten wounds, and sutures. There was also the half-cut breast on her left chest. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Is this what your order did to you? Matthew asked in a deep voice. Lara put her clothes back on one by one expressionlessly. It's no longer my order. Regardless of whether our cooperation succeeds or not, I'm no longer a member of the Order of Calamity. He's called Father. I don't know his name, but his position within the church is supreme. Even Anderson has to lower his voice before him. I suspect that he is the descendant of an evil god. His perversion terrifies me. During the last punishment, he even pulled out my spine. He told me that perhaps becoming an animal with no backbone would please the supreme being he spoke of. He asked me if I was willing, and I was completely devastated. This is the reason why I'm here. I don't want to face that pervert anymore. After Rieger looked at the other party's wound, his originally fierce gaze softened slightly. However, he still asked, what kind of deal do you want to make with us? Lara said calmly. I once swore allegiance to the evil god, and now that I've betrayed his order, it's impossible for him to let me go. That's why I want to become an oathbreaker. This ritual requires the help of many people. I hope that you can help me share the wrath of the evil god during this process. What I can provide you with is all the information about the Order of Calamity and some information about the Dragon Lich sect. If you want to know about the Underdark, the Black Dragon City, Deep City, and other places, I will consider telling you. Rieger pressed on step by step. What if we ask you to tell us the information first? Lara said straightforwardly, that's not a problem. Rieger was puzzled. Aren't you afraid that we'll betray you? Lara said calmly, when I was in the Underdark, I didn't trust any of the underground people. Almost every one of them was treacherous and two-faced. But I've always heard the legends on the surface. They say that the people on the surface are very naive and kind. You rarely betray your companions and are willing to keep your vows. I don't know if this information is true or false, but I'm willing to give it a bet. Plus, even if you kill me in the end, it will be a relief for me. Although her tone was very calm, it was very sincere, and no one could find fault with it. Rieger looked at Li Weiqi, who waved his hand. He patted Matthew's shoulder and took 2 steps back. This is your team, so it's up to you to decide. Personally, I don't want to trust any drow, but she may or may not be an exception. Matthew thought to himself, no wonder you can be the mayor. You talk so much nonsense. Matthew felt that working with Lara was worth a try. He felt that the other party was not lying. But just as Rieger said, one had to be careful when dealing with underground creatures. So Matthew said, I'm willing to believe you, but before we officially cooperate, I want to know more. For example, why are you here? What was wrong with Anderson's head? Lara immediately replied. After the failed sneak attack on Rolling Stone Town, I brought Anderson's head back to the Holy Church. The evil god who called himself the God of Midnight used a secret method to resurrect him, but he also turned him into a nondescript monster. Anderson has always held a grudge about what happened in Rolling Stone Town. He even changed his name to Avenger just to show his ambition of revenge. 3 weeks ago, Father claimed to have received an oracle, telling us to rush here and build an altar in an underground cave. Later, we found out that the purpose of building this altar was to cooperate with Blinken of the Dragon Lich sect. This evening, Blinken sacrificed a strange ball on the altar, and the evil god behind the Order of Calamity bestowed him with a few pages of the Book of Blasphemy. I don't know what that is. I only know that Blinken was very excited after he got the improved Book of Blasphemy, but he was almost killed by it. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, I will definitely blow you up. Chapter 194, I will definitely blow you up. I'm sure of one thing. After getting the Book of Blasphemy that didn't belong to him, Blinken became very weak. Even if I were to attack, I would have a chance to kill him. But Anderson wasn't willing to do that. He had some connections with Blinken, so he let the latter go. Of course, this could also be the evil god's intention. Anderson has the ability to communicate with the evil god. Unfortunately, the evil god is not omnipotent. He claims to be able to foresee the future, but he can't see my curved blade. When she said the last sentence, Lara's tone was obviously smug. Matthew couldn't find any fault with it. He asked Lara curiously, why are you so sure that the god you serve is an evil god? Lara asked, what else could it be? What kind of real god will cultivate evil art masters? Matthew's expression was strange. Is that what all the members of the order think? Lara nodded. Something like that. Except for a few fanatics, no one believed his claim that his true identity was the Midnight God. According to the elders of the Underdark, when the evil gods deceived mortals to work for them, they liked to assume the identities of real gods and let their believers praise them by calling their fake names. The evil god behind the Order of Calamity calls himself the God of Midnight, but he doesn't dare to let us worship him as the God of Midnight. He only has such courage, but he wants to overthrow the world. Don't you think it's ridiculous? In my opinion, he's not even a god. He's probably just a big demon. Matthew almost laughed out loud when he heard the word big demon. He really wanted to tell Lara that this was a beautiful misunderstanding. The person she served before was really a true god, but because of the ascension of the Heavenly Family Palace, they were forced to use a demon avatar. If the God of Midnight heard the snitch under him criticize him so harshly, he would probably vomit blood. This time, Matthew somewhat believed that Lara had truly abandoned the darkness and joined the light. He turned around and discussed with the others. They all planned to go near the altar to take a look. On the one hand, they wanted to verify Lara's description, and on the other hand, they wanted to destroy it. If an evil god's altar were left alone, it would easily bring disaster to the local ecology. This place was not far from the surface of the rainforest, and Matthew had the intention to eradicate it. Lead us to that altar. This is the first step of our cooperation, Matthew emphasized. Lara wasn't surprised. She had been prepared for this when she mentioned the altar. I'll lead the way, and you don't have to follow too close. The monsters on this road have been cleared by the order of calamity. You can walk slowly with torches. With that, she turned around and walked into the darkness. Everyone quickly followed. 20 minutes later, the terrain in front of them changed significantly. The narrow tunnel suddenly expanded in all directions. Then, a huge underground karst cave appeared in front of everyone. The cave was more than 10 meters tall, and there were rows of stalactites hanging upside down like glaciers. Colorful gems were embedded in them, reflecting colorful light in the darkness. Below the stalactite, a huge square altar stood tall. The group slowly approached the altar. Halfway through, Liweichi suddenly sniffed the air. Did you just kill Anderson here? Lara, who was leading the way, turned around and nodded in relief. However, in the next second, under everyone's horrified gazes, a purple flame rose from the altar and pounced on Lara's back at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Lara let out a miserable cry as her entire body was ignited with purple flames. It was the fire of divine punishment. Traitors should repent in the endless burning. You will be burned in the flames for 49 days until your filthy soul completely disappears. A deep voice came from the altar. In just a few seconds, all of Lara's clothes and even her hair had been burnt clean. The purple flames danced on the surface of her skin and seeped under her skin. She'll die if this continues, Matthew, Liweichi shouted. Matthew made a prompt decision. Lara, if you still want to live, hold the ceremony of the Oathbreaker now. Lara was engulfed by the purple flames and rolled on the ground in pain. Liweichi leaned over, but he didn't dare to go near her. He only blew 2 breaths to relieve some of her pain. At the crucial moment, Lara's forehead was almost wrinkled into 3 layers. She was sweating profusely, gritting her teeth in extreme pain, and used the machete to cut her arm 13 times. I have decided to break my oath. Even if I have to sink into the sea of fire forever, even if I have to dance on the tip of a knife, I am willing to use the rest of my life to hate my former master. I will be untrustworthy, I will be heartless, I will be unjust. I will fall into endless darkness, never to see the light of day, I will become a spurned ghost, and it will be difficult for me to rise again. But I still curse everything in this world. I will eventually overthrow everything that is tainted. I will also eventually become a reborn from the ashes. Oathbreaker. She struggled to finish the prayer, and the damage caused by the purple flames on her body was instantly reduced by more than half. Liweichi saw this and quickly walked over. He used the divine dragon aura to suppress the purple fire for her from half a meter away. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, I will definitely blow you up. Chapter 195, I will definitely blow you up. Her condition gradually stabilized. However, on the altar, a faint laughter sounded. I knew it. You hypocritical humans wouldn't even give up on a traitor. I wanted to let you go, but you gave me no choice. One had to know that those who broke their oaths had to face the punishment of the gods. This was a legitimate punishment that even Calamity Mage would not object to. As they spoke, rays of multicolored light lit up from the altar. We must destroy the altar immediately. Matthew knew that the Oathbreaker ritual had given the god of midnight an excuse to use his powers in the lower realm, and this altar would multiply his influence. He was actually a little conflicted now. If Lara were left alone, everyone would definitely be able to escape. After all, she was the only target of the Midnight God. However, Lara held a lot of crucial information about the Order of Calamity. Matthew didn't want her to die just like that, but it wasn't that easy to destroy the altar quickly, especially when the god of midnight's divine power had increased greatly. Give me anything. The bigger the volume and energy density, the better. At the crucial moment, Bobo stood up and said loudly, "We Arcana machinists are best at making bombs." Everyone's spirits were lifted when they heard that. They were all prepared to find a suitable object for her. However, time was of the essence. 3 beams of light exploded on the altar. The first beam of light scattered like a shooting star. Then, a large group of vampire bats flew over from the underground cave. The vampire bats were circling above everyone's heads, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. After the second and third light beams exploded, a teleportation gate appeared in each spot. A few burly demons with horns on their foreheads and blazing flames on their tails crawled out of one of the portals. They had a group of lesser demons behind them. The strange thing was, the other portal was empty as if nothing had been sent over. Be careful. It's an invisible unit. Matthew and Rieger shouted almost at the same time. Matthew subconsciously took out lime powder from his inventory and was about to scatter it in that direction when Rieger had already taken out several bottles of developer powder and smashed them on the ground in front of him as if they were free. Matthew quietly stuffed the lime powder back into his bag. Bang. 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 Rieger's developer powder was a truly high-grade product. It had the effect of automatically locating the enemy. In an instant, it made the molting gel on the ground appear. Warning, you and your party have encountered a large group of vampire bats. Group Level 9, 300 molting gels, revealed, 7 horned demon warriors, Level 15, and a large number of lesser demon servants. Even though they were already mentally prepared, when they saw the 300-plus molting gel, their scalps went numb. The light purple developer was evenly sprinkled on their wriggling bodies, and it was almost not enough. Damn it. Rieger swung his sword down and took out 2 bottles. You guys stall for a while. I'll apply some sword oil. Li Weiqi, who was taking care of Lara, cursed angrily. Didn't you just apply it earlier? Rieger replied as he wiped. This is a different monster type. I have to apply it again. At this critical moment, Matthew couldn't care less. Compared to living creatures, the undead had an easier time dealing with the molting gels. Especially the drifter. She had no body, and the molting gel was not a real threat to her. As long as she had enough time, the Spectre could kill all these monsters alone. Leave those demons to me. Lumiere volunteered, and Matthew naturally wouldn't reject him. From his sprinting posture, it wasn't hard to see that this guy had held back a lot of anger today and was preparing to vent it on these demons. Whoosh! Lumiere leapt high into the air, leaping over the molting gel beneath him and stepping on the edge of the altar. He rushed to the front of the demon and pressed his hands against the demon's chest. Horned demon warriors were famous for their strength in purgatory, so they naturally wouldn't back down when faced with a small human's provocation. He went up to Lumiere. A few horned demons behind him also laughed and followed to watch the show. Then, they were pushed by Lumiere onto the stone pillars of the altar like a train. Boom. A corner of the stone pillar broke and smashed into the heads of the horned demons. Some of them were dizzy from the impact, while the rest were furious. They moved frantically toward Lumiere, trying to take him down. However, the child of the rainforest, who had gone all out, finally showed his terrifying melee strength. He spread his 10 fingers and waved his claws like a cheetah. After a few breaths, almost all the horned demons had their throats torn open. Fresh blood gushed out. However, the demons were extremely tough and resilient. They only touched their throats before attacking Lumiere again. Lumiere didn't dodge. He roared and pounced forward like a ferocious beast in human form. He fought with the demons. Behind them, the vampire bats seized the opportunity and swarmed down. However, they did not know that Matthew had been waiting for them for a long time. Just as they were diving down, Matthew quickly completed a spell harmony through a standard spell movement. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, I will definitely blow you up. Chapter 196, I will definitely blow you up. Hint, you have used the spell harmony. The target of the harmony is the wilderness form, winged dragon wind god, and the death shock wave. After the adjustment, wilderness form, winged dragon wind god, was strengthened to wilderness form, winged dragon death. The winged dragon wind god that you have transformed into is estimated to have a slight increase in size, intelligence +2, and the ability of death breath. The final effect was almost as Matthew had expected. Previously, he had used Raven and Rotten Sack Control as materials to come up with a basic template. From the looks of it now, although the effects of spell harmony were random, there was a certain pattern. For example, the addition of a certain spell-type ability to the shape-shifting form would probably give the shape-shifting form a similar spell-type ability. In the next moment, Matthew's body lit up with moonlight. Facing the attack of the vampire bats, he quickly transformed into the enemy's natural enemy. Winged Dragon Death. Compared to the normal Winged Dragon Wind God, the color of the skin and feathers of the Winged Dragon Death had turned gray, which symbolized negative energy. Matthew shook his hand, and a large pile of ashes fell. The winged dragon opened its mouth wide and spat out a breath of death at the bats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Terrifying negative energy was spat out from his mouth. The breath of death had not only inherited the original heavy injury trigger from the death shockwave, but it had also added a slight amount of instant death trigger. The level of the vampire bats was not low, but that was if they were in a group. Individually, they were pitifully weak. After Matthew's barrage of spraying, the bats that bared their fangs and brandished their claws were like mosquitoes that had been sprayed with a powerful pesticide. One by one, they crashed. Matthew was still not satisfied, so he swept his gaze around the ground. As an undead creature, the molting gels were not afraid of the breath of death, but the continuous heavy damage still affected their wriggling rhythm. The drifter took this opportunity to go up and attack crazily. At this moment, a few more lights lit up on the altar. It seemed that there were new monsters coming to help. Matthew knew that he couldn't continue fighting like this. He turned to Bobo and said, "Have you found something suitable?" Bobo had already put her backpack on the ground and took out everything inside. She said to Matthew dejectedly, "The energy density of the things I carry with me is not enough. It's difficult to destroy the core of the altar completely." Matthew's gaze swept around the area. Suddenly, he saw something, so he flew over and grabbed it, throwing it in front of Bobo. "What do you think of this thing?" The energy density wasn't low. "This once belonged to a high-level evil art master," he said, pointing his paw at Anderson's head. Bobo was stunned for a moment. "But I've never tried item injection on a human head," Matthew asked. "Do you have a better option?" Bobo looked at Rieger's sword. The latter said vigilantly, "This won't do. This is my family heirloom. I have to pass it on to my grandson and his grandson's grandson in the future." Matthew also advised, "If you don't have anything better, try the head. If we really can't destroy the altar, we can only choose to retreat." It was irrational to fight a prolonged battle with a true god by the altar. Even if this god had lost his mind. Matthew had already made up his mind. If Bobo's injection failed, he would order a retreat. Compared to Lara, he cared more about the lives of the others in the team. Bobo hugged Anderson's head and looked around. "In the end," she said helplessly, "then I'll give it a try. Although it's very easy for an arcana machinist to turn everything into explosives, I really don't think I can do this." As she spoke, she pressed her hand on Anderson's forehead and began to use the unique ability of the arcane machinist. Item injection. Buzz. 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 The blue light that looked like an electric arc was emitted. Anderson's eyeballs started to roll out, and strange filth flowed out of his ears. A few seconds later, Rieger stood up and said with a high fighting spirit, "I'm ready. Let those vampire bats come at me." Who knew that before he could raise his sword, someone pushed him from behind. He turned around and saw the panic-stricken Bobo. The latter was holding a head that was as bright as day. "Matthew, Matthew. I felt that something was wrong. As I injected it, it seemed like it was already ready to explode." Bobo was a little flustered as she shouted, "I can't control the explosion of this head like how I control ordinary items." Matthew, who was killing monsters in the air, quickly flew back and landed in his human form. "We need someone to throw this bomb on the altar." Bobo revealed a rare nervous expression. "Leave it to me." At some point, Lumiere had finished off the horned demons and returned to the crowd, covered in blood. Rieger stopped him decisively. Leave it to me. This thing looks very dangerous. I don't seem to have been able to help earlier. Let me do it. At this moment, Matthew walked over quickly. Don't waste time arguing who'd be a hero. Have you forgotten there's a necromancer in your team? Matthew then summoned the corpse of a horned demon warrior and made him carry the bomb as he quickly walked towards the altar. The others quickly dodged after clearing the monsters along the way for the horned demon zombies. Evenly Weichi came over with the weak drow warrior in his arms. Are you sure that thing will explode? The people who quickly retreated stood in the distance and looked at the altar. Rieger pointed at the horned demon zombie. Don't you think his movements are very stupid? He might not even be able to reach the core of the altar. And this evil god won't just watch us blow up the altar and do nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of purgatory firebirds flew out from the portal. They went straight for the horned demon zombie. Their goal was obvious. They wanted to take Anderson's head away from the altar. However, at this moment, without any warning, a circle of blue light bloomed from Anderson's head. Everyone felt a buzzing sound in their ears. Then, the world spun. As the crowd fell in all directions, they could still see the stalactites above their heads showing signs of crumbling. An explosion descended. The violent tremors made everyone's feet numb. The falling rocks caused dust to fill the sky. The ground shook for a few minutes before it finally calmed down. When the dust fell to the ground, Matthew, who was under the protection of Soldier and the Drifter, patted the soil off his body safely. Is everyone all right? He asked. Bobo, who was covered in dust, was the first to jump out from the corner and reply, good news, Matthew. We successfully blew up the altar. Matthew didn't have time to share Bobo's joy. In the next second, Rieger coughed and said, the bad news is that the explosion just now caused a large-scale underground collapse, and our way back was blocked by a pile of falling rocks. Bobo jumped up happily when she heard that. It's fine. Just find me something more dense. I will definitely blow you all up to the heavens. Matthew hurriedly stopped Bobo from doing that. The underground karst cave was already on the verge of collapse. If there was another explosion, they might really ascend to heaven. Matthew first went to check on the situation of the others. After confirming that everyone was fine, he prepared to resurvey the situation around him. However, he only took a few steps. He found a wooden horn among the rocks. Matthew bent down and pushed away the rocks. That thing immediately revealed its true appearance. Hint, you have discovered a locked otherworld treasure chest. Chapter 197, Deep City Love Story. Chapter 197, Deep City Love Story. Warning, perception successful. You have discovered a mimic monster, level 10, disguised as a locked otherworld treasure chest. Mimic monster. A foreign creature that looked like a treasure chest. They were widely distributed in every corner of the continent, especially in the Undercity. These hateful guys were the natural enemies of adventurers. Not only would they secretly swallow the spoils of war that originally belonged to the adventurers, but they would also not let the adventurers go easily. It was said that the items devoured by the mimic monster would often be transported to an alternate dimension called Treasure Chest Heaven. An existence known as the King of Mimics dominated everything there. Legend had it that all the mimic monsters in the world were created by the King of Mimics and sent to all parts of the world through the turbulence of time and space. The purpose was to collect treasures for him. Therefore, Treasure Chest Heaven must have accumulated unimaginable wealth over countless years. Many adventurers had spent their entire lives searching for the treasure chest. Heaven. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. Matthew hated mimics monsters the most. Not only would this thing completely destroy the joy of encountering a treasure chest in the wild, but it would also destroy the treasure chest. Most importantly, they still craved after the adventurers' bodies. Matthew was furious. He quietly summoned 2 horned demon zombies to block the mimic's monster's escape route. Then, he took out the mace that originally belonged to Anderson from his inventory and smashed it at the mimic's monster. Thanks to the mace hammer specialization gifted by Anderson, Matthew was barely able to use it even when his strength was insufficient. Bang. 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 Before the mimic's monster could figure out what had happened, its entire body was smashed flat. Hint, your mutant weapon, Spike Hammer has killed Mimic Monster. Your Spike Hammer proficiency +1. You have obtained the loot from the Mimic Monster's stomach. 2 blood-stained books. A piece of rare metal, unidentified, 1 cloth glove, partial armor +0.5. A small amount of gold coins, 3 well-preserved sheep intestines, 1 end tied up, the other open. 2 undigested finger bones. He ignored those strange things. Matthew took out the 2 blood-stained books from the body of the Mimic's monster. After wiping the blood stains on them with a rag, the 2 books were revealed. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Underdark. Author, Black Bear Monster That Doesn't Eat Humans. Deep City Love Story. Author, Innocent Drow. Are all the pen names of authors in the Underdark so strange? Matthew flipped through it for a moment and was shocked. The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Underdark was one thing. Although the author of this book had terrible writing and the narrative was upside down, it could at least introduce the customs of the Underdark. As for the credibility of the local customs mentioned in this book, Matthew was also completely uncertain. As for the book, Love Story of Deep City, it was completely insane. Matthew skimmed through the story outline and found that the book was written in the first person. It was an autobiographical account of the ups and downs of a drow girl named Mira. The story began from the moment of her birth to the time when she was abused by the matriarch when she was a minor, to the time when she experienced several civil wars in Deep City when she was an adult, and finally, she successfully became the city lord of Deep City through various amazing means. That was the content of the first chapter. From the second chapter onwards, Matthew's head started to hurt. After becoming the city lord, Mira and the 3 male drows were truly in love. They gave birth to 6 daughters, and all the boys were drowned. 14 years later, our protagonist, Mira, was betrayed by her eldest daughter. This matter finally came to an end with Mira killing her eldest daughter. 16 years later, our protagonist, Mira, was betrayed by her second daughter. This matter finally came to an end with Mira killing her second daughter. 17 years later, before her third daughter could betray her, Mira had to put an end to it. 20 years later, the fourth, fifth, and sixth daughters joined forces to betray her. Mira was forced to abdicate and was exiled to the Cold Dragon Pool along with her 3 harem members. Along the way, the 3 harem members abandoned their vows and left Mira one after another. In the end, only Mira consciously followed the tradition of the Drow elves and arrived at the Cold Dragon Pool in Deep City with difficulty. Over there, hungry and cold, with her magic ability sealed, Mira met many drows that she had exiled before. They abused Mira day and night. The latter walked towards the edge of death in despair. During this process, in order to alleviate the pain, Mira began to recall her difficult life. Deep City Love Story was written by the female lead, Mira, under such circumstances. The most ridiculous thing was, after Matthew finished reading it in one go, he realized that it was only the first half. The ending of the book was written like this dash. I'm probably going to die. The lake water in the Cold Dragon Pool might not be as cold as my heart. I couldn't feel any warmth, and my body was extremely weak. I'm definitely going to die. Because I saw the shadow of the Grim Reaper. He's here to take my life. I'm finally going to die. The Grim Reaper. Why? So gentle. What? Narration: Mira met the Grim Reaper before she died, but the Grim Reaper was unwilling to take her life. It turned out that our heroine was so beautiful that even the Grim Reaper fell in love with her. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Love Story in Deep City. Chapter 198, Love Story in Deep City. Death resurrected Mira, but he had a condition. He wanted Mira to give birth to many children for him, and all of them had to be boys, and they must not drown after they were born. Of course, Mira would not agree. The Drow tradition was to drown newborn boys. This way, only the strongest baby boy could survive so as not to waste the precious food of Deep City. But how could she resist the mighty power of the domineering death god? Poor Mira was brought to a mysterious palace by the god of death. She was abused day and night and gave birth to 7 boys in 3 years. When these baby boys grew up, they became very terrifying things. They became the tools for death to take revenge on the heavenly palace. After completing all this, Mira returned to Deep City with the support of Death and her sons. At this time, Deep City was facing a huge crisis under the governance of Myra's 3 daughters. Could Myra seize the opportunity to successfully take revenge on her daughters? Would Myra's sons and sisters have sparks? If you want to know what will happen after this, let us look forward to the second half of the Deep City love story. Is this really something that a normal person can write? Matthew was deeply suspicious. The author of this book obviously had a deep understanding of Deep City and the customs of the Drows. It was an in-depth description and analysis of the social form of the Drows, where women were the only ones, the clan was the unit, and everyone was surrounded by the matriarch. Moreover, they even knew about the heavenly palace. Many details showed that she had an extraordinary amount of knowledge. However, it just so happened that an author with such a deep background had written a story that was so outrageous. This made Matthew very confused. He hesitated. Forget it, let's not continue spreading mental pollution. His fingertips lit up. Cantrip, flame tongue. Matthew rarely burned books, but this book was too heaven-defying. There were many descriptions that made his scalp tingle. Therefore, he planned to burn it directly and purify his soul at the same time. The faint flames quickly engulfed the book. A few minutes later, all that was left of the love story of Deep City was a spine made of some unknown material. Matthew picked up the spine from the ground. After wiping away the ashes, he found groups of strange runes on the spine. Secret manual. Matthew was delighted. Prompt: you have discovered the pink chapter, confused, spellbook remnant page. You can insert this chapter into any spellbook. All types are compatible. After charging, you can use the spells recorded in this chapter up to 3 times a DAV. The current spells are as follows. Confusion: you spit out a ball of pale pink mist from your mouth. The mist contains a strong fragrance and the scent of hormones. Those who are enveloped by the mist will quickly fall into a state of confusion and be manipulated by others. It was even more effective when used with love potion or love powder. Basic spell duration, 20 minutes. Caring spell: choose a target and place a magic mark on the target for 3 consecutive days without alarming the target. From the 4th day to the 49th day, you can send a magic message at a specific time to the target, making the target feel the warmth of care. Remark: can care for up to 7 targets at the same time. Matthew's eyes lit up. These 2 spells were very good. In the eyes of those who were obsessed with sex, confusion, and caring techniques might just be some dirty tricks. The former could only be used to force the opposite sex to indulge in their desires, while the latter could only be used to chase after them or monitor them. However, in Matthew's eyes, the former was a divine skill for a close-range sneak attack. The latter could be used for directional communication or as a threatening spell. The only problem was compatibility. Although the pink chapter clearly stated that all spellbooks could be inserted, he compared the size of the defensive psalm and the pink chapter spine. The difference was too great. The defensive psalm was only the size of a palm, and the spine of the pink chapter was 3 to 4 times larger. Can this be inserted? Matthew tried. The page slowly sank into the blank space behind the defensive psalm. At that moment, Matthew could clearly feel the unhappiness of the defensive psalm. It was resisting with all its might. But very quickly, this resistance was immediately dispelled by the faint red light emitted by the pink chapter. In the end, the pink chapter had successfully fused into the defensive psalm, and its size had also been successfully reduced to the size of a palm. Matthew opened the expansion page of the defensive psalm and found that the 2 spells could be used now. However, he did not try to activate it because he did not have a suitable target. The remnant pages of the pink chapter are hidden in the spine of the Deep City love story. If this book has been printed many times, do the other books have similar content? Matthew suddenly became very interested in this book. He took out the Hitchhiker's Guide to Underdark and removed its spine, but it was empty. It seems that we can only wait for Lara to wake up before asking. She is a drow from Deep City, so she should have heard of this author. After packing up the things left behind by the mimic, Matthew ordered the horned demon zombies to clean up the battlefield while pulling more undead from the ruins. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Love Story in Deep City. Chapter 199, Love Story in Deep City. The others also began to move. Some helped clean up the battlefield, while others tried to find an exit. Not long after, a slight vibration came from the top of the karst cave again. Everyone's expressions changed. Bobo said calmly, "Don't be afraid. It should be the aftershock from the explosion just now. I'm very experienced in this." As she spoke, dust and stones began to fall from above their heads. "Let's find a place to hide first," Matthew quickly reminded them. At this moment, the shaking above became even more intense, and sand and dust covered everyone's bodies. Fortunately, the stalactites were still firmly attached to the stone wall. After a while, the shaking disappeared, and the dust gradually settled. "See, my judgment is very accurate." Bobo proudly adjusted the angle of her helmet. Bang! A loud bang sounded above her head. A blue object fell on her helmet and bounced a few times on the edge before finally landing on the dusty ground. "What is this?" Bobo looked down and said in surprise. "This is a magic crystal." Bang! 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 Very quickly, a series of voices rang out above Bobo's head. Small blue, red, and yellow stones kept falling. This time, no one dodged. Everyone looked up at the sky in joy, allowing those rocks to hit their faces. A high-purity magic crystal. "Oh my God, there are so many of them. We're going to be rich," Li Weiqi said happily. But in the next second, his expression returned to normal. "No, you're going to be rich. These things have nothing to do with me." However, there was a hint of frustration in his tone. At this moment, Rieger came over and patted his shoulder, gloating. "I understand. It must be because Coiling Dragon doesn't like money. Don't worry, I'll take care of your share." Li Weiqi gritted his teeth and said, "Commandment. This time, it's because of the commandments." The sudden rain of gems livened up the atmosphere of the team. Everyone put all the magic crystals they had picked up together. Matthew and Rieger estimated that this small box of magic crystals could be sold for about 6,000 to 8,000 gold coins. Dividing it evenly among everyone present, there was still 2,000 coins. Apart from Rieger, this was a huge sum of money for everyone else. Bobo was still all right. Lumi and Amp, Ree's eyes lit up when he heard that the gemstones were priceless. 2,000 gold coins. I can buy a lot of things for my tribe. He could not help but rub his fists. Seeing this, Matthew suggested, "Regarding these magic crystals, I happen to have an idea and am about to put it into action. If you're interested after listening to my proposal, we'll act according to plan. If you want to take your share, there's also no problem. You can distribute it on the spot. My plan is this. We can use this money to set up a small chamber of commerce. The main job of the Chamber of Commerce is to buy some specialties and magic tools from the northern cities of the Gold Coast and transport them to the inland areas we are familiar with, such as Rolling Stone Town and the surrounding big cities, to sell. Similarly, we can also sell the items from Rolling Stone Town to Condor City. The products I chose have a profit margin of nearly 10 times or even more. As long as the quantity of the goods was controlled, it would basically not affect the fluctuation of the local market price. Therefore, it's completely feasible for us to take the high-end and high-quality route. As for the most difficult problem, which is the transportation route, I basically had a strategy to deal with it. Now, with just a nod, you will be one of the founders of this Chamber of Commerce. Once the follow-up plan could be carried out smoothly, then, in the next few years or even decades, we will all share the profits generated by the Chamber of Commerce's activities according to the initial investment. If the Chamber of Commerce becomes bigger and stronger from now on, you might even be able to enjoy other benefits. Now, do you have any details to ask?" Matthew looked at everyone expectantly. "I agree." Bobo was the first to raise her hand. "So I'm a lady boss now." Li Weiqi waved his hand. "I won't participate in splitting the money, nor will I participate in making money. But if your Chamber of Commerce is established, can you give me an honorary founder position? If one day I am so poor that I have no food to eat, at least I can ask your Chamber of Commerce for a bit." Rieger looked at Matthew meaningfully. "How long have you been preparing for this?" "In principle, I have no objections. But before it's established, remember to make a report to the City Hall. Rolling Stone Town has been vigorously supporting businesses for the past 2 years. Get Liz to help you deal with it. You can fight for a tax exemption policy for at least 3 years. Only Lumiere seemed to be unable to make a decision. Matthew, I want to know if it's possible to make a loss if we set up a chamber of commerce. Matthew said seriously, I don't rule out the possibility of losing money, but I personally think that the possibility of profit is greater. Lumiere hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He looked at Matthew apologetically. I'm sorry, but my tribe might need this money more right now. It can help us get out of the rainforest faster. Matthew did not force him. He gave Lumiere his share on the spot. The rest of them agreed to let Matthew temporarily manage the funds before the Chamber of Commerce was officially established. Although Lumiere was unwilling to invest in the business, he was very interested in the activities of the Chamber of Commerce. He expressed on the spot that after the Chamber of Commerce was established, he was very happy to work for everyone. The rainforest would definitely be unobstructed for the people of the Chamber of Commerce. Matthew felt that he was saying this out of guilt, so he laughed and skipped the topic. So, what should we do next? Bobo looked at Matthew expectantly. Explode back the way we came, or go deeper into the Undercity. Before Matthew could reply, everyone sensed an abnormality not far away. Lara. Lara had woken up from her coma. Her body seemed to be suspended in the air by a force. Black oil surged out of the void and repaired her body, which was riddled with holes. The twilight creature, Galen, has accepted me. She lowered her head and muttered softly. A dangerous aura quickly spread. Warning, your temporary companion, Lara, has been chosen by the twilight creature, Galen, to become a shadow oathbreaker. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, this is a gift from Sif. Chapter 200, this is a gift from Sif. Lara's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. After suffering the divine fire of retaliation, all the hair on her body had been burned clean. At least 2/3 of her body surface had been severely burned, and her internal organs were constantly failing. Her right hand was burnt to the tip of her forearm. The parts of his legs below the ankles were also burnt away. Lara was undoubtedly unlucky. She didn't notice the abnormality of the altar and was directly hit by the divine fire of retaliation. There was also a lack of high-level priests to dispel it for her. However, she was also lucky. The moment the divine fire of retaliation was cast on her, she happened to have a powerful monk beside her. Li Weiqi had been using his qi to protect her vital organs and reduce the damage of the purple fire. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the chance to recite the prayer of the Oathbreaker. After that, Matthew and the others successfully destroyed the altar, which was equivalent to saving her life. According to the normal procedure, even if Lara woke up, she would still be in a highly disabled state. However, just as she was about to die, a monster hiding in the shadows reached out to help her. Twilight creatures. In the ancient myths woven by the gods, the twilight creatures were a group of monsters born at the same time as the gods in the Age of Enlightenment. They came from the outer plane, and their bodies were filled with all kinds of evil, distortion, and strangeness that mortals could not imagine. In the process of fighting with them, the gods discovered that they had powerful divinity and were difficult to kill. In the end, after paying a heavy price, the gods defeated the 13 twilight creatures and sealed them all over the world. However, according to Matthew's knowledge, the twilight creatures actually didn't care about being sealed. They felt that this was just a new residence for their physical bodies. Their spiritual tentacles could still penetrate the seal and reach all kinds of people around the world. Therefore, in the first few hundred years of being sealed, the twilight creatures had always been working hard to spread the unique distortions in their bodies to the human world. Within the Seven Saint Alliance, there was a saying. According to this theory, the twilight creations were the ultimate weapons created by an extremely advanced magic civilization, and the meaning of their existence was to destroy the world. However, the world could not be destroyed so easily. Even if it was created by twilight, the destruction of the world had to follow the basic laws of the rise and fall of the plane. They had to wait patiently for the world of Ander to develop to the peak of supremacy and then slowly go down a path of eternal damnation before they could seize the opportunity to destroy the world. This statement even raised a more radical conjecture. The power of twilight creatures was entirely derived from the dark side of the gods. The reason why the Calamity Mage carried out the ascending of the Heavenly Palace was to curb the power of the gods and the development potential of the twilight creatures, thus slowing down the speed of the world's destruction. From the perspective of history, after the gods were exiled, the influence of the twilight creatures on the material world also decreased. Other than that, there was no direct evidence to prove the validity of this conjecture. When Ronan introduced this conjecture to Matthew, he also frankly admitted that this conjecture was created to slander the gods. Perhaps only the Calamity Mage knew the exact truth. Matthew stared at Lara's body warily. The power from the depths of the shadow world was repairing her body. Her pitch-black skin had been burned clean by the divine fire, leaving only a layer of red and white flesh membrane. Now, the bloody parts were filled with shadows, including the half of her breast that had been cut off. She had short, sharp hair on her scalp. After the transformation, Lara was like a drow with severe albinism. Her skin was black and white, and it was extremely dazzling against the black and white background. "I know Galen," Li Weiqi said in a rare serious tone. "He is deeply supported by the evil monks in the Far East. In recent years, even in Ainder, I have seen many monks who worship Galen. He gave them the power to distort their vows, allowing them to obtain power far more powerful and evil than ordinary monks while distorting their commandments." Rieger looked straight at him. "Distorted vows? For example, eating turtles?" Li Weiqi smiled bitterly. "Not like me. They are truly distorted. Monks who worshipped Galen would twist abstinence into indulgence in sensual pleasures. They partied every night and could not leave women every day. However, if one didn't abide by this twisted commandment, they would suffer a terrifying backlash. Many evil monks could control their inner desires at first, but later, they became slaves to their desires. There was also a monk who worshipped Galen and confessed to me before he died. He said that he didn't want to get close to women at all, and he even wanted to vomit whenever he saw women. However, he had no choice. The distorted oath forced him to indulge in pleasure. He could only brace himself and repeat the boring oath day after day. Do you know how he died in the end? Because he resisted the distorted oath in the depths of his heart, he had actually lost the transcendental body of a monk. In the days of numbness, he accidentally contracted a strange sexually transmitted disease. In the end, the disease attacked his heart, and he died suddenly. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, This is a gift from Sif. Chapter 201, This is a gift from Sif. Can you believe it? Of course, I think it's also possible that Galen was dissatisfied with his overt compliance and decided to punish him. With this monk as an example. The other evil monks didn't dare to be negligent. Some of them drank crazily, some killed people and became demons, and some indulged in debauchery, completely becoming slaves who twisted the precepts. Look at me. Although the precepts also bind me, it doesn't matter if I break the precepts occasionally. Although many of them had sought refuge with evil gods or twilight creatures only when they had nowhere else to go, they understood in their hearts that it was just drinking poison to quench their thirst. It was a ticking time bomb. After saying this, Li Weiqi looked at Lara with pity and sighed softly. At this moment, the shadow on Lara's body gradually receded. The force that was holding her up in the air gradually relaxed. 10 seconds later, she opened her eyes and murmured, "I seem to have been reborn." However, she did not seem to be very happy about this new life. "Thank you for saving me." She adjusted her body on the spot, cut the clothes Matthew threw over, and quickly put them on. "What happened to you while you were unconscious?" Matthew asked. Lara's condition did not seem too bad. At least she was conscious. Shadows, endless shadows. At the bottom of the darkness, there was a voice that promised me that I could be reborn. At that time, my consciousness was already blurry. That voice was like a life-saving straw for a drowning person. I had no other choice. Lara whispered. Matthew comforted her. "No one here will blame you for your choice. In that kind of situation, anyone would do it to survive." Lara looked at him gratefully. Li Weiqi asked seriously, "So when Galen reconstructed your body, did he ask you to do anything?" Lara hesitated for a moment as if she was thinking. "Yes, he said 3 sentences to me. The first sentence was that he wanted me to be his eyes. He promised that he would not hurt me, nor would he affect the people around me. He just wanted to see the current mortal world. Hearing this, Li Weiqi and Matthew subconsciously shook their heads. Neither of them believed Galen's nonsense. What about the second sentence? Li Weiqi asked. The second sentence was, help me ask the monk beside you if he's interested in joining my shadow sect. I can help him advance to the legend realm. If he wants to bargain, let him state any conditions, and I'll relax the requirements on the commandments appropriately. This sentence seemed to be directed at you. Lara looked at Li Weiqi with a strange expression. Li Weiqi chuckled. I'll stay with the coiling dragon. What about the third sentence? Matthew asked curiously. Who knew that Lara's expression became even stranger? She turned to Matthew and said. The third sentence is, help me ask the necromancer beside you if he is interested in joining my shadow sect. As long as he agrees, I will help him become the new shadow god and ascend to the supreme throne of the shadow god. Tell him not to care about the difference in the profession. It is common for a necromancer to be a shadow mage. Tell him not to worry about the problem of my sect. The world always had misunderstandings about me. I was actually a very easy person to talk to. I'm the kindest of all the twilight creatures. This is a publicly acknowledged fact. If he doesn't believe me, you can ask him to ask around. After saying that, she paused. This sentence must be for you, Matthew. Matthew rolled his eyes and smiled politely. Forget about the shadow throne. Get Mr. Galen to find someone else. At this moment, Rieger interrupted unhappily. What's up with that Galen? Doesn't he want to ask the rest of us? Didn't you ask him what conditions he would give if he recruited me? Lara answered honestly, no, he doesn't seem to have noticed your existence. Rieger flew into a rage and was about to draw his sword. He was persuaded by Li Weiqi. The shadow world isn't a fun place. Galen is sealed in the shadow world, so don't listen to his words. Besides, the monsters in the shadow world are very fast. If you go there, you won't even have time to apply your sword oil before you die. These words made Rieger stare at him. Matthew saw that Lara's body was fine, so he advised her to rest for a while. She had just been reborn, so she had consumed a lot of energy, both mentally and physically. Lara did not refuse. She took the biscuits and water from Matthew and found a place to rest after eating. Li Weiqi said that he also needed to meditate and rest, but in fact, he was sitting beside Lara with the intention of watching her. This was exactly what Matthew wanted. He didn't completely let down his guard against Galen. But if Lara's words are true, then Galen was actually attracted here by Li Weiqi and me, and saving her was just a convenience. This was not good news. Matthew had already received a lot of attention from high-level existences. The scariest thing about this thing was that it had a snowball effect. It was almost like a god staring at a mortal, and another god came over. What are you looking at? Let me take a look too. As such, the various demons, purgatory lords, and twilight creatures might also come to join in the fun. Matthew felt immense pressure when he thought of that scene. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, This is a gift from Sif. Chapter 202, This is a gift from Sif. He was only a Tier 3 mage. I've been exposed a little too much recently. In the future, I'll try to keep a low profile in front of these big shots. Who knew that just as he thought this, a line of information appeared in front of him. Hint, you and your team have destroyed the altar of the great evil demon Trier, land of the end of antiquity, in the form of a big explosion. A nearby fungal tribe and a snot dragon, immortal peach spirit realm / spiritual monster, hiding in a pile of stalactites witnessed the whole process. It was expected that in the near future, the story of the detonation squad fighting evil demons would spread widely in the Underdark and the immortal peach spirit realm. Your party's regional legend, Underdark / immortal peach spirit realm, +L, favorable impression of your group, fungal tribe +1 / snot dragon tribe +1. Trier, midnight god, S hatred +20. Twilight creation Galen has paid attention to you. The Twilight creation, Brooke, has paid attention to you. Queen Midnight, arcane wilderness / fairy overlord, has paid attention to you. What is the meaning of this? Do bad news travel so fast? Matthew didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood up and looked around. There were ruins and falling rocks everywhere. Where was the trace of the fungus tribe and the snot dragon? Why was it that people would see him doing good deeds everywhere? It's fine if they saw something, but must they spread the word? What made his scalp tingle the most was the attention from the last three entities. The two twilight creatures and the fairy overlord were most likely lured there when they destroyed the Midnight God's altar. At this moment, Matthew realized how reckless it was to destroy a god's altar. This not only attracted the hatred of the person involved, but it also meant that the other big brothers and sisters of the same level would pay attention to it. We've already met Galen. Brooke isn't famous, so we don't know which domain he's from. As for the Midnight Queen, she's most likely the nemesis of the god of midnight. Their domains almost overlap, and with the ascension of the heavenly palace, the power that the fairy queen can display might be stronger than that of a true god. Matthew thought about it and decided that he would return to Rolling Stone Town to plant the trees in peace after he settled the matter with the Dragon Lich sect. Before he was a legend, he would never come out and cause trouble again. Immediately, he commanded the horned demon zombies to speed up the clearing of the falling rocks. Not long after, Rieger walked over. I just went to check the original road. Although it looks like it's blocked by falling rocks, it's actually not that bad. Matthew's teeth hurt. He wanted to ask Rieger how bad the collapse was, but the words that came out of his mouth were, "Then I'll go take a look." According to my experience, with this degree of collapse, as long as you have tools, it's very easy to dig a passage. However, you have to be careful when digging to avoid a second collapse. This time, the Lord finally spoke in human language. My suggestion is to dig back the way we came. You happen to have hands, and I happen to have tools. As he spoke, he took out a dozen shovels from his storage ring. Matthew's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, "How big is your storage ring?" Rieger casually raised 3 fingers. 30 cubic meters. Matthew was extremely envious. 3 cubic meters. Rieger said proudly. This was a gift from Sif last year. She bought it with her own savings. But I secretly returned the money to her afterwards. After all, she's still underage. I plan to let her save that pocket money for her dowry in the future. Where's your bag? It doesn't look bad either. How big is it? Hearing this, Matthew felt a little guilty as he touched his super version of the magic bag. Then, he weakly raised a finger. Rieger smiled and patted his shoulder. 1 cubic meter is not bad. At least you earned it with your own hard work. You're still young. You'll get better in the future. After saying that, Rieger threw down his shovel and walked away like a triumphant rooster. Matthew was left alone to face the falling rocks, silently enduring the torture of being a thief. 3 hours later, the clanging noises finally came to an end. The horned demon zombie successfully moved the pile of falling rocks away, and the road to the surface was open in front of everyone. Matthew ended this high-quality short break. His spiritual power and magic power had recovered greatly, and he could continue fighting. The others, including Lara, had almost recovered. Everyone didn't stop and headed straight for the exit. Along the way, Lara took the initiative to tell Matthew about the information she had learned. Blinken is very weak now. There is no doubt about it. He had been collecting the Book of Blasphemy. According to Anderson, he wanted to use that book to defile a tomb in exchange for incredible power. It was a kind of a power that could surpass life and death. I overheard their private conversation before the deal. Matthew's expression turned solemn. A power that transcends life and death. So, Blinken already knew that it was the tomb of Bright Sandalwood King. It was no wonder that his previous negotiation had no effect. But WHV now? Matthew asked. Other than the mission to build the altar, does the Order of Calamity have any other operations? For example, coming to the rainforest or something? Lara shook her head decisively. I don't think so. There aren't as many people in the Order of Calamity as you think. After the failed attack on Rolling Stone Town, the southern branch had basically been demolished. I can confirm that no one from the Order of Calamity has gone to the surface for any action in this period of time. Matthew felt strange. When he went to the DeLong Lake that day, he clearly saw a group of Calamity disciples fighting with the Sandstorm bandits. Thinking of the sandstorm bandits, Matthew suddenly realized that other than the frequent appearances of this group in the rainforest at the beginning, they had almost never appeared again. He asked Suya. Even the soul of the rainforest couldn't find any trace of them. They were not in the Undercity either. This meant that they had probably left the rainforest. Someone is stirring up trouble from behind. Matthew's mind was sharp, and he quickly outlined a nearly complete blueprint of the incident. However, there were still some fragments that needed to be filled. However, now was not the time to think about this. The Dragon Lich sect was the #1 enemy of the rainforest. They had to seize the moment when Blinken was weak and attack the Dragon Lich sect. After leaving the surface, the group picked up Shui, who had regained his mobility. With Suya's permission, Matthew brought everyone through the node of the Black Banyan Dream to complete the long-distance teleportation in the rainforest. In just 30 minutes, they arrived southwest from the center of the rainforest. At the edge of the rainforest, he could vaguely see the outline of a factory that looked like a logging yard. Outside the factory, there were piles of tall trees that had been cut down. Inside, it was brightly lit. Matthew looked at the sky. It was almost midnight. He turned into a raven and flew over the factory. He found that there were still a large number of Dragon Lich worshippers working overnight. They were entering and exiting a huge building. Each of the Dragon Lich disciples who walked out was carrying a round egg in their arms. That's Dragon Egg. Matthew wanted to take a closer look. Who knew that at this moment? A sharp arrow tore through the air and flew past Matthew's feathers. Get lost. This is not a place where druids can be. On a high platform, a half-elf archer in tight leather armor warned coldly. A sinister necromancer walked out with a staff. Behind him was a huge monster. Matthew narrowed his eyes. It was a bone dragon. Hint, you have discovered the dragon nurturing field, Dragon Lich sex base. You have encountered half-elf archer Erasima, LV-16. You have encountered Necromancer Jennings, LV-14, and his bone dragon. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Your Bone Dragon is Really Awesome. Chapter 203, Your Bone Dragon is Really Awesome. After his whereabouts were exposed, Matthew flew higher and flew away without looking back. A few magic attacks came from behind, but they all fell powerlessly because they were too far away. What was worth mentioning was, Matthew noticed that the half-elf archer did not attack. She was holding a strong bow that had been enchanted many times. To her, this distance was not unattainable. Is there someone in the Dragon Lich sect who isn't that bad? Thinking back to the arrow that brushed past him just now, the other party should have gone easy on him. He remembered the half-elf's face and name. The raven quickly returned to the rainforest. Matthew had a general understanding of the structure of the dragon nurturing ground. Behind the tall wooden walls, there were a total of 5 tall wooden factories, in the shape of petals surrounding the central building. It was a giant tower with a pointed tip that reached into the clouds and an oval base. There was no sound in the tower. However, Matthew felt a dangerous aura from it. There must be something locked up there. A dragon. Matthew thought of the dragon eggs that the Dragon Lich disciples were holding in their arms, and his mood was rather agitated. As the name suggests, this is probably the place where the Dragon Lich sect hatches young dragons. However, the young dragons might not be true dragons. They might be the kind of ground fire dragons that I've seen before. He compared it in his mind and confirmed that the dragon egg in the hands of the Dragon Lich sect was much smaller than the real dragon egg. A few seconds later, Matthew returned in the crowd and recounted what he had seen and heard. In addition to the Necromancer and the half-elf archer, who were high-level members of the Dragon Fawn class, there were 6 Dragon Blood warriors and a small group of Bear Gnome warriors beside them. They seemed to be the bodyguards of these 2 people. The most people inside are the Dragon Lich disciples. They are all humans, about 100 of them. These people are much healthier and stronger than the normal evil cultists, but they shouldn't be difficult to deal with. In addition, although I didn't see it, there should be a large number of ground fire dragons or other low-level subdragons in the factory. They look very busy. They might be speeding up the hatching of the dragon species. Li Weiqi asked. Didn't you find Blinken? Matthew shook his head. Li Weiqi pondered. It's not impossible to forcefully attack the dragon nurturing ground to lure Blinken out. However, before we see Blinken, it's best for Rieger and me to hide. Otherwise, we'll lose the effect of a surprise attack. But if you do this, you will be short of manpower. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to pose a threat to the dragon nurturing ground. Anyway, you should make the decision, Matthew. We're all willing to believe you. The others agreed. Only Rieger subconsciously curled his lips. Manpower is not a problem. This is still the home ground of the rainforest. The soul of the rainforest will give us the greatest help. Matthew made a prompt decision. He closed his eyes and communicated with the Black Banyan Dream Realm, conveying his request to Suya. You will have the help of the entire rainforest. Suya's voice was soft and sacred. Matthew felt an itch in his heart when he heard that. Fortunately, he activated heart like still water in time, and the itch disappeared. The group waited at the edge of the rainforest for a while. Very quickly, rustling sounds came from the forest behind him. One by one, the flying squirrels flew down from the trees, forming a short waterfall of flying squirrels. Don't worry, us little flying squirrel is just the vanguard. There are plenty of brothers who can fight hard behind us. A familiar voice sounded. Hoodlum. Matthew asked into the depths of the rainforest. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. The banana leaf that was as tall as two people was forcefully opened, and a burly figure that was even taller than Matthew walked out. Matthew focused his eyes. It was a little flying squirrel that was larger than an ordinary person when it stood up. His entire body was covered in uneven muscles. Those lumps looked as if they had been drugged. Only the scar left by the negative energy between the white hairs on his chest could prove his identity. How did you become so fat? Matthew asked in surprise. Hoodlum shrugged. Oh, Matthew, that's a long story. The will of nature was moved by my belief in risking my life. After reviving me, it asked me if I had any other wishes in this life. I thought about it for a moment. As the next rainforest soul, it would be better if such an embarrassing dark history of being kicked in the butt was exposed. I told the truth, and nature's will did as I wished. In the end, when I woke up, this was what I looked like. I had become a nature's soul, but I had also lost my petite and cute appearance. Fortunately, I didn't turn into a girl. Otherwise, I would have gone crazy. Bobo asked curiously, what's wrong with becoming a girl? Hoodlum's face turned cold. My 3,000 brothers are all men. Once I become a girl, the consequences will be unimaginable. Speaking of which, my current status is different from before. They all call me Boss Hoodlum. Hoodlum proudly snapped his fingers with his slender claws. The little flying squirrels immediately swarmed over. Some of them climbed onto Hoodlum's back to beat his chest and back, some tickled him, and some danced back and forth on his arms. Matthew smiled. Looks like things are indeed different now. Hoodlum said proudly. Of course, you can still call me Hoodlum, little Matthew. As the two of them spoke, more and more animals walked out of the rainforest. There were countless birds in the sky, and the beasts on the ground were even more ferocious. Apes, pythons, crocodiles, hippopotamuses, and a group of rhinoceroses that came out of nowhere were also eyeing the factory wall. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Your Bone Dragon is Really Awesome. Chapter 204, Your Bone Dragon is Really Awesome. The rainforest creatures gathered outside the dragon nurturing ground. Hoodlum wasn't bragging. The rainforest creatures were all under his command. Some of the beasts seemed to be unable to hold back their desire to kill, but they didn't dare to move without Hoodlum's order. What do you want to do, Matthew? Hoodlum asked. Let the rainforest creatures attack the dragon nurturing ground head on. Leave the troublesome characters to us. Matthew said decisively. This is too simple. Brothers, your boss will lead the charge. Hoodlum waved his hand and swaggered toward the wall. The archers on the tower had clearly noticed this conspicuous target. As soon as Hoodlum approached, he was greeted by a barrage of arrows. Whoosh! 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 A volley of arrows rained down. Hoodlum was instantly stabbed like a huge porcupine. Bang! His body suddenly exploded. With a flash of white light, those arrows fell to the ground. A little flying squirrel quickly ran out. I've successfully tricked them into using their arrows. Brothers, charge. In the next second, tens of thousands of rainforest creatures charged at the wall. Within the wall, the people of the Dragon Lich sect had obviously heard the commotion. I knew that being soft-hearted wouldn't end well. Lady Erisima, if you hadn't deliberately missed that arrow, perhaps they would have been more afraid. Necromancer Jennings snorted heavily. The half-elf archer ignored him. She climbed up the tower again, pushed away the human archers, and took a good position. She started to shoot at the rainforest creatures that rushed over. When the Dragon Lich disciples inside the wall received the signal to retreat, they also put down the dragon eggs in their hands and retreated towards the 5 factories. They dealt with the crisis in an orderly manner. Jennings controlled the position of the door where the bone dragon was. The latter rushed into the group of beasts and stomped back and forth, killing many of the rainforest beasts. However, the battle had just begun. Hint, your companion Hoodlum, newly promoted Nature's Soul, has been pierced by an arrow. Mighty illusion dispelled, currently fleeing like a rat. Matthew glanced at the data panel and chuckled. He quickly assigned tasks to his teammates. After doing all this, he prepared to go around to the side of the dragon nurturing ground alone. Instigation was a divine skill, but it could not be used indiscriminately. Jennings was 1 level higher than Matthew, and Matthew's chances of winning were slim in a head-on battle. He had to employ some tactics. Matthew had only taken a dozen steps when Bobo's voice came from behind him. "Matthew, aren't you coming with us?" Matthew explained. "I have to sneak attack from the side. Although you guys stay in the front, don't enter the dragon nurturing ground rashly. Just like what I've just arranged, wait for my signal." Bobo asked doubtfully. "Why do you have to be so wretched even though you're a mage?" Matthew said righteously. "Have you seen a mage who can transform into a winged dragon wind god?" Bobo thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. She then protested. "Then why did you put me in the same group as the logistics group? Are you looking down on me?" Matthew was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Logistics? Do you mean Rieger?" No, you've misunderstood. He's a true tier 4 warrior." Bobo was shocked. "I always thought he was here for comic relief. I was going to ask you where you found the logistics staff to liven up the atmosphere." "Hey, little girl. It's not a good habit to sneak ill of others behind their backs." Rieger followed her unhappily. "Matthew just entrusted you to me, and I was looking for you everywhere." Bobo looked at him suspiciously. However, under Matthew's encouraging gaze, she finally compromised. "All right then, Uncle. We're temporary partners now." Matthew said that he was going to launch a sneak attack alone. "What do you think?" Rieger said calmly. "Let him do it. A necromancer should do something sneaky." Bobo asked in boredom. "Then what are we going to do? Are we just going to sit here and wait? This is too boring. Why don't we go and ambush a group of monsters? I see a group of fire dragons over there. They look stupid and easy to bully." Rieger thought for a moment. "It's not impossible, but what is the attribute of the ground fire dragon?" Bobo said straightforwardly. "Fire? Earth? It should be those." Rieger waved his hand. "Then let's go kill them." Bobo's mood instantly lifted. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I always thought you were from the logistics team." Rieger smiled magnanimously and took out a bottle of medicine that emitted an icy aura. "It's all right, wait for me. I'll apply some sword oil, and we'll set off." Bobo's eyebrows suddenly turned into a V shape, and the antenna on her helmet stood up again. The red light was jumping, and she looked extremely dangerous. The surrounding environment also became very chaotic. The sounds of fighting between the Dragon Lich disciples and the ferocious beasts could be heard from both inside and outside the wall. However, this did not affect Rieger's movements in applying the sword oil to become more elegant, decent, and slowly. East of the dragon nurturing field, near the desert, Matthew squeezed through a gap in the wall. He was wearing the invisibility ring on his hand, and his body was standing close to the wall. He would enter the invisible state at the slightest movement. However, the journey was very smooth. The Dragon Lich disciples were all attracted by the wild beast's attack from the west, and there was no one around him. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Your Bone Dragon is really awesome. Chapter 205, Your Bone Dragon is really awesome. Matthew was able to sneak in. 10 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the back of a factory. This place was not far from the western wall. The Dragon Lich sect had built a mixed structure of a wooden bunker and a tower here. In the dragon nurturing field, the senior members of the Dragon Lich sect were gathered here. The half-elf archer occupied the top of the tower. Her archery skills were outstanding, and she could always accurately find elite characters among the dense rainforest creatures and kill them in one shot. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many creatures in the rainforest and that Suya had given them a death order, she might have been able to defend this checkpoint by herself. However, the core factor that hindered the rainforest's battle was the Necromancer. Jennings was standing on the third floor of the bunker. He was surrounded by guards. Right in front of him was the most intense battlefield. At this moment, there were already countless corpses. Under Jennings' command and chanting, the Bone Dragon charged forward, greatly slowing down the assault of the rainforest army. The corpses were also resurrected by Jennings. The ferocious beasts that had just charged into battle became the Necromancer's puppets in an instant. This phenomenon was extremely terrifying for any intelligent creature. After the initial wave of attacks, even the fiercest and smartest beasts, insects, and snakes hesitated. They wantonly destroyed the wall, but they did not dare to go any further. In the factory of the dragon nurturing ground, Dragon Lich disciples kept coming in and out. Groups of fire dragons were released and were heading to the battlefield in an orderly manner. Seeing this scene, Matthew knew that if he didn't make a move, he would be defeated on the battlefield sooner or later. So, he found a corner that was not easy to be discovered. He began his little trick. 2 minutes later, Jennings, who was on the third floor of the wooden bunker, suddenly felt that something was wrong. At that moment, a deep chill flashed through his heart. It was as if a powerful hand had wantonly inserted itself into the inseparable contract between him and the Bone Dragon. No, that was not a hand. It was the spiritual power of a third party. What spell is this? Jennings looked in the direction of the Bone Dragon in horror. As expected, under the intervention of the third party's mental power, the skeletal dragon's movements were obviously slowed down. It stretched out its claws, wanting to kill more rainforest animals but unwilling to, which made Jennings extremely angry. Someone wants to snatch control of the Bone Dragon from me. Not only are there high-level druids among the enemies, but are there also high-level necromancers? What made Jennings heave a sigh of relief was the third-party's spiritual power did not seem to be strong. Although he had successfully intervened in the contract between him and the skeletal dragon, it seemed that he still had the initiative in his hands. He was confident that he could take back his Bone Dragon. In the next second, he closed his eyes and tried his best to focus. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying screech sounded in his ears. Jennings' eardrums seemed to be pierced in an instant. He opened his eyes in a panic, only to find that not far away in the sky, a ghost with an ugly face was smiling at him. Ability: Cries of Death. Fortunately, high-level necromancers had high resistance to mental attacks. He bit the tip of his tongue and immediately woke up. What are you doing? Quickly chase away that specter. Jennings roared angrily. The mental resistance of the Dragon Blood warriors was also very high. They reacted and tried to slash at the specter in a flurry, but the specter made a turn in the air and flew in the opposite direction of Matthew's hiding place at an extremely fast speed. After being frightened by the specter, Jennings' concentration dropped significantly. In his panic, he felt that the Bone Dragon was leaving his control. At the critical moment, he did not have the extra energy to locate the enemy's position. He only tried his best to focus his mental power, trying to pull the Bone Dragon back to him. He had spent his entire life building this Bone Dragon. He absolutely could not lose it. I can't let anyone snatch it away. With the support of this strong belief, Jennings' mental strength was unprecedentedly condensed, and he actually pulled the Bone Dragon back from the other party's hands. However, before he could smile, a strange itch erupted from his lungs, windpipe, and throat. Cough, cough, cough. He started coughing violently. During this process, his focus collapsed like a waterfall. He could no longer hold on to his bone dragon. No, no, no. Jennings coughed in pain. He felt a hand choking his lungs, making it impossible for him to breathe. His eyeballs were bloodshot, and the blood vessels were almost dripping out. There was a moment. It was as if he could see the innocent people he had tortured and killed. They had also knelt on the ground like this and looked at him helplessly. But that didn't stop Jennings from killing them cruelly. And making them into undead. Don't disturb me, you bugs. Death is your reward. Jennings shook his head violently. He rejected the memory that surged into his mind and tried his best to call for help from his companions. Erisima. There's a mage nearby. Please find him. However, the half-elf archer did not respond to his screams. As soon as Spectral Soul made her move, a skeleton assassin jumped out of the Shadow Realm and started fighting with her. Erisima was a master archer and had outstanding melee skills. However, it was not easy for her to deal with a sword dancer of the same level. She couldn't help Jennings at the moment. 3 seconds later, she heard a heart-wrenching roar from her companion below. No. Give it back to me. 2 seconds later, the skeletal dragon, which had been in a daze on the battlefield for a long time, suddenly moved again. However, this time, it was charging towards the wooden bunker. Hint: you have successfully instigated a rebellion. You have obtained temporary control over the skeletal dragon, lasts for 12 hours. It felt good. Matthew, who had succeeded in his attack, did not hesitate to control the bone dragon to charge forward. Rumble. The skeletal dragon crashed into the base of the bunker, causing it to collapse violently. The buildings on top of it were also on the verge of collapse. At the same time, many bones fell from the skeletal dragon's body. On the bunker. Jennings, who had just been helped by the dragon blood warriors to evacuate to the open space, saw this scene. He raised a hand in pain and wailed in pain. Be gentle. That's my bone dragon. However, at this moment, a sentence floated beside him. Thank you, but it's mine now. Your bone dragon is so useful. Hearing this, Jennings suddenly began to vomit blood, and his body convulsed violently. 10 seconds later, he stomped his feet and died in the arms of the dragon blood warriors. Hint: Necromancer Jennings died due to anger. You have successfully instigated the bone dragon to defect in front of its master and angered the original master to death. You have opened up a new domain. This domain is similar to the plunder domain but not exactly the same. You can make the following choices. 1. Beginner's entry to the plunder domain, no consumption. 2. Create a new domain and name it, consumption, a proof of domain. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. Chapter 206, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. Matthew did not have time to take a closer look at the chaotic battle. Beneath the bunker, the bone dragon went berserk and tore the building apart. Matthew took the opportunity to sneak out a few steps. The bone dragon respectfully lowered its head in front of Matthew. Matthew skillfully rode on the back of the bone dragon, knocked away a few more fire dragons that were in the way, and rushed towards the door. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield had completely reversed. They had lost the suppression of firepower from the high tower. The rainforest creatures, who were good at fighting, instantly smelled victory. They all gave up on going against the wall and started to beat up those who were in trouble. The dragon cult disciples behind the bunker were instantly killed and injured by the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts that rushed in. The dragon nurturing grounds formation completely collapsed. A few members of the dragon wing class surrounded the half-elf archers and commanded the group to retreat as they fought. However, during this process, who knew how many dragon cult disciples and ground fire dragons had died under the pursuit of the rainforest beasts? Matthew rode the bone dragon to the wall. At this moment, Lumiere walked over. Matthew, I think it's time for my people to appear. We are also part of the rainforest. We have a responsibility to protect the rainforest. As he spoke, behind him, a dense group of people appeared in the forest. Matthew could vaguely recognize the Black Banyan tribe's mark. The other tribes seemed to be headhunters in the surroundings. He didn't reject the Django's participation in the war. Suya's target this time included the Djangos. Tell them to be careful and stay behind the beasts. If they encounter a necromancer, remember to retreat and report to you or me. Matthew reminded. Lumiere nodded excitedly. Immediately after, he turned around and spoke to the rainforest natives behind him. A few minutes later, under Lumiere's leadership, the Djangos, armed with short spears and sticks, followed suit and swarmed into the dragon nurturing yard. Under the impact of these two forces, the factory buildings on the periphery instantly fell. The remaining dragon lich disciples quickly retreated to the tall building in the center. Over there was still one last wall for them to stand behind. Matthew did not participate in the part where he beat the dog that was down. It was not that he did not want to chase after it, but the dragon lich disciples retreated very quickly. This kind of chase was not only inefficient but there was also the risk of being killed instead. He had always placed his guard against Blinken as his top priority. Therefore, he walked leisurely behind the front line. When they passed by the dragon lich sex factory, Matthew even went down to take a look. The space inside was evenly divided into 6 rows and countless columns. Between the rows and columns were fire pits. The fire pits were burning with raging flames, and some of the fire pits still had dragon eggs that the dragon lich disciples had not taken away in time. There was a small firewood shed at a certain distance between the fire pits. At both ends of the factory were 2 huge firewood sheds, which were filled with firewood for burning. It's indeed the place where the dragon eggs hatch. Matthew took out a dragon egg and examined it carefully. After a while, he shook his head. It was not a true dragon. Moreover, the true dragon bloodline in the dragon egg was abnormally thin. Even if this kind of dragon egg hatched, it would only be a dragon beast that was close to a wild beast. It could not even be called a subdragon. Other than selling 1 or 2 of these creatures to curious mages for research, they had no value. Why did Blinken hatch so many eggs? Matthew was puzzled. He did not believe that it was because of the fire dragon's combat strength. This thing had a big appetite, and the cost of raising it was extremely high. Its combat strength was only so. However, as a necromancer, Blinken definitely did not lack summoned creatures. Why would he need to raise fire dragons to boost his reputation? Very quickly, his doubts were answered. In the northwest corner of the factory, Matthew found a huge pit. There were some red creatures that looked like deformed puppies crawling in the pit. It was a dragon fledgling that had been strung together using ground fire dragon and some other creature. Beneath the bodies of the few dragon fledglings was a pool of pitch-black stagnant water. Beside them were a large number of dragon fledglings' corpses. This water clearly had a strong corrosive nature. Many of the dragon fledglings' corpses had been corroded until only their scales and claws were left. Even though Matthew had long believed that the dragon lich sect was a cult, he still felt a strong sense of discomfort when he saw this scene. It was obvious. Most of the young dragons were thrown into this pit as soon as they were born and then soaked in the black liquid and died silently. Matthew took a branch and poked it in the stagnant pool. He found that there was some black powder at the bottom. Dragon mountain ash. Matthew's expression turned even uglier. This was a forbidden magic material that was usually used in magic rituals related to dragon liches. This thing could only be collected from dead dragons. But Blinken obviously had a more convenient way. That's not right. The dragon mountain ash extracted from the corpses of a large number of young dragons contains a huge amount of resentment. This resentment is almost about to form a curse. Even a dragon lich can't withstand it. A newborn dragon lich is still very fragile, or perhaps Blinken had no intention of helping any dragon become a true dragon lich. Is the curse his intention? Emma's face appeared in Matthew's mind. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. Chapter 207, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. All sorts of conspiracy theories flashed through his mind. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. When he left the factory, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at his back. Matthew rode the bone dragon back to the main group. At this moment, the main battlefield had already advanced to the central tower. Under the attack of the Rainforest Coalition Army, The Dragon Lich disciples, who had retreated in a panic, finally organized a decent defense. A Dragon Fang member who looked like a dragon trainer led more than 100 ground fire dragons to the battlefield. These ground fire dragons had thick skin and flesh. They were like a wall of flesh. Although they could not counterattack too strongly, they at least stalled the Rainforest Coalition army's attack. In the other directions, there were also middle-level and high-level members of the Dragon Lich sect leading the disciples below to stabilize the defense with the help of the wall. Matthew looked from afar and found that apart from the half-elf archer and the new dragon tamer, there were 3 necromancers, a brawny man who looked like the leader of the dragon blood warriors and a beautiful fairy descendant who was dressed scantily. She looked like a warlock. The level of these people was not low. Perhaps the battle near the factory had bought them time to set up. In short, when the Rainforest Coalition army attacked here, no matter which direction they came from, they were met with severe resistance. Even though the Jangos were fearless in battle, Lumiere had no choice but to ask them to retreat for the time being when they could not open a gap even after sacrificing several lives. The beasts surrounded the central tower and the surrounding walls. They started to hesitate again, only knowing to attack the wall, as if they could not see where the real enemy was. Matthew had expected this. He was not in a hurry. After all, apart from destroying the dragon nurturing ground, the bigger goal was Blinken. If the latter really cared about his subordinates. Matthew believed that Blinken would appear very soon. Thus, both sides fell into a stalemate. Using this opportunity, Matthew also took a look at his new domain. If he had to choose one of the two, he was definitely leaning towards the latter. If he chose the plunder domain, he could get 1 to 2 permanent abilities, at most a temporary ability, and the effects of the domain itself. It was very nice, but in front of a self-created domain, it was worthless. Matthew's path of legend was destined to be different. He was destined to start from life and death and transcend it. Thus, he didn't want to miss any opportunity to create his own domain or concept. Every opportunity was to pave the way for a greater path in the future. It was about the new domain. There were still many things that Matthew had not thought through clearly. For example, how to name it. The domain that I've opened up is similar to plundering, but it's not just plundering. It contains elements such as corruption, emissary, betrayal, conversion, and temptation. In essence, it comes from the rare ability instigation, so it's also related to the undead. The former is a bit like the Tauren in the indecent literature of my previous life, and the latter is immortal. The Tauren is immortal. Isn't that Peggy? Matthew's imagination ran wild, and he almost laughed out loud at his strange association. Of course, it wasn't impossible to call the new domain Tauren. In Aender, concepts were forced into this world by those who had power. If you were strong enough, you could name your domain whatever you wanted. Considering that Peggy's race was almost extinct on the continent of Aender, it was entirely possible for Matthew to take over the domain name. At most, he would give Peggy the position of a domain supervisor, and then it would be official. Thinking about it this way, Matthew, who had always been indecisive, also finalized this plan in his heart. Unfortunately, the Tauren domain could not be officially named yet. This was because he did not have the proof of domain on hand. The proof of domain was a reflection of a person's rich experience in the domain. It was similar to the driver's license issued by the field to an old driver who had been on the road for many years. However, the proof of domain could be accumulated. The more times the person had delved into the domain, the further they had explored. Generally speaking, those who explored the same domain twice, at most 3 times, could obtain a proof of domain. Matthew was still a newbie. He had only explored all the major domains once, so his proof had not been issued yet. However, he believed that he would be able to obtain the proof of domain very soon. He just didn't know if it would be from the undead or the oak tree. If that didn't work, he could also use 20 elements to exchange for a proof of domain. It was just that doing so would be too much of a loss. Matthew would be naturally unhappy. Hint: you have chosen to create your own domain. This domain is temporarily named Tauren. No name conflict detected. As you do not possess the proof of domain, you are temporarily unable to obtain the permanent abilities and buffs of the Tauren domain. The domain will be reserved for you for 120 days. If you still cannot provide the domain proof after 120 days, the Tauren domain will automatically disappear. I wonder what kind of permanent abilities the Tauren domain can provide. Matthew's heart was itching with anticipation. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the proof of domain as soon as possible. He glanced at the domain tab in the quest bar. Good heavens, before he knew it, the undying bar had already jumped to about 900 to 0. He reckoned that he would be able to enter the undying domain for the second time soon. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. Chapter 208, The Immortality, the Manners of a King. Thinking of this, Matthew calmed down and quietly patrolled outside the walls of the central tower. He communicated with Suya again. The Rainforest Army quickly switched to a strategy of surrounding but not attacking. They surrounded the remaining Dragon Lich disciples and kept giving them pressure to stimulate their nerves. Unknowingly, a night passed. When the first light of dawn came from the east and hit the canopy of the eastern part of the rainforest, Blinken still did not appear. Matthew sighed softly. I'm afraid he won't appear. Li Weiqi appeared beside Matthew. With the ability of a Tier 5 mage, if he had rushed back the moment he learned that the base was under attack, he would have appeared a few hours ago. We gave him enough time to return to help. Matthew nodded. He didn't know what Blinken was up to. But then, the only thing they needed to do was to completely destroy the dragon nurturing ground. Earlier, in the tower, an argument inevitably broke out. After Jennings' death, there were only 4 Dragon Fang higher-ups left in the dragon farming field. They were the high-level Necromancer Potter, the half-elf archer Erisima, the leader of the Dragon Blood Warriors, Kunbatotra, and the fairy warlock White. The 4 of them had a strong disagreement about the current situation. Where is Lord Blinken? The half-elf archer questioned. The enemy is unbelievably strong. In terms of numbers, we are also fighting against the creatures of the entire rainforest. Without the help of a high-level necromancer, we can't possibly defend this place. Potter said unhappily, watch your words, little girl. I am also a high-level necromancer. Don't forget, the western wall is still guarded by my death curtain. After this night, there have already been quite a number of undead transformed within the enemies. If this drags on, our chances of winning will only increase. Erisima glanced at him. I mean no offense, but honestly, Mr. Potter, your necromancy skills are nothing compared to Lord Blinken's. Potter's face turned pale, but he did not refute. The leader of the Dragonblood Warriors, Kunbatotra, said. The order I received was to defend this place. Unless Lord Blinken personally chants the order, I won't go anywhere. I don't know where Lord Blinken went, but I believe he won't give up on us. Everyone here owes Lord Blinken at least one life. To put it bluntly, even if he wants us to pay with our lives, can you refuse? Even Erisima, who had been the first to suggest retreating, fell silent. She didn't like anyone from the Dragon Lich sect, nor did she like their behavior. However, she liked Blinken. The latter had saved her life, and after that, she joined the Dragon Lich sect. In her life in the Dragon Worship sect, that man had never disappointed her. Every time she encountered a crisis, he would always appear on time and calmly resolve it. However, the situation seemed to be different this time. The elven bloodline in her body constantly reminded her of the danger that was coming. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had faith in Blinken, she probably left without looking back. But Jennings is dead. This is the first time we've seen the death of a Dragon Fang member. According to the past, Lord Blinken would have rushed back long ago. Erisima murmured. She looked very conflicted. You have to have confidence in yourself, your companions, and even more so, Lord Blinken. Necromancer Potter said in a deep voice, maybe if we drag it out for a while, Lord Blinken will appear. As he spoke, he looked at the fairy warlock. White, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you usually like to bicker with Era? The fairy warlock stretched lazily. This action completely exposed her beautiful body, which was not wearing much to everyone. However, the other 3 quickly looked away. This included Erisima, who was also a woman. You already know that I like to bicker with her the most. If I don't say anything, it naturally means that I agree with her. White said lazily. To be honest, I'm already planning an escape route. Blinken did save my life, but that didn't mean that I had to sell my life to him. Fairies are very realistic creatures. Of course, I thought that half-elves were more noble, but now it seemed that they were similar to me. As she spoke, she looked at Erisima provocatively. The latter was indifferent. So what about you? What's your final decision? Kunbatotra asked Erisima. Retreat. If you don't retreat, I will leave by myself. After that, I will find Lord Blinken to apologize. Erisima thought for a moment and said in pain. But the dragon blood warrior wanted to persuade her again, but he was interrupted by the necromancer beside him. Look, women are like this. They flee faster than anyone else when they are in trouble. Usually, Blinken treats them better than anyone else. Now, only an old man like me and a loyal dog like you are left to work for him. Let's go, Akuin. Let them go. We should also go do our things. There's no point in holding on forever. If we want to survive, we have to take the initiative to attack and teach those bastards outside a lesson. Potter stood up. He patted the dragon blood warrior's shoulder, and the two of them quickly left. Won't you feel burdened if you leave just like that? The latter said frankly, I will. But in the end, I can't die as calmly as them. I still have many wishes that have yet to be fulfilled in my life. Repaying Lord Blinken is only one part of it. I don't want to die without knowing where he is. White snorted. How hypocritical, half-elf. I'm different. I just want to live happily and taste a few more men. I'm already sick of staying in the Dragon Lich sect. Other than the disgusting dragonmen here, there are only disgusting bones. The most hateful thing is that I spent 3 months and still failed to climb into Blinken's bed. Joining the Dragon Lich sect was truly a nauseating experience. Farewell, godforsaken place, and hypocritical companions. After saying this, she stood up and quickly walked out of the door. However, her body underwent a huge change as she walked. She grew taller, her facial muscles stiffened, and her chest flattened as if it had melted. A black cloak covered her. Lord Blinken. Erisima looked at her in surprise. Don't be silly, big-breasted, brainless half-elf. You don't think that Blinken transformed into me to test you, do you? White turned around and mocked. I just wanted to help those 2 idiots before I leave. After all, I'm good at bluffing. Erisima looked at her with a complicated expression. You always impress me, White. The fairy warlock immediately let out an exaggerated laugh. Stop making me laugh, half-elf. Don't tell me you want to praise me after we've been quarreling for 3 months. That will be even more disgusting than the experience I have had in the Dragon Lich sect in the past 3 months. You don't think I'm helping them out of kindness, do you? In fact, I've climbed onto both of their beds before. Akuin's physique is really not bad. Although the old thing wasn't very good, the use of necromancy in the bedroom was an eye-opener for me. This is the reason why I want to help them. Don't think too highly of me, my hypocritical and foolish half-elf princess companion, ha! After saying this, Blinken instantly disappeared. Dawn. The undercurrents inside and outside the wall finally surged uncontrollably. West of the central tower. The bone dragon mercilessly broke through the wall. Behind the wall. The sparse undead gathered in this direction. A dark cloud with a large amount of fog also surged over. Matthew rode on the bone dragon, holding a long whip in his hand, calmly observing the situation in front of him. In the next second, he decisively activated Domain Undying. Hint, you have encountered Necromancer Potter's Death Curtain. You have activated Domain Undying. You will be immune to about 50% of the effects of the Death Curtain. Your weapons, Ursul's Reprimand and Domain Undying had a violent reaction. You have obtained a temporary status, Sovereign's Manners Undying. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, A Dragon. Chapter 209, A Dragon. The Death Curtain was a poor version of the undead calamity. All living creatures within the curtain's range would receive a continuous reduction in HP. Once their HP was depleted, they would quickly be transformed into undead. However, the downside of this spell was that other than the HP deduction, the living creatures in the curtain would only have their movement speed reduced at most. There were no other negative effects. Even the health was being deducted at a very slow rate. A strong Tier 3 creature could easily jump around in the curtain for 5 to 6 minutes. Matthew was only in the early stages of the field of undying. However, after activating his domain, he still received half of the damage reduction. On the one hand, this showed the transcendence of the domain, and on the other hand, it proved that this spell was indeed useless. If my exploration of the undying domain reaches a deeper level, the moment the domain is activated, I can disperse this death curtain. Matthew stepped into the death curtain, and this feeling surfaced in his heart. At that moment, the long whip in his hand also became abnormally hot. Sovereign's manners, domain resonance. When the status is in effect when you walk among a large number of undead, you will receive the following 2 effects. Prestige, you possess the initial prestige of an undead king. All low-level undead must bow to you when they meet you. They can only attack you after 3 rounds of salutations. Retreat, your words and actions will have the effect of repel on the low-level undead. Even if it's just a look, they will be intimidated and retreat at least 5 steps. His domain resonance. This was a resonance phenomenon between a certain domain and a specific weapon. Ursul's reprimand was a necromancer's exclusive weapon, and its original owner was a senior necromancer. It was not surprising that it could resonate with the undead domain. He could only vaguely sense it. The power contained in this whip had not been developed to the extreme by him when he was whipping the undead. Although he could feel a sense of contentment, he could also sense a faint sense of alienation between the weapon and himself. Matthew knew. Even if many weapons were not sentient, they would still develop some spirituality. After I return, I might be able to try using the equilibrium domain to communicate with this weapon. Equilibrium includes the mediation between people and the harmony between people and objects. Legend has it that there are many divine artifacts and high-level wondrous items. Even after obtaining them, it will take a long time for the owners to tune in to them. This necromancer's specialized weapon might have a similar temperament. Matthew rode on the bone dragon and strolled through the death curtain. There were originally quite a number of undying beings swarming over from all directions. However, under the suppression of the sovereign's manners, when the undead who wanted to hurt Matthew got close, they could not help but kneel on the ground and kowtow. Seeing this, Matthew simply turned over and walked towards the undead. The group of undead who had finished kowtowing stood up and wanted to attack, but they were forced back by the retreat effect. Among the undead, there were a few high-level zombie skeletons that were immune to Sovereign's manners. However, they were blocked by the other undead and could not move out no matter what. They could only watch Matthew walk down the red carpet under their eyes. For a moment, in the place Matthew had walked past, the undead split into 2. They retreated to the side one after another. Those who didn't kowtow hurriedly kowtowed, and those who finished kowtowing had to continue standing as punishment. Occasionally, there would be a few audacious traitors who would be crushed by the bone dragon that was diligently following behind. Matthew moved freely in the death curtain as if he were strolling in his own backyard. 10 seconds later, he found the high-level necromancer hiding among the undead. It was an old man who looked like he was about to die. Oh. Sovereign's manners. Necromancer Potter looked at Matthew with a complicated expression. I haven't seen this for many years. The last time I saw it was on a female mage called Ursul. The whip in your hand is very similar to hers. Who is she to you? Miss Ursul is my senior. Matthew replied cleverly. Ursul was Old Fallon's confidant, and Old Fallon was also his senior in Rolling Stone Town. In other words, he wasn't familiar with Ursul at all. He only treated her as a senior out of respect. Porter obviously understood this point, so he smiled helplessly. What a cunning kid. It was normal for Jennings to die in your hands. When I was your age, I only knew how to fight blindly. But then again, if you're really a descendant of Ursul, then there's still some connection between us, Lord Blinken. The old man's face flashed with a trace of recollection. Just as he was about to continue, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked behind Matthew. Matthew's neck stiffened slightly. He turned his head 10 degrees and stopped. However, he quickly turned his head back completely. At that moment, a hint of pride flashed in Potter's eyes. But you're still too young. In an instant. Chapter 210, A Dragon. Chapter 210, A Dragon. The spell that he had been secretly preparing for a long time. Shot out. Tier 4 spell, Astrid's Claw. It was a giant tentacle-like claw with a grayish-black circular spot on it. Countless gossamers floated in the center of the spot, waving in the air like hungry tongues. The powerful instant death spell tried to strike Matthew's head. But at this moment, a purple light rose from Matthew's body. Before Astrid's Claw could land, it suddenly disintegrated. Immediately after, Potter's vision turned blurry, and intense pain assaulted his nerves. His eyeballs were twitching, and his temples hurt so much that he felt like he was about to faint. After the pain came dizziness. After the dizziness, he could not stop vomiting. Wow. Wow. Potter knelt on the ground, his hands clutching his neck as he vomited until the ground was a mess. Soon, everything in his stomach had been vomited out. There was not even much acid and bile left. But he was still violently retching. Apart from the pain, he looked up at Matthew in disbelief. The latter was looking at him calmly. It was as if he could see the doubt in Potter's eyes. Matthew explained gently. Your acting skills are too exaggerated. I didn't want to turn around at first, but after thinking about it, I decided to give you a chance. It's a pity that you're too greedy. You tried to kill me with a Tier 1+ spell. Why don't you think about why I dared to walk into the death curtain alone? Besides, who wouldn't prepare a counter before a fight? Hint, you have successfully used counterspell to disintegrate the Tier 4 spell Astrid's Claw of the high-level Necromancer Potter. Potter will suffer a severe focus penalty. Potter's concentration was no longer sufficient to maintain the death curtain, and it began to dissipate. You have successfully used counterspell to incapacitate an advanced mage. You have obtained the following elements. Acting, Deception, +2, Winky Face. Counterattack, Magic Domain, +5. Battles between mages were just so wonderful. The fastest could be decided in 1 or 2 rounds, while the slowest could last for days and nights. The counterspell gifted to Matthew by the respected Mr. Anderson could resist all spells of the 4th tier and below. The effect lasted for 4.5 minutes. When the bone dragon broke through the wall, Matthew secretly put a counter on himself. It was actually active when he fought Jennings, but it hadn't been put to use. Now, it seemed that counterspell was indeed effective in a battle. After all, not every mage was that cautious. Of course, Potter's situation was special. He knew that there was a high chance that he was no match for Matthew, so he wanted to fight to the death. Unfortunately, the result was not ideal. After the death curtain was removed, the west side of the central tower was completely exposed. Without the cover of the curtain, the undead were particularly vulnerable to the attack of the rainforest beasts. Soon, this became a breakthrough point. 2 members of the headhunter tribe also charged through this breach. The stalemate was broken. The area around the tower was once again in a state of intense killing. Matthew did not charge with them. Instead, he brought Potter to the wall, wanting to continue interrogating the necromancer. Then, at this moment, Potter suddenly looked behind Matthew. Lord Blinken. Matthew frowned instinctively. But he soon realized that this time, Potter was not acting. Behind him was the rainforest, and the Eye of the Jungle was still in effect. At that moment, Matthew clearly saw a black-robed man holding a book as he hurriedly ran past the wall. Even though that person only revealed half of his side profile. But Matthew was also certain that he was Blinken. Strange. Matthew hesitated for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Finally, he handed Potter over to a native of the Black Banyan tribe and had him hand him over to Lumiere. He quickly chased after the black-robed man. Blinken didn't hide his tracks. Matthew transformed into a raven and soon found himself in the desert to the east of the rainforest. You actually dared to chase after me alone. Blinken put the purple book in his arms and looked at Matthew with a malicious gaze. However, Matthew only sized him up once and quickly frowned. In the next second, he suddenly dashed towards Blinken. Blinken was a little flustered. He muttered something and a green light descended from the sky. It was a group of poisonous snakes. However, Matthew boldly jumped up. With this action, he transformed into a moon bear and jumped over the group of poisonous snakes. Blinken still wanted to cast a spell, but Miss Ghost's sad wails of death was already activated, accompanied by a sharp and shrill howl. An extremely ugly face appeared. Blinken almost lost control and fell backwards. Puff! The moon bear landed on the ground, and its feet sank into the sand dune, but it didn't stop him from grabbing the collar of Blinken. This time, the latter could no longer maintain the effect of the transformation spell. The black robe slowly faded away, turning into a white veil that was barely visible. The detestable necromancer had been replaced by a beautiful and sexy descendant of the fairies. A fairy warlock? Matthew asked.